Chapter 404. This battle lasted for 15 minutes. Towards the end, the attacks of the puppet warrior were getting weaker and weaker, and its movements were getting more and more stiff, which was the sign of running out of power. Feng Yanro switched her sword to her left hand and pressed her palm on the chest of the puppet warrior. She pushed out her palm power, which not only blew it away for dozens of meters, but also created a thick layer of frost on its body. This frost contained the ice element Zhenyuan, which was sturdy enough to block out a full power attack from a top astral-reaching realm warrior. No matter how much power the puppet warrior used, it could not shatter the frost at once. As it continued to use its power, it was getting weaker and weaker. Eventually, the light blue chi flow disappeared completely. Feng Yanro let out a breath, looked at Yi Chun and said, "Mr. Yi, then I will not be polite anymore." Yi Chun nodded. Of course. Although he was the one who found the ruins of the puppet school, without Feng Yanro, he would not have known that there was such a ruin near the Blue Mountain Island. In the end, it was Feng Yanro who did the most. Plus, this puppet warrior was taken care of by her as well, so it should belong to her. Walking to the unmoving puppet warrior, Feng Yanro shattered the frost and started to practice her mental branding art. She left her own mental mark on the core of the puppet warrior, which was located at the heart of its chest. Soon Feng Yanro had successfully left her mark. "Sister disciple, why don't you put in top-rank soul stones and try?" Qingzhu urged. Feng Yanro nodded. She placed her palm on the chest of the puppet warrior and heard a cracking sound. A neat hole appeared on its stomach, which was filled with top-rank soul stones that had lost their yuan qi. Roughly speaking, there were more than 20 of them. Yi Chun, who was standing behind her, sensed it slightly and knew that there were 24 of them. Half of them were dark like rocks, while the other half had a light color, which was obviously a sign that they had just used up their yuan qi. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on. Before this, the puppet warrior had already used up 12 top-rank soul stones yuan qi. When it was battling with Feng Yanro, it only had 12 top-rank soul stones left. In other words, the real battle time of the puppet warrior was twice as long as 15 minutes. Digging out the useless top-rank soul stones, Feng Yanro filled in the ones with more yuan qi. The next second, a bright blue light shot out of the puppet warrior's eyes, and the energy vibration inside its body was obvious. "Fight!" Feng Yanro urged her mind power, and ordered the puppet warriors to attack Qingzhu. Xiao. With a flash of blue light, the puppet warrior appeared in front of Qingzhu quickly. It clenched its right hand into a fist and punched at Qingzhu fiercely. "Aya!" Qingzhu jumped back in fright. "All right, stop." Feng Yanro smiled lightly, making the puppet warriors quiet down. What a marvelous skill. Yi Chun sighed with emotion. His chicken puppet could already be considered as the crystallization of intelligence, while this puppet warrior was countless times more complicated than the chicken puppet. Especially the energy inside its body. It was not as simple as drawing out the yuan qi from the top-rank spirit stones. Instead, it had to go through a special channel to turn it into an even more powerful energy. Although this energy was not as powerful as Zhenyuan, which would slightly affect the puppet warrior's strength to the level of an ordinary astral-reaching expert, if it were filled with extreme-rank spirit stones, its battle power would certainly increase by a large margin. It might even reach the level of an extreme astral-reaching expert. Of course, no one would use up extreme-rank spirit stones like this. Regardless, one puppet warrior was worth way more than 10 mid-rank weapons, which could only increase the power of an astral-reaching realm warrior, while one puppet warrior was equivalent to an astral-reaching realm warrior. Besides that, the puppet mechanism spell had almost been lost, so these puppet warriors could definitely be used as valuable collectibles. Yi Chun believed that even Seas of Souls realm warriors would be tempted by them. "Hurry! Let's go. I want a puppet warrior as well." Qingzhu could not wait anymore. Putting the puppet warrior into her storage ring, Feng Yanro said, "Don't worry. This should be the first time someone has stepped into the ruins of the puppet school. There should be quite a lot of puppets here." The palace was deep and dark, and the three had only walked 1/5 of the way. When they were 2/5 of the way, the walls on both sides suddenly cracked open, and 2 puppet warriors rushed out. One was green and the other was gold. The puppet warrior with golden chi flow shimmering around its body attacked toward Yi Chen, while the other one with green chi flow attacked toward Qingzhu. Qingzhu was a top astral-reaching realm warrior after all, so it would not be a problem for him to suppress the puppet warrior. As for Yi Chen, he did the same thing, flicking his finger and shooting out a beam of green lotus sword chi that had blown away the huge golden sword in the puppet warrior's hand. His body flashed as he threw out a punch at its chest. Boom! The puppet warrior fell down from the sky. As Yi Chen's sword art had become more and more powerful, his sword art had become more and more powerful, and his 5-mountain godly fist art had almost become useless. But right now, it was the perfect time to use it. Using that rich fist power to land on the puppet warrior's body, it should not be broken that easily. Feng Yanro stood on the side and watched. Sometimes she would look at Qingzhu, and sometimes she would look at Qingzhu. Gradually she realized something. They were both trying to suppress the puppet warrior, but Qingzhu only knew how to burn out the energy inside its body. But Yi Chen was different. Every punch he threw out contained a vibrating power. This vibrating power worked on the puppet warrior's body, forcing it to spend more energy to cancel it out. Besides, Yi Chen was not only trying to suppress the puppet warrior. When the puppet warrior threw out a sharp punch, Yi Chen threw out a punch as well. An extremely powerful suction force appeared in the center of his fist, sucking in the puppet warrior's fist and forcing it to compete with him in terms of energy. This is so horrifying. Not only is his power not as powerful as him, but his battling skills are not on the same level at all. He is really only 21 years old. Feng Yanro could not help but feel a chill down her spine. After a little more than 7 minutes, Yi Chen had burned out all of the energy inside the puppet warrior. As for Qingzhu, he was still in the middle of the battle. The energy inside this puppet warrior's body is the gold element energy, which focuses on sharpness. Together with the huge sword, it should be better to call it the puppet warrior. After leaving a mental mark at the core of the puppet warrior's heart, Yi Chen reached out his hand and made a suction force. The huge golden sword that had fallen on the ground in the distance flew over, and Yi Chen stuffed it back into the puppet warrior's hand. He then turned on the switch and dug out the useless top-rank spirit stones, replacing them with new top-rank spirit stones. Mission accomplished. Between his eyebrows, Yi Chen pushed his mental power and ordered the puppet warrior to attack the surreal space in front of him. Shoo! The puppet warrior's eyes shone with a gold light as it bent its knees and bounced up. The huge golden sword in its hand was waved out with an explosive speed, tearing open a vacuum sword mark in the surreal space. Indeed, my soul power is powerful enough, so my mental power is naturally powerful as well. Using the puppet warrior is even easier now. Yi Chen believed that if he controlled the puppet warrior to fight against Feng Yanro's, she would only be able to block out 3 attacks at most. Speed would decide the outcome of the battle. Of course, if a real battle broke out, he would not be able to control the puppet warrior at all, so he would just let it fight on its own. Therefore, it would not make much of a difference. It is done. On the other side, Qingzhu had finally finished with her puppet warrior. After leaving a mental mark and filling in new top-rank spirit stones, Qingzhu controlled her puppet warrior to move back and forth, having a lot of fun. Then the 3 of them each got 2 more puppet warriors, which meant that each of them had 3 of them. Yi Chen's 3 puppet warriors were a sword warrior, an axe warrior, and a shield warrior with a sword and a shield warrior. Each of them had the power of a normal astral-reaching realm warrior, which meant that he had gained 3 useful helpers all of a sudden. Qingzhu was very playful, so she insisted on using her puppet warrior to fight against Yi Chen's. But her mental power was not as powerful as Yi Chen's. After 2 or 3 attacks, she had lost completely. Feng Yanro shook her head helplessly. Stop messing around. Let's keep exploring the ruins. Huh. Not fair. It must be because his puppet warrior is better than mine. Puffing up her cheeks, Qingzhu followed behind Feng Yanro with a depressed face. Walking out from the back of the palace, the 3 searched through every single building and found quite a lot. Excluding the difference in attacking power, Yi Chen had gotten a set of 108 high-level wooden men, which had the power of a top-condensing reality realm warrior. 10 puppet spears, with low-rank spirit stones, could shoot out light beams to attack enemies, which would be able to break through a condensing reality realm warrior's defense. 3 puppet cannons, which had the same function as the puppet spears, but were much more powerful, able to break through a clasping Yuan realm warrior's defense. Other than that, there were also some puppets that had nothing to do with attacking power. For example, a puppet house that could survive in the wild, with tables, chairs, and a bed inside. When not in use, the mechanism could be activated, and it would shrink into a 2-meter-wide cube. The most valuable thing was that the puppet house also had a protective cover mechanism. With some mid-rank spirit stones, it would be able to activate a protective cover that could block out attacks from clasping Yuan realm warriors. For Yi Chun, who was always on the move, it was a good thing. At least, when he was resting in the wild, he could sit with his legs crossed and meditate. If he had a girlfriend, it would be even better. Feng Yanro and Qingzhu had also gotten a lot of puppets. Qingzhu was so happy that he could not stop laughing. Thinking about the fight with Yi Chun for the chicken puppet on the Blue Mountain Island, he felt a bit embarrassed. Gradually, the 3 arrived at the core area of the ruins. There was nothing in the core area, but the 3's breathing had slightly increased. They had found the warehouse of the ruins. Without even thinking, they knew what the warehouse was for. It must be a puppet, and a high-end one at that. Unfortunately, it was not that easy to enter the warehouse. Before entering, they would have to go through this thousands of meters long tunnel in front of them. Taking out a low-rank weapon, Yi Chun threw it into the tunnel. With Yi Chun's Zhen Yuan pouring in, the low-rank weapon's speed was as fast as lightning, reaching 4 times its normal speed. The air-piercing sound was extremely ear-piercing. Pooh! A dark purple light beam shot out from the side, accurately hitting the low-rank weapon. The low-rank weapon exploded instantly, its broken pieces shooting everywhere. Qingzhu was secretly shocked. It seemed like the dark purple light beam was even more horrifying than the bone-disappearing chi. Even she did not have the confidence to go through it smoothly. Without any surprises, the dark purple light beam would not stop attacking until the object was destroyed. This was the real problem. Chapter 405. I wonder if we can find the mechanism that controls the tunnel to attack automatically? Feng Yanro frowned. To be honest, although she was confident that she could make it through, it was more of an uncertainty. Without confidence, it would mean that she would die for sure. No one would not value their life, and she was no exception. Yi Chun's expression did not change. He touched his storage ring and took out another item. It was not a low-rank item, but a real mid-rank one. Pouring his green lotus Zhen Yuan into it, Yi Chun shot it out at the same speed. Pooh, 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 pooh. The hardness of a mid-rank item was way higher than a low-rank item after all. The first light beam did not manage to shatter it, but it was followed by the second, third, fourth. A total of 13 light beams landed on it. The mid-rank item that even Yi Chun could not destroy finally exploded. The explosion of flame dyed the whole tunnel red, a bright red. This is impossible. Qingzhu's mouth was wide open. Feng Yanro also shook her head. She did not have any hope anymore, unless they could find the mechanism. But, if the mechanism of the puppet martial school was that easy to find, then it would not be the puppet martial school anymore. Yi Chun said lightly, "The speed of my low-rank item is 4.5 times the speed of sound. The mid-rank item will be hit by the light beam when it reaches 420 meters, and the mid-rank item will be hit as well. If I increase the speed to 6 times the speed of sound, then it should be hit at 560 meters. Think about it, if I reach 560 meters and am not hit, would I be able to make it? Of course. At 6 times the speed of sound, there will be nothing to be afraid of in the first 560 meters. If I am not hit at 560 meters, then I can travel another 560 meters at once. But how can I not be hit? Also, if I am not hit at 560 meters, can you guarantee that I will not be hit at 570 meters? Qingzhu was not that stupid either, so she asked a couple of crucial questions. Yi Chun said confidently, "I can use something to block out the light beam attack. But it needs to be big enough to cover one side of my body, since you do not know where it will attack you. Therefore, a mid-rank defensive item would not be able to guarantee my safety. Cover one side of the body, and it will be able to block out one attack of the light beam." Puppet warrior. Feng Yanro was very smart, so she immediately said the best option. Yichen nodded. Indeed. Just like I thought, the puppet warrior's defense is powerful enough to block out one attack of the light beam. This time, it was Feng Yanro who asked, but just like you said, the puppet warrior can only cover one side of the body. Will the light beam come from the other side? Once it does, it will turn you into a hornet's nest. Yichen laughed. The low-rank great item that I threw out earlier was aimed at the center of the left side, and the light beam came from the left side. The mid-rank great item was aimed at the center of the right side, and the light beam came from the top. If I am not wrong, it was aimed at the center of the right side, and the light beam would come from the right side. The four sides of this tunnel are equal, which is a square. If you connect the two opposite corners together, there will be four triangles. Let's not talk about the bottom triangle for now. Let's talk about the top three triangles first. When we are inside one of the triangles, we will be attacked by the light beam from the wall that is connected to that triangle. Simply speaking, whichever wall we are close to, we will be attacked from that side. As for the bottom triangle, if we are close to the left side, we will be attacked from the left side, and vice versa. Impossible. You have only tried it twice, and you have already found the pattern? Qingzhu did not believe it. He took out some useless things from his storage ring, and started to experiment. In the end, the result was exactly the same as what Yichen had said. Whichever wall we were close to, we would be attacked from that side, and we could completely predict the direction of the attack. Mr. Yi, have you experienced something like this before? Feng Yanro asked confusedly. Yichen shook his head. This is a mechanism. Mechanisms are different from puppets, as there is a pattern. If it were puppets, then I would not be able to do anything about it. Puppets were even more powerful than mechanisms. Without a doubt, the smaller the loopholes, the better it would be. But no matter what, there would always be loopholes. The key was whether you could see them or not. He did not know what the creator of this mechanism was thinking. If it were him, he would make sure that whichever wall we were close to would be attacked by the light beam from that side. Without this rule, once a person entered, they would be attacked by the light beam from all three walls, and the loopholes would be much smaller. Perhaps the creator of this mechanism was trying to save energy, or maybe he was trying to train his disciples' thinking ability. No one knew. Let's go in then. Qingzhu was eager to try. Not yet. There is one last experiment. Yichen took out two low-rank weapons, one big and one small. He shook his hand and shot them out. The two low-rank weapons were in an absolutely parallel position, with the same height and speed. They were close to the left wall, with the big one covering the small one. Pooh! A beam of light shot out from the left side of the wall, shattering the large low-grade artifact. The small low-grade artifact was unscathed as it passed through the passage. This time, Yichen had shot it out at 6 times the speed of sound. Now it is done. Yichen let out a breath. You are so smart. Qingzhu realized that she had started to admire Yichen. Just like what she had said before, if they could not attack from 560 meters, then what would happen from 570 meters? But in the end, Yichen said to use the puppet warrior to block the attack, which made her forget about the rest of the possibilities. Indeed, the puppet warrior could help them block the attack, but only if they continued to fly and did not get hit by the light beam. Otherwise, everything would be useless. As for controlling the puppet warrior to block the attack, it would be even more unrealistic, since the power of the light beam would make the puppet warrior crash into them. Feng Yanro also admired Yichen a lot. Normally, even if they could find a way, it would take them a long time. Plus, it would be hard to tell if they could stay calm all the time. Let me go first. Yichen stood outside the entrance. 6 times the speed of sound might be hard for other extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, but Yichen had learned the sword steps, so it would not be a problem for him to increase his speed to 6 times the speed of sound in a short period of time. Plus, ever since he had condensed his sword intent into the shape of his sword spirit, it also had the ability to increase his speed. However, it was his ace card, and he would not reveal it easily. Shoo! Extending his body, Yichen shot into the tunnel within a second, leaning towards the wall on the left. When he reached 550 meters, he made a preemptive move, taking out an Axeman puppet to block on the left. The second the puppet appeared, Yichen was already 560 meters away. Pooh! A beam of light landed on the puppet, and Yichen dropped it. His speed did not decrease at all as he continued to fly forward at an extreme speed. Finally, Yichen reached the other end of the tunnel. Under the attack of that beam of light, the Axeman could not handle it and exploded. Seeing that Yichen had succeeded, Feng Yanro and Qingzhu had no reason to worry about anything else. As for 6 times the speed of sound, they were not afraid either, since the Wavy Snow Martial School had a lot of secret arts that could increase one's speed. Of course, it would only be for a short period of time, but it would be enough. Actually, it would not matter if they were slower, but they would have to do it in 2 batches, which would mean losing 2 puppet warriors for each person. They would not be willing to do that, unless they could find something hard enough to replace the puppet warriors. After losing 2 puppet warriors, the 2 successfully passed. Feng Yanro was about to talk to Yichen when she saw him staring at a certain place. She could not help but follow his gaze. There was a sign in the corner with a line of words written on it. Congratulations on finding a way to pass through the death tunnel within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. You are now qualified to pick a top-rank puppet. Our puppet school needs disciples like you. Feng Yanro said with surprise. It is actually used to test the disciples of the puppet school. I see. No wonder it was so easy. Yichen still felt that this mechanism was too easy for Feng Yanro and Qingzhu to think of. First, it was because the time was too short, and they had not calmed down enough to think about it. Second, they did not know that it was a test, so they did not treat it as one. Of course, there would be a lot of people who could not think of it within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Without thinking about it, Yichen said, "Since we have passed, let's go in and have a look. Top-rank puppets are 1 rank higher than puppet warriors. I wonder what kind they will be." Taking back his sight, Yichen walked into the warehouse. The warehouse was divided into a lot of rooms. Walking past one after another, the 3 did not look too good. They had worked so hard to get in, but there was not even a single puppet inside. Soon, the 3 arrived at a room in the corner. Opening the door, the room was not empty. Instead, there were 5 puppets neatly arranged inside. These 5 puppets were all very large. On the left were 2 bird-type puppets, and on the right were 3 beast-type puppets. Whether they were bird-type puppets or beast-type puppets, they all had wings, which meant that they could fly high in the sky. These were puppets that could be used for traveling. 5 top-rank puppets. Top-rank puppets would have a speed close to Sea of Souls Realm warriors. Once they are filled with extreme rank spirit stones, it would be easy for them to surpass Sea of Souls Realm warriors. Feng Yanro was shocked. Yichen laughed. 5? How should we split them? He would definitely not want to take one, so he threw the question back to her. Feng Yanro said, "Although I was the one who told you about the ruins of the puppet martial school near the Blue Mountain Island, you were the one who found it, and it was also you who found the way to get through the death tunnel. Therefore, you should take 2 of them, and the other 3 should belong to me and my sister disciple Qingzhu. What do you think?" "Thank you so much." Among the 5 flying puppets, Yichen chose a flying-type puppet and a beast-type puppet. The flying-type puppet was in the shape of a rock, while the beast-type was in the shape of a leopard. He had not used the flying puppet yet, so Yichen branded his own mental mark on it before filling in the top-rank spirit stones. He slightly pushed his mental power, and the flying puppet's wings started to flap intensely, bringing up a powerful chi flow that looked like sharp blades. Of course, the main purpose of the wings was not to speed up, but to control the direction. The acceleration came from the 3 nozzles on the back of the puppet, each of which was as thick as a bowl. With 2 flying puppets in his hands, Yichen thought that it was a worthwhile trip. Chapter 406. Mr. Yi, most of the treasures have been taken by us, but please do not tell anyone. Right then Feng Yanro said. Yichen looked around and nodded. You are right. This ruin itself is a great treasure. For example, that silver protective cover, the building that was made into a huge mechanism, and that death tunnel, they are all enough to make any rank 6 martial school go crazy. Even rank 5 martial schools would want them. Don't worry, I will not take these things away, and I will not burn the bridge after crossing it. But if your snowy martial school makes too big of a move, it would be hard for you to hide from the other rank 6 martial schools. Feng Yanro said. Indeed, it would be very hard to take the ruin for ourselves. We might even have to share it with the others. But, since it was us who came here first, we will definitely get the biggest share. That is why Yanro hopes that Mr. Yi will keep it a secret. Yichen smiled. He was not interested in the fights between the big martial schools. Since he had already gotten enough, this place had lost its value to him. He suggested, "Let's go back the way we came." The three left the warehouse and came to the tunnel. The death tunnel would be attacked when they came in, but it would be quiet when they went out. Of course, Yichen did not dare to take the risk. After a couple of tests, he flew out the way he came in, afraid that something might happen to the tunnel, and he might die. The three came out, and the puppet warriors followed closely behind. After the time it took to make a pot of tea, the three appeared at the bottom of the lake. Looking back at the white gold bone disappearing Qi, Yichen thought to himself, "This place is 40,000 miles away from the Blue Mountain Island, and it is hidden in the deepest part of the lake. Without getting close to 10 miles, I would not be able to sense it at all. If it were not for my powerful soul power, and my sword spirit embryo had given birth to the light of will power, which has a range of 80 miles, it would be very easy to miss it." Exploring the depths of the lake with a radius of 50,000 miles, it was too easy to miss out on 10 miles of area. It was unavoidable. Back in the Blue Mountain Island, Yichen noticed that the foundation of his golden statue had been built. It was 10 meters in both length and width. Judging from the scale, it would not be a problem for the statue to reach 1 to 200 meters tall. 1 to 200 meters tall statue made entirely out of gold. The Blue Mountain Nation was quite careful in this aspect. In the following days, Yichen spent all his time learning the Thunder Beast transformation and the sky-shattering clouds. The Thunder Beast transformation was a top-rank Earth Realm martial art, and its fourth transformation, the Thunderbird transformation, was only slightly less difficult than the ninth movement of the Green Lotus sword art. However, Yichen did not plan to master it within a short period of time. He only wanted to use the Thunder Beast transformation as a springboard, preparing to merge the eighth movement of the Sky Cloud sword art with the sky-shattering clouds. The sky-shattering clouds combined with the eighth movement of the Sky Cloud sword arts could be said to be Yichen's biggest goal in the near future. It was not that he was too impatient, but that he had no other choice. The advantages of low-rank profound martial arts were too great. As long as he could comprehend 10%, he would be able to surpass the eighth movement of the Green Lotus sword arts and the current sky-shattering clouds. If he could comprehend 20%, his power would double, and he would be able to challenge those with higher realms. If he could comprehend 30%, then it would be horrifying. Yichen could imagine what would happen if an astral-reaching paragon with a top-rank artifact fought against him with 30% of a low-rank profound martial art. At the very least, he did not have absolute confidence in winning against his opponent, not to mention the 40 to 50%. Yichen did not even dare to imagine it. Although Yichen's battle power was twice that of an astral-reaching paragon, he could not afford to be too far behind in some aspects. How could he not be anxious? Once the sky-shattering clouds is combined with the eighth movement of the Sky Cloud sword arts, its power should be equal to the ninth movement of the Green Lotus sword arts. It would be enough to compete with 20% of a low-rank profound martial art. The most urgent thing right now is to reach this goal, and then comprehend the ninth movement of the Green Lotus sword arts. Once these two are completed, it will be time for me to comprehend the profound and create my own low-rank profound martial art. Yichen's goal was very clear. He knew that breaking through from the astral-reaching realm to the Sea of Souls realm was too difficult. Even Xianhou had to spend 6 to 7 years to cultivate from the astral-reaching realm to the Sea of Souls realm. Meanwhile, he had reached the astral-reaching realm at the age of 19. Right now he was 21, and it had only been 2 years. Even if his talent was higher than Xuanhou's, it would still be impossible for him to become a Sea of Souls realm expert in such a short time. Therefore, the development of martial arts was the most important thing. Learning martial arts was not the only thing that Yi-Chen wanted to do. There were a lot of ruins around the Blue Mountain Island, and Yi-Chen would occasionally go there to explore and search for some treasures. His soul power's range was about 5 times that of normal astral-reaching realm warriors, which was too big of an advantage. He could always find some good stuff. Just the day before yesterday, he found an extremely rare blood yuan plant in a herb garden. Although it was not as valuable as the sky demon flower petals, it was still a great healing plant. Plus, the blood yuan plant had an advantage, which was that even if one did not have Jin Yuan in their body, they would be able to take effect immediately. Spirit plants, spirit stones, great weapons, martial arts. Yi-Chen had gained quite a lot, and he also had the thought of leaving the Blue Mountain Island. Above the boundless Star Regional Lake, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The sky was clear, and a light breeze was blowing gently, bringing up small waves. A human figure descended from the sky, stepping on the surface of the lake. This place is thousands of miles away from the Blue Mountain Island. There should not be many people passing by. I will use the flying puppet to get there. It was indeed Yi-Chen. Since the Blue Mountain Island had too many people, there were not many remote places. Therefore, after exploring most of the ancient ruins, he decided to leave the Blue Mountain Island, preparing to merge the 8th style of the Sky Cloud Sword art into the sky-shattering clouds. Learning martial arts would not be a bad way to go. In the boundless Star Regional Lake, those uninhabited islands were undoubtedly the best choice. Buzz. The air slightly vibrated, and the leopard-shaped puppet appeared in front of Yi-Chen. The puppet was 4 meters long and 2.5 meters tall. It had a pair of 8 meters long wings. Its claws were sharp, and its eyes were 2 bowl-sized gems. Apart from the fact that it did not breathe, it looked very similar to a leopard-shaped beast. From afar, one would definitely not mistake it for a puppet. Flipping over and sitting on the puppet, Yi-Chen pushed his mental power, making the puppet run. Splash! 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 Without spreading its wings, the puppet started to run at an extreme speed on the lake. Because of the energy in its feet, it was running very steadily. Soon, it did not sink into the lake. Yeah, its running speed is about 3 times the speed of sound. Yi-Chen nodded. This speed was already very satisfying for him. Since even rank 9 beasts could only run at this speed on the ground, only by relying on the beast yuan could they reach 10 times the speed of sound. Even if it were a Sea of Souls realm warrior, it would still be the same. Fly! As he gave the order, the puppet opened its wings and started to flap violently. Waves started to appear on the surface of the lake, bringing up a 100-meter-tall wave. Shoo! A high-pitched sound was heard as the puppet shot into the sky, bringing Yi-Chen up to 10,000 meters in the sky. 7 times. 8 times. 9 times. 10 times. Soon, the puppet's speed reached 10 times the speed of sound, which was slightly slower than Sea of Souls realm warriors. At the end of its tail, 3 nozzles were shooting out scorching streams of air. This stream of air could melt gold and iron, even burning the air into nothingness. This speed is too fast. Yi-Chen was shocked. The only time he had experienced 10 times the speed of sound was when Long Bai brought him back to the Windy Nation. His fastest speed was definitely not more than 7 times the speed of sound. With this flying puppet, I will not need to use Zhen Yuan to travel anymore. As for top-rank spirit stones, that would indeed be a problem. The flying puppet would need to be filled with 120 top-rank spirit stones each time. If it flew at full speed, it would last for 24 hours, which would cost 120 top-rank spirit stones. In a few days, the 3,500 top-rank spirit stones that Yi-Chen had gotten from the battles would be used up, and he would not be able to afford it at all. Let's see if I can fill in the mid-rank spirit stones. I do not need to travel this fast anyway. Yi-Chen suddenly had an idea as he told the puppet to stop. After digging out the top-rank spirit stones, Yi-Chen filled in 120 mid-rank spirit stones. Then he continued to fly at full speed. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. After filling in the mid-rank spirit stones, the maximum speed of the puppet was 5 times the speed of sound. This speed is more than enough. I will use mid-rank spirit stones in the future. Different from top-rank spirit stones, Yi-Chen already had more than 2 million mid-rank spirit stones. He could definitely afford it. Moreover, the consumption of zhenyuan was actually more expensive than mid-rank spirit stones. Once his zhenyuan was used up, he would need to replenish it with pellets, and a single pellet would cost quite a lot of mid-rank spirit stones. Of course, using mid-rank spirit stones as the energy source could only last for 6 hours, and he would have to change it every 6 hours. Traveling at 5 times the speed of sound, Yichen soon found a deserted island that he was satisfied with. The deserted island was huge, no less than 1,000 miles in size. There were a large number of land beasts living on it, and there were also a few amphibious beasts. Landing in the mountains on the west side of the island, Yichen quickly put away the puppet. Let's comprehend it here. Time flowed like water, and Yichen had already lived on the deserted island for 3 days. During this time, Yichen's comprehension of the Thunder Beast transformation went smoothly. The Thunder Beast transformation had a total of 4 transformations: Thunder Bear, Thunder Leopard, Thunder Lion, and Thunderbird. Yichen had already comprehended the 3rd transformation a long time ago. Now he had even trained it to completion, and the 4th transformation, Thunderbird transformation, was starting to make some progress. Break. Holding the Thunder Sword with both of his hands, Yichen threw out a sword attack towards the mountain in front of him. Boom. A Thunder Lion with 2 wings rushed out and crashed into the middle of the mountain. With a thunderous sound, the huge mountain was blown into pieces. Black rocks flew everywhere, as if it was the end of the world. Thunder Lion transformation combined with Thunderbird transformation, growing a pair of wings. It is time to study the sky-shattering clouds. I believe it will be a success this time. In fact, to merge the 8th movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art with the sky-shattering clouds, he only needed one opportunity. That was why Yichen went to study the Thunder Beast transformation, hoping to find this opportunity from the thunder mentality of the Thunder Beast transformation, and use it in his martial arts. What was more troublesome was that this time, he only needed to merge the sword movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art without the cloud mentality, because from mentality to profound, the 2 different elements would gradually separate. It was just like a low-rank profound martial art, which only had 1 profound, so it was impossible to have 2. Previously, he had combined the cloud mentality with the thunder mentality. In the short term, it was indeed a shortcut, but in the long term, it was a mistake. When the 2 complementary mentalities reached their limit, they would eventually separate. Right now, Yichen had made great progress in the thunder mentality, so he needed to separate the cloud mentality. Chapter 407. White clouds filled the sky, and the sun and moon flew past. On a flat land amidst the mountains, a huge wooden house had appeared out of nowhere. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around the house, preventing some low-grade demonic beasts from entering. Inside the house, Yichen sat cross-legged on the wooden floor cultivating. With the upper-grade spirit stones, reaching the peak of late astral reaching realm was only a matter of time, which would save Yichen a lot of trouble and time. After absorbing the yuan qi of the 2 upper-grade spirit stones, Yichen slowly opened his eyes. Worthy of being an upper-grade spirit stone, the yuan qi's purity is several times that of a mid-grade spirit stone. There's no need to refine it, as it can be directly transformed into zhenyuan. The total amount is also dozens of times that of a mid-grade spirit stone. Although its effect is not as good as the earth astral pellet, the remaining upper-grade spirit stones are enough for me to reach the peak of late astral reaching realm. Moreover, there's still more to go. 1 month. I only need 1 month to temporarily complete my cultivation base. Cultivation base was different from other things. The peak of late astral reaching realm was complete, and the next step would be the Sea of Soul realm. Martial skills and Sword Soul embryo both had room for improvement, as they could allow a martial artist to have the strength to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Kacha. The weather of the Star Regional Lake was constantly changing. A moment ago, the sun was shining high in the sky, and the next moment, dark clouds covered the sky. The lake water was filled with raging waves as if it was the end of the world. One after another, silver snakes tore through the dark void, followed by a torrential rain, pouring down like water from the heavenly river. Such a heavy rain would only need a moment to turn a person into a drowned rat. In a short moment, it could fill a depression in the ground with rainwater. It's time to comprehend sword arts. During these days on the island, apart from cultivating, Yichen was comprehending, regardless of rain or shine. He had already experienced this kind of thunderstorm several times. Opening the door, Yichen arrived at the open space in front of the house and raised his head to look at the sky. When the rain reached 30 meters above his head, it would slide down to the side, where there was an invisible barrier. Without any hesitation, Yichen took a step out of the protective layer. Leaving the protective shield, the rain vented its anger on Yichen, instantly turning him into a man who had just been fished out of the river. His clothes clung tightly to his body, outlining the curves of his strong muscles. The corner of Yichen's mouth curled up. In fact, if he slightly circulated his Zhen Yuan, not to mention the pouring rain, even the rain formed by thunder and lightning would not be able to touch him at all. However, since he wanted to comprehend sword arts, he had to be in close contact with nature. If the first of the 3 layers of sky, the surprising sky, could allow Yichen's thunder mentality to reach its limit, then the natural weather would be the best time to comprehend sword arts. The mysteries of nature were not that simple. The coldness of the rain and the flickering silver snakes in his eyes allowed Yichen to enter the best state of comprehension. My state of thunder evolved from the state of cloud. Now I need to completely cut off the connection and form a complete system. Only then can I improve further. Crackle! A faint purple bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It was dozens of miles long, breathtaking, domineering, and filled with a lingering sense of shock. The center of Yichen's eyebrows swelled. His soul power instantly radiated onto the faint purple lightning, feeling its unique vibration. He could not see anything from the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Each lightning strike would fall into Yichen's soul power's perception, allowing him to carefully comprehend the changes within, extracting the essence and discarding the impurities. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the lightning was getting more and more destructive. Yichen took a deep breath. As he inhaled, the rain in the sky gathered together like a long dragon, attacking towards Yichen. Break! With his tongue on his palate, Yichen yelled as the thunder sword was taken out of its scabbard, slicing through the air. Ting! The shocking sword sound resonated in the sky. A sword light without any lightning lit up the whole world. With an unstoppable momentum, it sliced out horizontally. Wherever it went, the mountains were cut into deep valleys. The rain was shattered by the invisible power, and a rainless area appeared. Swish! 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 Endless electric currents flashed on both sides of the valley, scorching the surface. This sword attack. So tyrannical. This sword attack could be said to be Yichen's strongest sword attack. One could see the extreme changes of lightning within it. Only one step away from touching upon the profound of thunder. Finally done. Half a month of accumulation, half a month of hard work. And today, a door had finally been opened for him. A door to the thunder profound. If this sword art was a top-rank Earth Realm sword art passed down from the ancient people, then Yichen would have already trained it to completion. It should be known that even a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors could not reach this level. They would have to train 2 or 3 top-rank Earth Realm martial arts to completion before they could learn the profound. This move has no connection with the cloud mentality. It shouldn't be called sky-shattering clouds. I should think of a name related to lightning. Letting out a breath, Yichen started to ponder. After thinking for a while, he decided to name this move Sky Thunder Cut. The first word was related to sky-shattering clouds. After all, it was derived from sky-shattering clouds. The second word didn't need any explanation, but the third word represented the sharpness of this move. It was even more tyrannical than slashing. Sky Thunder Cut. Let's call it Sky Thunder Cut then. Yichen was very satisfied with this name. With the Sky Thunder Cut, the power of my sword attacks would be equivalent to comprehending 20% of a low-rank profound martial skill. If I managed to train the 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword art as well, then I would have 2 low-rank profound martial skills with 20% comprehension. One would be close to the Thunder profound, while the other would be close to the Wood profound. As for the cloud mentality and the water mentality, I would have to give them up for now. It was not unreasonable to give up the cloud mentality, since it was learned from the Earth Realm low-rank Sky Cloud sword art, which was much weaker than the peak-rank Earth Realm sword arts. If he trained the Sky Cloud sword art to perfection, would he be able to comprehend the profound? Of course not. Therefore, the cloud mentality would not be able to reach a high level, and the water mentality would also be the same. It was a supporting mentality of the Green Lotus sword art, and its main mentality was still the wood mentality. Therefore, the ninth movement did not have the water mentality, only the wood mentality. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, Yi Chen's body shook. All the water on his body, clothes, and hair had been shaken into nothingness, and he looked clean and fresh again. Back in the wooden house that was covered by the protective layer, Yi Chen jumped into the bath. The water in the bath was hot water. As for boiling water, Yi Chen did not need to think about it. With the mid-rank soul stones as the power source, everything inside was automatic. In terms of the essence of wisdom, this place was way more advanced than the world that Yi Chen came from. At least, there was no need to generate electricity here. On the second day, Yi Chen did not leave immediately. Although the Sky Thunder Cut had been completed, he had not fully mastered it yet. Knowing it was one thing, but using it to its extreme was another. On the summit, Yi Chen's figure flickered like lightning. The thunder sword in his hand slashed out with every step he took. There was no sword light, as the true might was restrained. However, the aura of the sword ripping through the void gave off an incomparably shocking feeling. It was a restrained eruption, like a bolt of lightning striking down from the pitch-black sky, shaking one to the core. Sky Thunder Cut, nothing it cannot cut. Throwing out a mid-rank artifact, Yi Chen slashed at it. Clang! A blazing flame shot out, tearing a huge hole in the extremely hard mid-rank artifact. It should be known that without the attack power of Sea of Soul Realm experts, almost no one could destroy a mid-rank artifact. Even the light beam in the Death Tunnel could not shatter a mid-rank artifact in one go. It would take many times. At this moment, if an astral-reaching expert saw Yi Chen casually destroying a mid-rank artifact, they would certainly be heartbroken. There were so many astral-reaching experts in True Spirit Continent, and 60% of them had a mid-rank artifact. The remaining 40% didn't even have a suitable weapon, using low-rank artifacts. A mid-rank artifact was worth at least 30,000 mid-rank soul stones. How could they not feel heartache when they lost it just like that? Of course, if they knew that Yi Chen had destroyed one or two mid-rank artifacts in the puppet school's ruins, they would probably be in a state of panic. However, if they had Yi Chen's wealth, they probably wouldn't care about mid-grade weapons either. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones could already buy 70 or 80 mid-grade weapons. Moreover, these mid-grade weapons weren't bought by Yi Chen, but taken by those people who wanted to kill him. Before returning to the Windy Nation, he had left a few mid-grade weapons for the Sky Cloud Martial School and the Yi family, and the rest of the mid-grade weapons were all on him. Sky Thunder Cut can tear apart mid-rank artifacts at close range, but it probably won't work if it's a bit further. Yi Chen was very clear about this. Only a real attack would be the most powerful attack. Two people with similar strength would not use a long-range attack. After all, without overwhelming strength, the power of the attack would be limited by such a long distance. Distance was the law of nature, and could not be ignored. Clang 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 clang. After tearing a hole on the mid-rank artifact, Yi Chen's sword art became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already slashed out dozens of times. The mid-rank artifact had been completely shattered into thousands of pieces. It's time to go to the Extreme Yin region. After successfully completing the Sky Thunder Cut, Yi Chen naturally would not stay on the island any longer. His next destination was the Extreme Yin region between the Wavy Cloud region and the Misty Snow region. The Extreme Yin region was very low in altitude, and the earth chi there was very rich, so much so that it had even formed a black mist. The sky was yang, and the earth was yin. That place was the place with the densest earth chi. It was also the most chaotic place. There were no sects there, only countless gangs. It was a very cruel place, and if one wanted to survive there, one must have enough strength. Of course, going to the Extreme Yin region was not, because one had nothing better to do. Precisely because the extreme Yin region was extremely chaotic and lawless, treasures that couldn't be found in the market would often appear. Some of these treasures had unknown origins and couldn't be sold through normal channels. They could only be bought in the extreme Yin region. Several hundred years ago, the skeleton of a life and death king appeared in an auction in the extreme Yin region. The life and death king's Zhen Yuan and body had fused into one. Even a drop of blood had its martial imprint, not to mention a complete skeleton. It was simply a priceless treasure. Later on, it was won by an extremely mysterious Sea of Soul Realm Master. After that Sea of Soul Realm Master left, he was besieged by numerous Sea of Soul Realm experts. The source was the Life and Death King's skeleton. As for the final result, nobody knew. Chapter 408. The Star Regional Lake extended all the way to the hinterland of Misty Snow region, and was also a tributary of the extreme Yin region's Blackwater Lake. In fact, almost all the larger lakes and rivers of the southern sector were connected to the Star Regional Lake, which could be said to be the largest lake in the southern sector. The extreme Yin region was located in the northwest direction of the Star Regional Lake. The further one flew, the lower the temperature became. The surface of the lake had already started to form a thin layer of ice. In the Sea of Clouds, Yichen rode on the leopard puppet and leisurely drank wine. In the extreme Yin region, Sea of Soul Realm is the king, and extreme astral reaching experts dominate. But under normal circumstances, Sea of Soul Realm experts won't come out, since they've swallowed too many dirty treasures. Once they appear in the eyes of the world, they will inevitably be hunted down by Sea of Soul Realm experts of big sections. Compared to a powerful 6th grade sect like the Snowy Palace, a lone Sea of Soul Realm expert is too weak. Only Sea of Soul Realm masters have life-saving means, but they still have to flee. But none of this has anything to do with me. Punching through the Sea of Clouds, Yichen looked down to see where he was looking. What he saw almost made him break out in a cold sweat. In front of him, 3 figures were chasing each other, one in front and 2 behind. Their speed had reached an astonishing 13 times the speed of sound, and it was still increasing. Wherever they went, the air would be torn open, leaving a vacuum tunnel that couldn't be closed. The space rippled like water, circle after circle, shattering the void. It was 3 Sea of Soul Realm experts. Each one of them was a lot stronger than the gray-haired old man from Floating Mountain Sect, almost at the same level as Sect Leader Long. Especially the one on the left, his aura was as deep as the ocean. Whether or not he was a Sea of Soul Realm master, Yichen didn't know, but he was definitely a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert. Not good, they're coming. Yichen's expression changed as he hurriedly put away the leopard puppet. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his treasures. The puppet mechanism technique of the puppet school had almost been lost, and the leopard puppet was obviously not an ordinary item. If he were to be targeted by one of them, Yichen would have nowhere to run. Xiao. In practically the blink of an eye, the person in the lead had already arrived above the Sea of Clouds. He glanced at Yichen, who was about to dodge, and he didn't even think before casually waving his hand to clear the path. Rumble. The surging energy was like a huge wave that was tens of thousands of meters tall, sweeping everything in its path. Everything in its path was instantly annihilated, and the Sea of Clouds disappeared. It was as if the sky had split open. Yichen groaned inwardly as he pulled out the Thunder Sword and executed the Sky Thunder Cut that he had recently comprehended. Puff! The Sky Thunder Cut was indeed powerful, but the gap between their strengths was just too big. Yichen vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying dozens of miles away. Just a casual wave of his hand was enough to seriously injure me. Dozens of miles away, Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining brightly. The person in the lead didn't notice whether Yichen was dead or not, because he was fleeing for his life. As for attacking Yichen, it was only to clear the obstacles. Otherwise, if he used a profound sense martial skill, Tin Yichen would be dead already. Daoist 6 fingers, stay. The person on the left behind used some kind of profound secret art, increasing his speed by 30% and turning into an illusory arc of light, intercepting the person in front. This Sea of Soul Realm expert called Daoist 6 Fingers was a middle-aged man with a long beard. His temperament was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were long and sharp. He coldly said, "You've been chasing me for 2 hours. Aren't you going too far? Do you really think I, Taoist Six Fingers, am easy to bully?" The yellow-faced middle-aged man in front of Taoist Six Fingers smiled. "Spit out the things you bought from the auction house, and we won't stop you again. This is something I bought with 60,000 upper-grade spirit stones. If you spit it out just like that, who's going to compensate me for my spirit stones?" In just a short while, the Sea of Soul Realm expert had already caught up and said with a coarse voice, "Where did you buy it from? Who's going to compensate? This upper-grade artifact belongs to my junior brother. Don't even think about taking it away. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Taoist Six Fingers flew into a rage. "Nobody can make me spit out the things that have fallen into my hands. Since you don't want to let me have an easy time, then bring it on. I'd like to see what you can do to me, Taoist Six Fingers." "Humph. Senior Brother Wang, don't make a move. Let me experience Taoist Six Fingers methods." A meteor hammer appeared in the robust middle-aged man's hand. The end of the hammer was fastened to a chain, and it was at least dozens of meters long. Holding the chain in one hand and the handle of the hammer in the other, the robust middle-aged man operated his Zhen Yuan. Surging Zhen Yuan undulated like raging waves, instantly rising to the peak. Exploding fire hammer. The meteor hammer was flung by the robust middle-aged man, turning into surging flames. Scram! Taoist Six Fingers raised his right hand. From dozens of li away, Yichen discovered that this right hand had an extra pinky finger. No wonder he was called Taoist Six Fingers. Taoist Six Fingers bellowed and slapped at the incoming meteor hammer. In the air, a black six-fingered palm appeared out of nowhere. The patterns on the palm were clearly visible. This Zhen Yuan palm was propelled by a special profound, which had an extremely strong corrosive power. The 6 fingers closed together, grabbing onto the blazing meteor hammer. Bang! The flames wrapped around the meteor hammer fiercely exploded. This was the profound of fire, and the powerful explosive force instantly blasted away the 6-fingered palm. Taoist 6 Fingers, are you going to hand over that high-grade artifact? The robust middle-aged man's left wrist shook, and the chain connected to the meteor hammer vibrated. The meteor hammer bypassed the black palm, and once again struck at Taoist 6 Fingers. Clang! Taoist 6 Fingers had no choice but to take out a dazzling yellow shield. The shield was extraordinary and actually managed to block the meteor hammer's strike. Right at this moment, the yellow-faced middle-aged man, who had remained motionless, finally moved. His figure flickered like an eagle, arriving above Taoist 6 Fingers and punching down. There was a thud. Taoist 6 Fingers, who had used the shield to block in time, did not fare well. His figure was sent flying in a rather sorry state. The yellow-faced middle-aged man chased after him and said calmly, "Taoist 6 Fingers, you can't keep this shield. If you insist on not listening to my advice, then I can only kill you. I only used 60% of my strength in that punch just now. Do you want to see a punch with 100% power?" Hearing these words, Taoist 6 Fingers' expression fluctuated and turned gloomy. He had underestimated the yellow-faced and robust middle-aged man's strength. The robust middle-aged man seemed to be slightly slower than him, but he comprehended the profound of fire, which gave him an extremely ferocious offensive power. However, Taoist 6 Fingers still had the confidence to contend against him. On the other hand, he could not see through the yellow-faced man. The punch just now did not seem to contain any profound, but in fact, it was all contained within the fist energy. If he continued fighting, he would be injured even if he didn't die. Damn it, I didn't think that the mystic armor shield would change hands so soon after I obtained it. Taoist 6 Fingers was flustered and exasperated, but he was just pretending to feel wronged. In the land of extreme Yin, there were many dirty things. It would be fine if no one questioned him after he obtained it, but if someone chased after him, he could only rely on his fists to do the talking. Unfortunately, his fists were not as hard as the other two. "I'll give you the mystic armor shield. I hope you two will keep your word." Taoist 6 Fingers did not intend to waste any more time. The robust middle-aged man sneered. "Even if you have the mystic armor shield, it won't be enough to kill you." Humph. Daoist Six Fingers coldly snorted and threw the mystic armor shield to the yellow-faced man. The robust middle-aged man's words were harsh, but they were not without reason. With the yellow-faced man's strength, Daoist Six Fingers wasn't confident in escaping. After catching the mystic armor shield, the yellow-faced man lightly said, "You can leave." "Oh right, you are not allowed to touch that kid." He could see that Daoist Six Fingers wanted to vent his anger on Yi Chun. After Daoist Six Fingers left, the robust middle-aged man gloomily said, "Senior Brother Wang, didn't we agree that I would fight with Daoist Six Fingers? Don't interfere." The yellow-faced man smiled and said, "Didn't you notice who that kid was?" "Who is it?" Speaking of which, the robust middle-aged man indeed didn't care about Yi Chun. "It's the genius that sect master fancied in South Rudra region, Yi Chun." While speaking, the yellow-faced man chased after Yi Chun, who was running away. Yi Chun couldn't be blamed for running away. The three of them would settle their dispute, and it would be too dangerous for him to stay. Therefore, after observing for a while, he decided to leave. Swish! Two figures blocked Yi Chun's path. Yi Chun's face turned ugly. "Seniors, I wonder what business you have with this junior?" The robust middle-aged man laughed. "Speaking of which, Senior Brother Wang and I are your senior brothers. Although you are not Sect Master's disciple, we are also no longer Sect Master's disciples." "Sect Master, Senior Brother?" Yi Chun doubtfully said. "Seniors come from Dragon God's Celestial Palace." The yellow-faced man said, "That's right. Me and Junior Brother Yen were once Sect Master Dragon King's disciples. Unfortunately, our talents weren't enough, and we were no longer disciples after reaching a certain age. However, we never forgot our duties as disciples. Since you're favored by Sect Master, we've already tacitly agreed that you're Sect Master's disciple. You won't mind if we call you Junior Brother, right?" One of them was called Wang Shi, and the other was Yen Kuei. "So it's Senior Brother from Dragon God's Celestial Palace." "Yi Chun, sorry for not recognizing you." Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief. So it turned out they were on his side, causing him to run for his life. Right, how did they recognize him? He had never seen them before. Immediately, he voiced out his doubts. "We've seen your portrait. In fact, everyone with a bit of status in Dragon God's Celestial Palace has seen your portrait. That's why we could recognize you at a glance," Wang Shi explained. "Senior Brother Wang, what's going on with this Daoist Six Fingers?" Recalling how he was almost killed and heavily injured, Yi Chun felt a lingering fear in his heart. However, with the heavenly demonic flower's petals, this kind of injury couldn't do anything to him. Yen Kuei snorted coldly and said, "One of our junior brothers was killed, and his top-grade defensive artifact, the mysterious armor shield, was lost in the extreme Yin region. Senior Brother Wang and I were ordered to come here and take back the mysterious armor shield. Once I know who killed our junior brother, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Speaking of which, Junior Brother Yi is worthy of being a genius favored by Sect Master. To be able to withstand an attack from Daoist Six Fingers without dying, it truly makes us blush with shame." Yen Kuei faintly nodded. Daoist Six Fingers can be considered an expert among Sea of Soul realm experts. If news that he couldn't kill you in one attack spread out, it would be enough to shake the younger generation. Yi Chun smiled bitterly. Daoist Six Fingers only casually dealt a blow, yet I was already heavily injured. If he were to get serious, even 10 of me wouldn't be able to resist. Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Yen, don't praise me. Kid, don't be discontented. Back then, when we were at your cultivation base, let alone Daoist Six Fingers, any Sea of Soul realm expert could easily kill us. Compared to you, we're the ones ashamed. Yen Kuei scolded with a smile. Chapter 409. Brother Yen is right. Compared to most of the people, your talent and comprehensive ability are unparalleled. However, Wang Shi's tone suddenly changed as he said, "Today is different from the past. If you want to be at the forefront, you will need to work even harder. Otherwise, you will be surpassed sooner or later, and then you will be eliminated. In the past 10 years, the number of martial geniuses has increased by a couple times, or even 10 times. Just our dragon god celestial palace alone has a lot of martial geniuses, who were all selected from different regions. Some of them are unique in terms of martial arts comprehension. Some of them have amazing potential in terms of willpower, and some of them are extremely talented. Talent. In Yi Chen's understanding, talent referred to training talent. Wang Shi said, "Brother Yi, have you heard of spirit bodies?" Attributed spirit bodies. Yi Chen recalled all the information that the Battle King had imparted into his brain, and he seemed to have mentioned something about attributed spirit bodies. That's right. Some people are more suitable for training fire element Zhenyuan, while others are more suitable for training earth element Zhenyuan. Letting them train other element Zhenyuan would require twice the effort for half the result, and they would not be able to display their potential. However, these kinds of people's potential would evolve once again, and they would have an elemental spirit body. There are all kinds of different elemental spirit bodies, such as gold spirit body, wood spirit body, water spirit body, and so on. People with gold spirit body would be able to train gold element Zhenyuan several times faster than ordinary people. What's more frightening is that they would be able to comprehend gold mentality or gold profound several times faster. Their body and soul are extremely compatible with the gold element source, and 1 year of training would be equivalent to several years of bitter training for others. Especially after reaching the Sea of Soul realm, they would have an even greater advantage, and could easily comprehend gold profound. Our dragon god celestial palace has a water spirit body genius. I heard that the Thunder Princess of the Thunder region is a thunder spirit body genius. As for what kind of spirit bodies there are in the southern regions, I have no idea. Yi Chen nodded. Brother Wang, don't worry. I have never slacked off. Speaking of which, your Sky Cloud Martial School is not simple at all. Besides you, there is also Su Jing, who has just become a direct disciple. Her talent is even rarer. She is actually a top martial genius who is born to train chi power. The leader had said that Su Jing's talent is even higher than his, but she has not used all of her potential yet, not even 10% of it. I really do not know if it is true or not. Yan Kuei nodded. The leader values Su Jing a lot, more than any other disciple. I have never seen the leader value someone this much, including his direct descendant. Yi Chen chuckled. It was naturally good that Su Jing was valued. As for Dragon King saying that she was talented, he must have seen something. Brother Yi, our mission has been completed, and we have to go back to report. Are you going to the extreme place? Wang Shi asked. Yes. Then be careful. The extreme place is very chaotic. It is a lawless place. Also, don't cause trouble in the auction houses. The auction houses are backed by 3 life and death kings. Although they can't appear in the extreme place, life and death kings have to give them face. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to chase Daoist 6 fingers so hard. We could just force the auction house to hand over the treasure. Wang Shi reminded. Yan Kuei interrupted. Of course, Brother Yi, you don't need to be afraid. If anyone dares to touch you, just fight back. Extreme astral reaching experts are considered top figures. Moreover, if you don't fight back, others will treat you like a soft persimmon. In a lawless place, violence was the only useful method. The 3 had never met before, but they were chatting happily. However, all good things must come to an end. After exchanging a few words, Wang Shi and Yan Kuei flew off into the distance. It's only interesting when there are many geniuses. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Yi Chen had never considered the young generation of the true spirit continent as pressure. Becoming stronger was his goal, and the process of becoming stronger was his life. What was the point of being invincible after training for 100 years? The value of life was that you were alive, not a dream. The extreme place, throughout the year, it was filled with a faint black mist. This mist was formed by mixing earth qi with other kinds of qi. Staying in here, people would become more and more violent, more and more unruly. With a slight stimulation, blood would flow like a river, and corpses would be everywhere. Of course, this place could also be used to train people. In this chaotic place, if one could maintain their original heart and not be shaken, it would be very helpful to strengthen one's will. A human figure descended from the sky, landing on the ground. What a dense, heterogeneous aura. This was a huge wasteland. Looking down, rolling black smoke like gas gushed out from the ground, rolling and turbulent. It was as if this was not land, but the sky, except that the white clouds had been replaced by black clouds. Even with Yi Chen's powerful sword intent, he could sense that this mixed earth chi had a side effect of affecting his mind. It would be fine for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, his mind would be eroded by the mixed earth chi, and his personality would change drastically, becoming bloodthirsty and violent. There are a lot of powerful warriors in the extreme place. Some of the hidden areas have Sea of Souls realm warriors. I should not fly in the sky, since it would be too eye-catching. Shoo! Turning into a beam of light, Yi Chen kept close to the ground as he flew at a low altitude. After flying for about an hour, Yi Chen saw a group of horses and carriages in the distance. This group was very different from the ones outside. The carriages were made of black wood, and there were some patterns carved on the surface. If one looked carefully, one could see that there was a light shining on the patterns, circulating automatically. Mechanism art. Yi Chen was shocked. The mechanism art was not as good as the puppet art, but there were a lot of similarities. For example, as long as there was a power source, it would be able to provide energy. If he guessed it right, the defense of the carriages should not be weak. When faced with danger, it could activate a protective layer to protect the carriages from being damaged, which was similar to his puppet house. Of course, the puppet house was more advanced, since it would require a mental imprint, which could be controlled with mental power. The carriages were not pulled by normal horses, but a kind of horse-type demonic beast called the Black Submerged Horse. The Black Submerged Horse stepped on the smoke and ran in the sky, causing the carriages to float in the air as well. It was a huge group of carriages flying at a low altitude. It could be seen that this caravan had suffered heavy losses. Some of the patterns on the surface of the carriages had been severed. When the flowing light reached there, it immediately stopped, unable to move freely. The human cultivators on horseback were covered in blood, their faces grave. On the third carriage, the curtain was pulled open, and a pretty head popped out. She seemed to want to see what was going on, but when she saw Yi Chen flying on the wasteland by himself, her eyes brightened. Her red lips opened slightly, and her voice was like a wind chime. "Child, are you going to the Blackwater City?" The elder sitting on the shaft was startled, and he said with a low voice, "Miss, this guy is not from anywhere. It would be best not to mess with him. Traveling as fast as possible is the right thing to do." The young lady called Miss said, "Steward, we have lost a lot of people. There are still tens of thousands of miles between here and the Blackwater City. I can see that he is so young, and since he has come out to travel, he must be quite powerful. If we invite him into the group, there will be no harm in it." The steward glanced at Yi Chen and said, "His cultivation is indeed not weak. He is a late astral reaching realm warrior." The steward himself was at the peak level of late astral reaching realm. If that is the case, then it would be even better. Hearing her, Yi Chen frowned a little. The extreme place was quite vast, and the ground was covered in black smoke. It would be hard to recognize the terrain, and it would be easy to get lost. So following the group might be a better choice. With that thought in mind, he nodded. "Indeed." The young lady said, "The extreme place is very dangerous. If you travel alone, you will cause a lot of trouble. Why don't you come with us?" "If you don't mind, I will." Yi Chen moved closer to the group. The steward studied Yi Chen for a while, and realized that he was younger than he had expected, only 21 years old. Such a young man must be one of the top young warriors from some region, which made him feel a lot better. At least, the chance of a young man being a bandit was very low. The young lady pointed at a carriage in the back. "It is empty. You can go in and rest. I will call you when we reach the Blackwater City." "Thank you." Yi Chen did not say much. His body flashed and landed on the shaft of the carriage. He opened the curtain and went in. "Miss, even if you invite him, he might not help us when we are in danger." The steward shook his head and looked forward. "The extreme place is hard to recognize. I invited him into the group, and let him rest in one of the carriages. It is more or less a privilege for him. If we are in danger, He might consider whether or not to help us. Plus, we might not be in danger. Yeah, we will do as you say. The steward thought about it and agreed. Inviting Yi Chun in would mean that they would have one more late astral-reaching realm warrior. Who knows, he might help them when they were in danger. Plus, one more late astral-reaching realm warrior would mean an extra layer of safety. This was without a doubt. The inside of the carriage was very clean. It seemed like someone had been here before, but now that they were gone, they were most likely dead. Yi Chun sat down and let out a breath. Boom. After an unknown period of time, the carriage started to shake slightly. It is an earth dragon. 3 rank 7 earth dragons. An exclamation entered Yi Chun's ears. Reaching out his hand to open the curtain, Yi Chun looked over. In the black smoke, 3 earthworm-like beasts that were countless times bigger than earthworms broke out of the ground. These 3 beasts were dozens of meters long, and their heads were filled with sharp teeth. They attacked towards the people in the carriages. The extreme place only had demonic beasts, earth dragons. Evil creatures, you are looking for death. The steward and many of the experts in the group attacked one after another. All kinds of light shone, attacking the earth dragons. The earth dragons loved the earth chi and yin chi the most, and the extreme yin place was undoubtedly their base. With the power of the terrain, the rank 7 earth dragons were as powerful as rank 8 beasts. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to compete with them at all. Only the housekeeper could beat them. Sky-breaking cut. After fighting for a long time, the steward's Zhen Yuan started to boil. He held his great blade and slashed on one of the earth dragon's heads. Swoosh. The head of the earth dragon fell off, and the dirty blood spilled everywhere. However, the earth dragon did not seem to be affected. Its tail shot out of the ground, which was also filled with sharp teeth. Is he really an ungrateful person? The young woman glanced at Yi Chun secretly. Seeing that he was not doing anything, she could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Yi Chun had his own plan. These earth dragons could not do anything to the experts in the group, and it was only a matter of time. When the time came, he would naturally help out. Chapter 410. Boom. 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 The Beast Yuan and Jin Yuan clashed together, bringing up waves of qi. The 3 earth dragons were wounded badly under the combined attacks of the crowd, their blood splashing everywhere. The earth dragons cannot hold on any longer. Everyone keep it up. The leading guard leader continued to attack the earth dragons as he tried to boost the morale. Shoo. On the other side, the steward was fighting one earth dragon by himself. The blue great blade in his hand was like a beam of light blue lightning. Within a second, the tail of the earth dragon, which was full of sharp teeth, had been cut off as well, leaving only the torso in the middle, struggling on the ground. After taking care of one earth dragon, the steward turned around to help the others. With the help of the steward, the remaining 2 earth dragons could not do much. One died, and the other escaped. One of the guard team members breathed heavily as he looked at the dead body of the earth dragon on the ground. He said with lingering fear, "Luckily, it was a rank 7 earth dragon. If one of the 3 earth dragons was a rank 8 one, we would not be able to kill it even with all of us combined." Don't jinx it. A rank 8 earth dragon is not that easy to appear. It is an existence that can kill powerful astral-reaching realm warriors within seconds. I am just saying. Right then, someone looked over at the carriage that Yi Chun was in and said with disdain, "Miss invited him to join the team and take him to the Blackwater City. But he is just resting in the carriage like it is nothing. He does not care about what is going on here. Who does he think he is? I think Miss should not have invited him. He only knows how to enjoy himself. No, we have to talk to Miss and ask him to leave." Yeah, we should ask him to leave. The steward heard the discussion and walked over. "What are you guys talking about? Go pack up and get going." "Steward Liu, we are not happy about it. Why can he stay in the carriage and rest while we are fighting for our lives here?" The steward glanced at Yi Chen's direction. He is a guest. Ha! Seeing that there is trouble, a guest should help out. It is not like it is a life and death situation. Li is also wounded, and we have lost another warrior. Stop talking. I will talk to Miss later. Then the steward yelled, "All right, go pack up and get going." The caravan continued its journey at lightning speed. On the shaft of the carriage, the housekeeper said to the young woman in the carriage, "Miss, the guards have objections." "Is it targeted at that young master?" "Yes." "It's not easy. I was the one who invited him here, and there was no agreement beforehand. I can't chase him away just because he doesn't want to fight. Moreover, there might not be any danger along the way, so I'll just take him along." "That's true. How about this? If he doesn't lend a hand when we encounter trouble next time, we can only politely ask him to leave. Otherwise, it will affect everyone's morale." "All right then." The young woman was a little vexed. She saw that Yi-chun was not a heartless person, so why didn't he help? In the carriage behind, Yi-chun didn't hear the discussion of the crowd. Even if he had heard it, he wouldn't have cared. He wouldn't intervene in such a small matter. When it was time to intervene, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Right now, all of his attention was focused on the cultivation realm. He had been stuck on the 13th realm of the Green Lotus Sword spell for more than 2 years. Recently, there were finally signs of a breakthrough. Once he broke through, his battle power would increase drastically. It should be known that the 14th and 15th realm of top-rank Earth realm martial arts could only be comprehended by Sea of Souls realm experts. It would be extremely difficult for astral-reaching experts to reach this level. Without any exaggeration, it would already be quite amazing for an astral-reaching expert to reach the 13th realm of a top-rank Earth realm martial art. After reaching the 14th realm, the 9 Green Lotus Sword Chi will transform into 1 Lotus Heart Sword Chi. According to the manual, the power of the Lotus Heart Sword Chi is quite horrifying. It can be used as a trump card, and I'm afraid it is not weaker than the Sky Thunder Cut. Moreover, compared to the Sky Thunder Cut, the Lotus Heart Sword Chi is even more secretive. Letting out a breath of impure chi, Yi-chun sat on the soft cushion and put his hands together, as if he was holding an invisible ball. Inside his body, the Green Lotus Zhen Yuan circulated according to the 13th realm Zhen Yuan map. Vaguely, one could see that this map was different from before, as if there was something extra. In the extreme yin place, the earth chi was rich, while the yang chi was thin. The sky seemed to be lower than the outside world. It was dark and gloomy, without any bright colors. It was extremely depressing. There was a low mountain in front of the team, and a group of powerful warriors were standing on top of it. "Brothers, get ready. Another batch of fat sheep is coming. Hee, last month, we did not even get a single soul stone. This month we got lucky. This is already the 3rd batch, right? I hope it will be more profitable. Don't worry. According to the 3rd brother, there are dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors in this team. That lady is not a small figure either. She must have a lot of wealth on her. Plus, their carriages are not simple either. It is a rare mechanical carriage. Any one of them would be worth a lot of mid-rank soul stones." Mechanical carriage. Could it be the carriage of the Blackwater City's Mo family? Who cares about the Mo family? If the leader of the Mo family was here, perhaps I would be a bit scared. But right now he is just a piece of shit. Brothers, just kill as much as you want. As for that lady, we can play with her for a couple of days. I believe that old man Mo would go crazy. Ha! The leading evil-looking bulky man laughed out loud. The group of astral-reaching realm warriors, and a lot of clasping Yuan realm warriors all laughed as well. The extreme yin place was a lawless place. Robberies on the way were too normal. And it happened every day. They, the Black Wind Gang, could be counted as a second-tier gang in this area. They had killed at least 800 people, if not 1,000. Plus, they would always change places. Relying on robberies, they had been living quite well in the extreme yin place. They are here. Surround them. From dozens of miles away, the evil-looking bulky man had already seen the team in the black fog. He was the first one to rush down the mountain, flying at a high speed. Follow them. More than 30 astral-reaching realm warriors and hundreds of clasping Yuan realm warriors were like a fast-moving dark cloud, flying towards the team. There is a killing intent. The steward on the carriage squeezed his eyes and looked up. There were countless human figures flying towards them, and the few in the front were all at peak level late astral reaching realm. Not good. Run. The steward could not care less. He opened his mouth and yelled. There were dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors in the team, but they had run into a couple of groups of robbers on the way. After fighting for a while, they had lost a lot of people. Otherwise, they would not be so easily killed. Right now, the only thing they could do was to run. Once they were surrounded, they would definitely die. The young woman lifted up the curtain. Steward, what's wrong? The steward forced a smile and said, We are in trouble. A group of robbers has their eyes on us. They might be the infamous Black Wind Gang. Black Wind Gang. The young woman looked serious. Back in the day, her grandfather, the leader of the Mo family, had killed the second leader of the Black Wind Gang. They had quite a grudge against each other. Now that they were being robbed, it would not be as simple as just robbing them of their wealth. The Black Wind horse stepped on the smoke, pulling the carriage and running at full speed. The guards on the carriage all looked terrified. The Black Wind Gang has killed countless people. They rarely leave anyone alive. I am afraid we will not be able to get through this. Let's fight it out with them. We have dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors, and 3 of them are at late astral-reaching realm. The steward is even at the peak level late astral-reaching realm. If the Black Wind Gang wants to kill us, they will have to pay a price. The young man on the carriage seems to be at late astral-reaching realm as well. What can he do? Without any surprise, once the battle starts, he will be the first one to run. Alright everyone, focus. Get ready. The team was traveling at a fast speed, but compared to the astral-reaching realm warriors flying at full speed, it was still a lot slower. Dozens of miles of distance had been shortened by half within a second. Miss Mo, you will not be able to get away. Stop the carriage now, and I might let you live. The evil-looking man held his long spear as he talked to the steward through the air. The steward had already taken out his great blade. Don't you dare! Are you not afraid that the Mo family will find out about this and take out your Black Wind Gang? The Mo family is nothing. Plus, if I kill you, who would know? Stay. Boom. A spear light shot out in the air, piercing through the carriage at the back. The intense vibration made the whole team shake a bit. Piss off. The steward would naturally not let the evil-looking man attack the team. He waved his blue great blade, and an aggressive blade chi was thrown out. Ting. After shattering the blade chi with one spear attack, the evil-looking man's speed did not decrease at all, as if it was not affected at all. Your power is just SOSO. Unfortunately, it is not worth mentioning in my eyes. If it were the leader of the Mo family, then it would be more like it. Brothers, let's go. Stop them. Not good. They are just as powerful as the leader of the family. The steward's face darkened. The leader of the Black Wind Gang was way more powerful than he had imagined. He was almost a top astral-reaching realm warrior. In the Blackwater City, top astral-reaching realm warriors would already be considered as the top warriors, and extreme astral-reaching realm warriors would be the tyrants. As for Sea of Souls realm warriors, they would only appear in the big auctions. After a while, the team was finally surrounded. The young woman, who was the lady of the Mo family, walked out of the carriage. She frowned and said, You want wealth? I can give it to you. The third leader of the Black Wind Gang laughed. Since Miss Mo is this straightforward, then take out 1 million mid-rank soul stones. We promise that we will not touch you. 1 million mid-rank soul stones. Miss Mo had a bad look on her face. They obviously did not want to let them go. The total mid-rank soul stones they had would not be more than 200,000. Even for a rank 7 family like the Mo family, 1 million mid-rank soul stones would be more than enough to hurt them. Since you cannot take it out, then all of you will die. The leader of the Black Wind Gang, the evil-looking man, waved his hand, ready to start the killing. All of the powerful warriors on the team had their hearts squeezed, ready to die. There were so many of them, and there were so many powerful warriors. No matter if they tried to run or not, they would not be able to escape death. Instead of that, they might as well kill as many as they could. Inside the carriage, Yichen woke up from his training. Hearing the commotion outside, he shook his head slightly and walked out of the carriage. The steward and Miss Mo had all noticed him, thinking that he was trying to cut ties with the team. However, the result was not what they had expected. Yi Chen lifted up his head and looked at the leader of the Black Wind Gang. A sharp light shot out of his eyes. I will give you 3 blinks of time. Piss off. Once he said that, his voice was so loud that it sounded like thunder. Chapter 411. The black hidden horses were startled and started neighing. Luckily, all of the clasping Yuan realm warriors from the Mo family were still on the horses. Bastard! Who are you? Yi Chen's voice was filled with killing intent of the sword. The leader of the Black Wind Gang felt like he was hallucinating. He could not help but back out for dozens of steps as he yelled angrily. 2. Yi Chen did not answer the question. Instead, he put his right hand on his sword. Go. All of you. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The leader of the Black Wind Gang waved his hand as he yelled with a hideous face. Kill. Kill. 30 astral-reaching realm warriors and hundreds of clasping Yuan realm warriors rushed over from all directions. Among them, the leader of the Black Wind Gang had the most powerful warriors and warriors. Let's do it. The steward and Miss Mo did not think that Yi Chen would be able to handle the Black Wind Gang. However, he had stood out in this critical moment, which made them feel relieved. They felt guilty for doubting him before. 3. As he said those 3 words, Yi Chen took out his destruction sword without any hesitation. He slashed out 3 times horizontally, vertically and diagonally. Within a second, the 9 sword lights covered hundreds of meters of area and interweaved together, attacking all of the Black Wind Gang members like a light net. Puff, puff, puff. Blood spilled everywhere, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors and hundreds of clasping Yuan realm warriors had all been cut into pieces. They did not even have the time to scream. Yi Chen's sword had already surpassed their reflexes. By the time the pain reached their brains, they had already lost their lives. What? The 2 sides who were about to fight stopped in shock. One attack, only one attack, and he had killed 1/3 of the Black Wind Gang. This was not a joke, was it? Didn't it mean that all of the Black Wind Gang members combined could not even take 3 attacks from him? What kind of person was he? Miss, the team is saved. He is a top martial genius who can fight beyond his cultivation. The housekeeper took a deep breath. His voice was trembling. As the housekeeper of the Mo family, he had seen many geniuses. There were geniuses from the Misty Snow region, the Wavy Cloud region, the Thunder region, and the Mogu Sand region. However, geniuses who could easily kill experts of the same level were absolute geniuses. They were the kings of experts of the same level, and their battle prowess could be described as horrifying. Miss Mo murmured, so he didn't help before because he felt it was beneath him to help. That kind of small trouble wasn't worth his time. At the same time, the Mo clan's guards all understood, and they all felt very ashamed. Impossible. Go to hell. The Blackwind bandits had suffered too heavy of a loss. Without 3 to 5 years of accumulation, it was basically impossible to make up for such a huge loss. With just one move, the other party had destroyed 3 to 5 years of hard work. How could the Blackwind bandit leader not be angry? How could he not hate Yi Chen? His rage raised his battle condition to its peak. With both hands holding onto the fiery red long spear, his body burned with flames that could melt gold and iron. Like a human-shaped pillar of fire, he charged towards Yi Chen. Red flame kill. As he threw out a spear attack, the aggressive fire spear light filled up everyone's vision. The Blackwind bandit leader's power as a top astral-reaching realm warrior had been fully unleashed, and he had even made a breakthrough. Facing his angry spear attack, even an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior would have to avoid it. Don't fight with him head-on. Miss Mo couldn't help but yell out. Yi Chen lifted up the destruction sword with his right hand and said lightly, "It was just a weak spear attack. No need to worry." After he finished speaking, he waved down his long sword. Swoosh. The whole surreal space seemed to have been cut in half. That bright sword light lit up this dark world. Then everyone stared at the Blackwind bandit leader. He was so powerful, but under Yi Chen's sword attack, he still could not escape the fate of being dismembered. Dark blood splashed out. Even the head leader has been killed. How is this possible? Run. Run. We cannot fight against this guy. Horrible screams were heard. The rest of the Blackwind bandits were like bees that had their nests blown up. They started to run in all directions, wishing that their parents had given them more legs. Yichen did not plan to let them go. In the extremine place, there was no room for mercy. It was either you die or I die. Letting go of his enemies would be the same as leaving problems for himself in the future. Even if he was not afraid, he had to think about the Mo family. Either he did not want to be a good person, or he would do it all the way. Countless green lotuses appeared outside of Yi Chen's body. Countless sword chi shot out in all directions at an even faster speed. Basically, everyone had to face 3 to 4 extremely sharp sword chi at the same time. Like it was raining, the Blackwind bandit members who had escaped far away fell down from the sky one after another. That unbreakable sword chi had pierced through their bodies, and the remaining power did not disappear until it reached even further away. After one round of attacks, the rest of the Blackwind bandits had all been killed. So powerful. With his power alone he had killed all the Blackwind bandits. Even with the advantage of numbers, they could not even handle one attack from him. I am afraid that even the powerful Mo family would not be able to handle one sword attack from him. Is this the power of a top martial genius? Miss Mo and the housekeeper both gasped. Floating in the air, Yi Chen's soul power spread out. He raised his left hand into the air, releasing a wave of suction power. All of a sudden, hundreds of storage rings flew into his hand like swallows returning to their nest. Yi Chen did not even look at them before putting them all into his storage ring. Landing back on the carriage, Yi Chen looked at Miss Mo. Trouble solved. Let's go. Ah. Yes. Miss Mo froze for a second, then yelled, "Everyone pack up. Let's go." The team started their journey again. Everyone's mentality had changed. On Yi Chen's carriage, Miss Mo held her hands together and said, "Thank you for saving my life, sir. Please forgive me for the misunderstanding earlier. It was only a small matter. Of course, I would not sit on this carriage for nothing. My name is Emily, a lady from the Mo family in the Blackwater City. Before I met you, our team had been attacked by a couple of groups of bandits, and we had lost a lot of people. Therefore, I invited you to join us, hoping that you could help us out in times of danger. But we did not make any promises beforehand, so there was no reason for us to blame you. Instead, we were the ones who judged you." Yi Chen said, "If it were me, I would have done the same. As long as I did not have the intention to hurt anyone, I do not care about anything else. Sir, you have a big heart. I admire you." Emily let out a breath and laughed. "This must be your first time in the extremine place, right? If there is anything you do not know, I will explain it to you." Yi Chen nodded. "It is indeed my first time here. Are there a lot of dark power parties in this extremine place?" In the outside world, it was not that there were no dark power parties, but they were not as arrogant as this place. Plus, because of the existence of the martial institutions, the dark power parties were all targets to be killed. They would usually hide and no one knew about them. Yeah, there are so many dark power parties in the extremine place. Just around the Blackwater City, there are already 5 big dark power parties. The Blackwind Gang is only a second-tier dark power party. The first-tier dark power parties are 10 times more powerful than the second-tier dark power parties. They have hundreds of astral-reaching realm warriors. Any one of their branches would be more powerful than the Blackwind Gang. Our Blackwater City has to pay a protection fee to the first-tier dark power parties every year. Therefore, the first-tier dark power parties would not go out and rob people. It is a place where the dark power parties live. Yi Chen had a general understanding of the extremine place. Chapter 412. With Yi Chen there, the guards of the Mo family team all relaxed a little. In the extremine place, as long as there were no seas of souls realm warriors, there was nothing to worry about. In their opinion, Yi Chen was at least an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. No, he was one of the top extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Even those top-ranked dark parties would have to respect an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior, unless there was some kind of life and death hatred between the two. In the dusky evening, the team finally made it back to the Blackwater City. The Blackwater City was one of the border cities of the extremine place, with a population of millions. The city walls and most of the buildings were built with the unique black stones of the extreme place. It looked very cold, full of killing intent, like a beast crawling in the darkness. Mr. Yi, my Mo family is in the eastern part of the city. Emily blinked her eyes as she looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun understood what she meant. She wanted to invite him to be her guest and express her gratitude. But for him, it did not mean much. This was just a chance encounter in his life, and saving people was just a small effort. If he wasted his time on her thanking him, then he might as well not save her at all. Nah, I will stay in a hotel. Yi Chun jumped off the carriage and searched for the nearest hotel. Emily still wanted to say something, but the steward stopped her. Miss, we are not the same kind of people as him. You should have known it from the beginning. Hearing him, Emily stopped talking. Indeed, in his eyes, they were just a group of passers-by, and they would not have anything to do with each other in the future. Let's go back. It was the first time for Yi Chun to experience the chaos of the extreme place. In the short while of searching for the hotel, he had seen at least 3 murder cases. The first one was a group of people beating a young beggar to death in an alley. The second one was when a husband found out that his wife was cheating on him, so he killed his husband and tore his wife in half. The third one was in front of the hotel, where 2 clasping Yuan realm warriors drank too much, and their argument turned into a life-and-death battle. In the end, the whole hotel was destroyed, which pissed off an astral-reaching realm warrior, who destroyed their dantian and limbs, and hung them on the flagpole in front of the hotel. As for brawls, they were even more frequent and frightening. The entire Blackwater city was filled with a darkness that was even more eerie than the night, and the air was filled with a bloody smell that made one's blood boil. The first restaurant collapsed, and Yi Chun went to the second one. Young master, are you staying in the inn? It had to be said that in the extreme place, the one with the bigger fist was the boss. Seeing Yi Chun beat up an astral-reaching expert who had caused trouble, causing him to vomit blood and then casually throw him out of the restaurant, the shopkeeper's attitude changed from formal to respectful as he greeted Yi Chun with a smile. I'll stay here for a few nights. Yi Chun took out a big bag of low-rank soul stones from his storage ring, which was a whole 1,000 pieces, and threw it on the counter. Extreme place was different from the outside world. The cost of living here was ridiculously high, which was very abnormal. But thinking about the environment of the extreme place, it was understandable. Apart from the big cities, the wilderness outside the cities was filled with all kinds of dangers. There were evil and murderous demonic beasts, robbers who would kill without blinking an eye. Without a certain level of self-protection, going out would be seeking death. All these kinds of dangers had led to a shortage of resources in the city. After all, the food in the stores and restaurants did not just fall from the sky. Emily's caravan was a good example. More than 20 astral-reaching experts and over 100 clasping Yuan martial artists had gone out to collect resources, but less than 50% had returned. The death rate was extremely high. Of course, there were pros and cons. Although the extreme place was so chaotic, the martial artists' cultivation base increased very quickly. Everyone had an intense sense of crisis, which forced them to crazily work hard to strengthen themselves. Once they became astral-reaching experts, the extreme place would no longer be dangerous for them. After all, the chances of encountering robbers were very low when moving alone, unless their luck was extremely bad, in which case they could not blame anyone. Even if they cultivated in seclusion, there was still a chance of them dying from cultivation deviation. Led by the shopkeeper, Yi Chun arrived at the guest room on the 2nd floor. After taking a bath and eating a sumptuous meal, it was already late at night. He didn't think much of the noise before, but now that he had calmed down, Yi Chun felt that it was a bit unbearable. Groans, curses, knocking on the door, and the sounds of people walking up and down the stairs were all mixed together. It was incomparably noisy. No wonder there were so few astral-reaching experts staying in this restaurant. It was simply too noisy. Shut up. With a low shout, the aura on Yi Chun's body suddenly erupted, filling the entire restaurant. The aura contained the will of the slaughter sword Tao, penetrating deep into the soul. That kind of frightening feeling of soul and spirit being cut apart made everyone in the restaurant quiet down. Finally, I can cultivate in peace. Shaking his head, Yichen smiled bitterly. In the extreme place, reasoning was useless. At the crucial moment, violence was still needed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yichen put his hands together. The Zhenyuan inside his body revolved according to the Green Lotus Sword Art's 13th layer Zhenyuan route, continuously searching for a breakthrough point. Under the state of forgetting everything, one could see with the naked eye that Yichen's body and head were emitting green qi, like a layer of faint green flame. Pop! In the middle of the night, a faintly discernible popping sound came from Yichen's body. At the same time, Yichen's aura seemed to have strengthened a bit. 3 breakthroughs. I've finally broken through the first one. Slowly letting out a mouthful of impure qi, Yichen opened his eyes. The further one cultivated the Green Lotus Sword Arts, the harder it would be to break through. From the 13th layer to the 14th layer, there were 3 breakthroughs that needed to be broken through. During the journey, he had already seen the signs, and now, he had indeed broken through the first one. With this speed, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the 14th layer. At that time, he would be able to fight against Sea of Souls realm warriors who had trained top-rank Earth realm martial arts, but had not reached completion. After a quiet night, Yichen purposely went to buy a map of the extreme place. This map was extremely detailed, with a total of 38 pages. Each of them was 2 meters in length and width, and marked with the most obvious topography of the extreme place. The drawing was very vivid, and there was basically no need to worry about not being able to find the location. However, this map was not cheap either, costing Yichen 500 low-rank spirit stones. On the 3rd day, Yichen checked out of his room and left Blackwater City. There were no countries or sects in the extreme place, only gangs and cities. Gangs were naturally black power gangs, while cities were big and small. Among the numerous cities, there were 4 giant cities. The one closest to Blackwater City was 3 City, which had a population of over 100 million, more than 20 Sea of Souls realm experts overseeing it, and thousands of astral-reaching experts. In terms of comprehensive strength, even 2 or 3 ordinary 6th grade sects couldn't compare to it. If it could produce a life and death king, it would be able to enter the ranks of mid-5th grade sections. Every 3 months, 3 City would hold a large-scale auction. At that time, some rare treasures that couldn't be seen in the outside world would appear in the auction. Of course, if one had any treasures worth auctioning, they could also hand them over to the auction. Whether it was clean or not, they would be able to take it all. Moreover, there was no need to worry about being chased, because the auction wouldn't reveal one's identity. Extreme Place was equivalent to the super black market of Southern Sector, a breeding ground for chaos. On the land shrouded in black mist, a figure was flying at an extreme speed while maintaining a height of several hundred meters. Blackwater City is more than 200,000 li away from 3 City. After taking a detour around the Blackstone mountain range, I'll be in 3 City's territory. It had already been 5 days since he left Blackwater City. During this time, Yichen had encountered a bandit blocking his way. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary bandit, but a first-rate black power among the 5 black powers surrounding Blackwater City. Their comprehensive strength was more than 10 times that of the Black Wind bandits. Unfortunately, although they were powerful, Yichen was even more powerful. 1 man and 1 sword, he killed them all. 3 of the 5 leaders were killed, while the remaining 2 wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as they fled. They were terrified to death. How could they have imagined that there would be such a frightening existence in the astral-reaching realm? Yichen could even be considered as the weakest Sea of Souls realm expert. The Blackstone mountain range was left behind, and ahead was a boundless Blackstone plain. It's Morong Qingcheng. Dozens of li away, a large group of people was fighting. 2 people were surrounded. One was a young man wearing a silver robe. He had a tall and slender figure, and wore a silver crown on his head. His handsome face seemed to have been carved out by a knife or axe, with distinct edges and corners. Below his sharp eyebrows, his pitch-black eyes gave off an exceptionally dangerous feeling. His gaze contained a bizarre charm that could disturb one's mind. His weapon was an azure dragon halberd. As he brandished it, azure light curled around it, making it seem like an azure dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It easily tore apart the bodies of the people surrounding him. On the other hand, the movements of the people surrounding him were clearly a lot slower, allowing them to be killed as they pleased. If Yi Chen's guess was right, the opponent cultivated an eye martial art, a bit like the God Eye King in the King Will statue. Of course, compared to the God Eye King, the opponent's eye martial art was simply child's play, not worth mentioning. At the astral reaching realm, to be able to cultivate an eye martial art to the point of affecting experts of the same level. This person's strength is even stronger than Feng Yenro and Mysterious Moon Prince, and not just by a bit. I reckon that he's more or less the same as Feng Yenro's senior brother, and Red Water Sect's Red Water Minor Master. If one didn't walk out of South Ridra region, one wouldn't know that there were absolute geniuses everywhere. The head disciple of the Drifting Snow Hall, the Red Water Minor Master of the Red Water Sect, and this incomparably handsome young man wearing a silver crown. Each and every one of them were well-known figures among absolute geniuses. Moreover, according to Senior Brother Wang of Dragon God Celestial Palace, Thunder Region's Thunder Princess was even more powerful. Yi Chen wondered to what extent. Shifting his gaze, Yi Chen's attention fell on the body of the absolute beauty beside the young man. She was still wearing a purple dress, and her face was covered with a light veil. Who else could it be but Morong Qingcheng? After not seeing her for a long time, Yi Chen didn't know whether it was his misconception or not, but Morong Qingcheng's temperament had become even more profound, and her appearance even more beautiful. If one were to say that the previous Morong Qingcheng was a grade and a half above some of the absolute beauties Yi Chen had seen, then right now, she was completely unrivaled, and could even be considered as a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities. The appearance of an angel, the temperament of a devil. It was nothing more than this. Compared to the slight changes in temperament and appearance, Morong Qingcheng's strength had improved by a lot. She used the Great Sky Demon art, sweeping away numerous experts like rain. Soon after, a frightening force field shot out, blasting an extreme astral-reaching expert to the point of vomiting blood. Peak late astral-reaching realm cultivation base. Yi Chen could see through Morong Qingcheng's background with a single glance. She had unexpectedly overtaken him in terms of cultivation base. Of course, Yi Chen wasn't too surprised. In terms of cultivation talent, Yi Chen wasn't particularly outstanding. He was inferior to Morong Qingcheng in the first place. The reason why he could surpass the young generation of South Ridra region before was because of all kinds of opportunities. However, the competition between geniuses wasn't decided in a day or night. It was a long competition. Moreover, she was a disciple of a 6th grade sect, Sky Demon Sect after all. Chapter 413. Ignorant fools, you actually dared to gang up on me and Qingcheng. The silver-crowned youngster addressed Morong Qingcheng very intimately, as if he wanted to show off in her eyes. His eyes shone with a divine light, and a circle of invisible light spread out in a fan shape. Within the range of the light, the besiegers felt dizzy, and their battle prowess was greatly reduced. In the next moment, the frightening azure dragon Qi arrived, and those who were hit by it were torn into pieces. Blood rained down, and the murderous aura filled the air. Morong Qingcheng frowned, but did not say anything. Retreat. Seeing that the two were really hard to deal with, and that they had lost more than 100 subordinates without even touching a hair of the other party, the leader of this group of bandits immediately thought of retreating, and decisively gave the order. So. The besiegers had long since lost the will to fight. Hearing the order, how could they continue to stay? All of them circulated their Zhenyuan with all their might, and fled in all directions. The silver-crowned youngster still wanted to continue chasing, but Morong Qingcheng said indifferently, "Don't chase." They ran fast enough. "Qingcheng, are you alright?" The silver-crowned youngster stopped chasing, and flew to Morong Qingcheng's side. Morong Qingcheng shook her head. "Young Master Duan, just call me Morong." The silver-crowned youngster's expression slightly changed. He and Morong Qingcheng were not old acquaintances, but met each other in the extreme Yin region. When he saw her for the first time, he could no longer move his eyes away. As the head disciple of the Soul Sundering Sect, a 6th grade sect of Wavy Cloud region, His strength was comparable to the Redwater Little Taoist. The number of beauties that adored him was innumerable. However, compared to Morong Qingcheng, they were simply not worth mentioning. It was hard for him to imagine how a small region like South Ridra region could produce such a heavenly being. Originally, he was going to another giant city, Great Yin City. However, after seeing Morong Qingcheng, he changed his mind and said that his destination was Three Yin City, so that he could use this opportunity to go together. Unfortunately, along the way, Morong Qingcheng's attitude towards him was lukewarm, and it was hard for him to find a way to pursue her. Fortunately, the extreme Yin region was chaotic enough, and a group of powerful bandits had appeared. Although he was angry on the surface, inwardly he was happy. After going through thick and thin together, they might be able to get closer to each other. However, at this moment, Morong Qingcheng's tone told him that he still had a long way to go before he could pursue her. Revealing a warm smile, the youth changed the topic. Great Sky Demon art is indeed worthy of its reputation. I'm afraid it's not below my soul-sundering divine eyes. Not at all. Soul-sundering divine eyes is a top-rank earth-grade art created by God I King. Wherever his gaze falls, even the soul will be affected. Morong Qingcheng was not flattering him. Soul-sundering sect was just like Floating Mountain sect, having produced a few life and death kings. Among them, the most famous was God I King. God I King's battle strength might be ordinary, but even those stronger than him would be apprehensive. His eyes were truly too strange. A vague complacency flickered in the youth's eyes. God I King was the pride of soul-sundering sect. He was confident that one day, he would also become an existence like God I King. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that Morong Qingcheng's gaze was not on him. He couldn't help but follow her gaze. In his line of sight, a young man in blue was rushing over. His appearance was not as good as his, but what made him feel threatened was that this person's temperament was quite special. It was like a peerless sword hidden in a scabbard was about to be unsheathed. Qingcheng no Morong, who is he? The youth subconsciously began to view the newcomer with hostility. Morong Qingcheng faintly smiled. A friend of mine named Yichen. Yichen, never heard of you. What kind of genius could a South Ridra region produce? The youth didn't put Yichen's strength in his eyes at all. On the contrary, the faint smile on Morong Qingcheng's face and the friend made him very uncomfortable, causing his eyes to squint. Swish. A figure flickered, and Yichen landed near Morong Qingcheng. Long time no see. Morong Qingcheng flicked her hair that had been messed up by the wind and said, Indeed, long time no see. Allow me to introduce you. This is the head disciple of Soul Sundering Sect, a 6th grade sect in Wavy Cloud region, Duan Lingyun. Duan Lingyun cleared his throat and looked straight at Yi Chun. I wonder which sect you're from? I don't seem to have heard of your name. With the sensitivity of a sword artist, Yi Chun could sense Duan Lingyun's hostility. However, he didn't put him in his heart. So what if I'm hostile? So what if I'm not hostile? In the end, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Against experts of the same level, he didn't need to care about anyone's face. My sect is not worth mentioning. With an indifferent expression, Yi Chun didn't reply to the opponent's question. Duan Lingyun's expression turned gloomy. If not for Morong Qingcheng's presence, he wouldn't have minded teaching the opponent a lesson, letting him know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. Yi Chun, are you going to Three Yin City? Morong Qingcheng wasn't trying to change the topic. In fact, she didn't believe that Duan Lingyun was Yi Chen's opponent. Moreover, she hadn't fallen to the point of being a mediator. She wanted to ask, so she asked. Every word and action of hers was directed at her heart. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded. Duan Lingyun saw that the situation wasn't right. This Yi Chen seemed to want to go with them. Originally, he and Morong Qingcheng were having a good time together. They had plenty of opportunities to be alone, so he didn't want anyone to interfere. His expression didn't look too good. With a face full of smiles, he said with an obscure tone, Brother Yi, your destination should be Sunin City. Isn't that right? Duan Lingyun intentionally emphasized the last 3 words. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. Brother Duan, please conduct yourself with dignity. Yi-Chen, don't need you to ask where I want to go. You're not worthy. You. Duan Lingyun clenched his teeth, and the aura that leaked out from the gaps of his teeth contained a piercingly cold killing intent. He was extremely furious. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll find an opportunity to let you know what regret is. Then, let's go together. Murong Qingqing shot a glance at Duan Lingyun. She wanted him to leave. The two of them had nothing in common. However, if she let him leave now, he would definitely bear a grudge against Yi-Chen. Duan Lingyun was nothing, and Yi-Chen was more than enough to deal with him. However, Soul Sunder Sect couldn't be ignored. Soul Sunder Sect also had a Sea of Soul Master existence, and was several times more powerful than Floating Mountain. I wonder what level Yi-Chen has reached. No longer paying attention to Duan Lingyun, Murong Qingqing's true concern was Yi-Chen. Every time she saw Yi-Chen, she could feel that he had grown stronger. However, to what extent, she couldn't tell. It was as if he had an undefeatable body, and had never tasted defeat among experts of the same level. Every time she thought she had caught up to him, she would realize that there was still a huge gap between them once they reached a new realm. This was a character hidden in the clouds. Among experts of the same level, Yi-Chen had left the deepest impression on her. The three's speed was extremely fast, galloping across the black stone plains. Swish. Abruptly, a figure that looked both real and fake drilled out from the ground of the black stone plains and soared into the sky. Its speed was unimaginable, and even Duan Lingyun, who was born in Soul Sunder Sect, was dumbfounded. The opponent's speed had already reached 18 times the speed of sound, and it could only be a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert. Therefore, if there were no accidents, this person was either a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert with extraordinary speed, or a Sea of Soul Realm expert. There are actually 3 youngsters with decent strength here. My old lair in the Black Stone Plains should have been discovered by them. High in the sky, the figure's eyes were filled with killing intent. Forget it. As long as I can find the secret of the undying body, it doesn't matter if my lair is discovered. Killing them might cause a lot of trouble. It's better to have less trouble. I should hurry to the auction house and entrust the items to them. Increasing his speed, the figure soon disappeared. So this is a Sea of Soul Realm Master. His aura is so powerful that it's even above Long Bai's. I simply can't use soul power to probe. At Astral Reaching Realm, Yi-Chen could release his soul power without the slightest scruple, without worrying about being discovered. However, Sea of Soul Realm experts could already use soul power. With just a slight probe, they could discover his uniqueness. Not to mention a Sea of Soul Realm Master with a radiant will. If he were to probe with soul power for no reason, he might even lose his life. Let's continue on our way. Murong Qingqing's brows smoothed out. Extreme region was not South Ridra region. In terms of danger, Blood Demon Battlefield was not even 1/10 as dangerous. It was not a forbidden region, but it was more dangerous. Of course, in forbidden regions, one could encounter danger at any moment. Extreme region, on the other hand, didn't reach such a level. Therefore, as long as one's luck wasn't too bad, one wouldn't have to worry about their lives being threatened. This was the difference between Extreme region and Forbidden region. 2 days later, the three arrived at 3 City. Rather than calling 3 City a city, it would be better to call it a country surrounded by high walls. There were mountains, rivers, official roads, small roads, and even a small plain. All sorts of experts were flying in the air, flickering with gorgeous colors. Little Murong. In the distance, a white-haired old man transmitted his voice. Murong Qingqing said respectfully, "Supreme Elder is in good health." "He, come over here." The old man revealed a smile. "Please wait a moment." Murong Qingqing greeted Yi-Chen and Duan Lingyun, then flew in the old man's direction. A strange expression flickered in Duan Lingyun's eyes. Waiting for Murong Qingqing to leave, he blocked Yi-Chen's path and released a frightening aura. "Yi-Chen, we've arrived at 3 City. Shouldn't you change places?" "Don't worry, I'll explain things to Qingqing. She won't embarrass you." Yi-Chen raised his eyes and spat out a single word. "Scram." "Impudent. I've tolerated you for a long time. I'll ask you again. Are you leaving or not? Otherwise, I'll make you lose all face. If you continue to pester me, I'll definitely kill you in the future." As he spoke, Duan Lingyun's eyes shot out a frightening divine light. This divine light seemed to be able to split one's soul. Even without looking, one could feel the dizziness, the fear of not knowing where one was, and the pain in one's heart. At this moment, Duan Lingyun pushed soul-splitting divine eyes to the limit. He believed that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to block it. Even Redwater Little Taoist wouldn't dare to get too close to him. Chapter 414. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Yi Chen's expression calmed down, as if he was planning to bury the hatchet. But when one saw his eyes, one would not think so. What kind of eyes were these? They were emotionless, colder than ice, more glaring than blood. The endless killing intent was like a volcano erupting, cracking the earth's crust, shooting out with a killing intent that seemed to be able to kill everything in its path. Clang! The two gazes were like two peerless ominous swords clashing in the air, clashing against Duan Lingyun's soul-splitting divine light. That was Yi Chen's slaughter sword intent. The soul-splitting divine light seemed to have met its nemesis, being sliced into millions of pieces. Their minds were connected, and Duan Lingyun screamed. He covered his eyes and retreated rapidly. Dark red blood could be seen flowing down from the gaps between his fingers, wriggling like snakes. "Yi Chen, you dare injure my eyes? You're dead." Duan Lingyun roared. His shrill voice was filled with anger and killing intent, as well as a trace of fear. Yi Chen walked towards Duan Lingyun step by step. His footsteps were neither light nor heavy, like the countdown of the Grim Reaper, causing Duan Lingyun's soul to tremble. He said in horror, "What are you trying to do? This is 3 City. If you kill me, my soul-splitting sect will definitely know. At that time, no one in this world will be able to save you." Duan Lingyun's confidence had already been crushed by Yi Chen. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be afraid even if his eyes were injured. Moreover, he firmly believed that apart from a few famous peerless geniuses, he wouldn't lose to anyone. What was there to be afraid of? But now, other than anger, there was only fear in his heart. He couldn't muster the confidence to fight to the death with Yi Chen. "I don't have the intention to kill you. At least, not now. But don't challenge my bottom line." After brushing past Duan Lingyun, Yi Chen no longer paid him any attention. Duan Lingyun had an impulse to turn around and punch Yi Chen to death. Now was the best time and the most likely chance to succeed. However, he hesitated. For the first time in his life, he hesitated to kill someone. It wasn't that he hesitated to kill Yi Chen, but he didn't dare to. Damn it! Duan Lingyun knew that he'd completely failed, and his body and mind were defeated. His resentment towards Yi Chen couldn't be extinguished by the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes, and it had already turned from resentment to resentment. Murong Qingqing and the Supreme Elder of the Sky-Flying Devil Sect noticed the situation. The elder frowned and asked, "That's your friend?" No. Murong Qingqing did not treat Duan Lingyun as a friend. "It's good that he isn't. This person's temperament really isn't that good." The elder was not looking down on Duan Lingyun's failure and darkness, but he was looking down on his cowardice. If he could muster the courage to fight a great battle with Yi Chen, he would have a whole new level of respect for him. Unfortunately, a seemingly powerful person still had to be strong in a hopeless situation, to see if he was strong or not. Yi Chen had already forced Duan Lingyun into a hopeless situation, but he did not encounter a dying counterattack. 10 steps behind Duan Lingyun, Yi Chen shook his head as a cold smile appeared on his face. He was already prepared for a great battle, but it seemed that his opponent wasn't as strong as he seemed. "Young man, you're Yi Chen, right?" The elder suddenly transmitted his voice to Yi Chen. Yi Chen faintly nodded. "Senior, I am." "Not bad. For my South Ridra region to produce a genius like you, it's all because of luck. Keep it up." The elder was quite satisfied with Yi Chen. Of course, this was because he was calm and had no conflict with Yi Chen. If he were Yi Chen's enemy, he wouldn't have such thoughts. "All right, you youngsters chat. I won't get involved." The elder said a few words to Murong Qingqing. then turned around and flew toward a 33-story building. His friend was waiting for him there. Retracting his gaze, Morong Qingqing looked at Yi Chen. Let's go. Duan Lingyun had already left. His eyes were injured, and he needed a few days to recover. Moreover, he didn't have the face to continue staying by Morong Qingqing's side. One could well imagine the hatred he had for Yi Chen. On the street, the two were walking side by side. There are many legends about Extreme Yin region. It's said that this land has always maintained the topography of the ancient era. There have never been any topographic changes or volcanic eruptions. There are still marks of the ancient era here, and some cultural relics have been preserved quite well. While strolling, Morong Qingqing introduced Extreme Yin region to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "The earth qi and yin qi here are too dense. It's too strange. Although there are no places on True Spirit continent that are lower than Extreme Yin region, there are some that are close. However, the earth qi here is not even 1/10 of Extreme Yin regions. An Extreme Yin region is called Extreme Yin region for a reason. In the ancient era, this place was the breeding ground of demons. Three Yin City was unimaginably huge. The two walked for a long time, but only covered a small area. In the end, the two checked into the same inn, Three Yin City's western region, in the auction house's reception room. What wind blew Yin demon ancestor here? Welcome." The auction house's president walked in with a smile and cupped his hands towards the newcomer. The figure with his back facing the president turned his head. It was clearly the suspected Sea of Soul Master, who had appeared in Black Stone Plains. Of course, his true identity was indeed that of a Sea of Soul Master, and he was called Yin Demon Ancestor. To be able to use the word ancestor as a title, one could well imagine his strength. After all, ancestor usually represented a sect. Yin Demon Ancestor grinned. "I've come this time to entrust something to your auction house." "Oh, something that can make Yin Demon Ancestor take action is certainly not ordinary. I wonder what treasure it is." The president was quite curious. Sea of Soul Masters usually bought things from auctions, and rarely auctioned them. This was because ordinary things were beneath their notice, and they would rather give them away. Good things, even if they were useless, would still be kept. "It's not a treasure, it's a map." Could it be a treasure map? Hearing these words, the president blurted out. Since it was a treasure map, the other party wouldn't auction it. Wouldn't it be better to search for treasures themselves? "It's an ancient map to search for the secrets of undying body," Yin Demon Ancestor said slowly. "What? Secrets of undying body?" President Run, who had seen many treasures, couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. Undying body. What was an undying body? It was absolutely impossible to kill, or at least extremely difficult to kill. Life and Death Kings were revered by others, not only because of their strength, but also because they possessed undying bodies. Low-level Life and Death Kings could regrow limbs, and even if their heads were chopped off, they wouldn't die, and could easily regenerate. The only exception would be if they were chopped into pieces. High-level Life and Death Kings were even more frightening, as they could regenerate from a single drop of blood. Even if one were to beat them into a pulp, they would still be able to survive. As for what the undying body represented, the president believed it to be the kind of regrowth of limbs. There had been many rumors about undying body in history, but in the end, it proved that an undying body that could be obtained before reaching Life and Death realm was merely the same as an ordinary Life and Death King. It wouldn't attract the attention of Life and Death Kings, and they wouldn't have the leisure to pursue things they already had. Yin Demon Ancestor said confidently, "Correct, it's precisely the secret of undying body. I wonder if I have the qualifications to let your auction house auction it on my behalf." "If it's real, then of course I have the qualifications. But the secret of undying body is extraordinary. If the starting price is set too high, and it's ultimately determined to be fake, it would damage my auction house's reputation." The president didn't dare to be certain that the map Yin Demon Ancestor took out was the real one. Perhaps it was a fake. Such a thing had happened before. Yin Demon Ancestor said, "This is simple. Set the starting price very low, and then declare that you can't confirm whether it's real or fake. Just sell it for as many spirit stones as you can." "Very low." Creasing his brows, the president said, "This method is feasible, but what do you think the starting price should be?" The starting price was set, and he had to give Demon Ancestor half the starting price as a down payment. Therefore, they had to discuss it properly. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Demon Ancestor said in shock. Demon Ancestor, you're joking, right? 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones is too low. Even 100,000 or 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be very low, very low. Of course I'm not joking. I've made 300 copies of the map. With a starting price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones each, 300 copies would be at least 300,000. Exceeding 1 million wouldn't be a problem. Hearing Demon Ancestor's words, the president was a bit stunned. What did he mean by making 300 copies of the map? Was he lacking spirit stones? However, if he lacked spirit stones, he could easily sell one copy for a high price. He believed that with the gimmick of Undying Body, it wouldn't be a problem for one copy to reach millions of mid-grade spirit stones, or even higher. One shouldn't forget that there were many Sea of Soul Realm experts in Extreme region. Not to mention millions of mid-grade spirit stones. Even if they had to take out hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones, they would still fight for it. Of course, the premise was that they had to be prepared to be a sucker. And if it was divided into 300 copies, the price might rise to a high level, but it wouldn't be able to create a miracle. I've thought it through. Here are 300 copies of the map. I'll have to trouble your auction house. Demon Ancestor took out a chest from his storage ring and opened it. It was filled with beast skin scrolls with bizarre maps carved on them. All right. The president shook his head and put away the chest. He then paid Demon Ancestor 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He wasn't worried that Demon Ancestor would cheat. If he did, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones wouldn't be worth it. For a Sea of Soul Realm expert, 150,000 upper-grade spirit stones would be too cheap. Then I'll take my leave. Demon Ancestor turned around and walked out of the reception room. The moment he left, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he felt a bit relieved. He had obtained this map for more than 50 years. During these 50 years, he had painstakingly studied it, wanting to find the secret of the Undying Body. However, even after 50 years, he still hadn't found a single clue. At this moment, he finally regretted obtaining this map. If he had wholeheartedly cultivated during these 50 years, it would not have been impossible for him to break through to the life and death realm. If he had become a life and death king, why would he need the secret of the Undying Body? Wasting 50 years without any harvest, no one was more sullen than him. However, directly giving up on studying the map was equivalent to completely wasting 50 years. He was unwilling to accept this fact. Finally, he thought of a method, which was to split the map into 300 copies and auction it. With 300 people helping him study the map, his hope would increase by 300 folds. Who knew, he might even have some harvest. As for why he didn't make 500 copies or 1,000 copies, it was because he was afraid that the map would be too much, which might lead to some accident. If he really wanted to make more than 1,000 copies, he might as well make it public. I hope it won't disappoint me. I'm really looking forward to that day. Demon Ancestor left full of hope. Chapter 415. 3 City held a large-scale auction once every 3 months, and there was less than a day left until this time's large-scale auction. All of a sudden, 3 City was packed with people. All the influential figures had gathered in this ancient city, including experts of various sections. Astral-reaching experts were as numerous as dogs, and Sea of Soul Realm experts were everywhere. This sentence vividly reflected the current situation of 3 City. Taoist Ironwood Old Man Sky Eagle, Rock Spirit Warrior, 3 Vein Spirit Warrior, Taoist Black Snake, Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior. So many Sea of Soul Realm experts, at least a dozen. In restaurants, shops and streets, everyone was discussing spiritedly. And this is what we saw. The number of Sea of Soul Realm experts in the entire 3 City should be no less than 50, and perhaps even a few Sea of Soul Masters. Truly extraordinary. This is my first time in Extremine region, my first time in Threein City. Being able to meet a Sea of Soul Realm expert in the outside world is already a stroke of luck. That's because Sea of Soul Realm experts don't come out. Moreover, at our level, we can't come into contact with them. Wait until we reach this level, we might even be able to meet a life and death king. You're right. Each level has its own insight and social circle. On the morning of the second day, the city of Threein, which had been silent for the entire night, erupted with astonishing liveliness. A sea of people gathered at the auction house in the Western District, and there were even more experts in the sky. They came in groups, like rapidly moving dark clouds. When Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing arrived at the entrance of the auction house, they couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. Merely the entrance was several hundred meters wide, and more than 100 meters tall. The two stone lions in front of the entrance were even taller than the dozens of floors of the tower, giving off an imposing aura. The top of the auction house was at least 1,000 meters tall, and had a domed shape. The two had never seen such a vast auction house before. Compared to this, the auction houses they had seen before were no different from thatched cottages, looking rather shabby. Let's go in. Wearing a purple dress and a veil over her face, Murong Qingqing was an existence that attracted attention wherever she went. Although Yi Chen's appearance couldn't be considered as peerlessly handsome, he was still quite handsome. Coupled with his extremely special sword artist temperament, he attracted a lot of attention. The two of them paused for a moment before entering the auction house side by side. The auction house had normal seats and VIP rooms. Normal seats didn't require spirit stones, while VIP rooms required 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones. Normally, no astral-reaching expert would choose VIP rooms, since the total wealth of an astral-reaching expert was no more than 10,000 mid-rank spirit stones. 3,000 mid-rank spirit stones was not a small burden for them, so there was no need to be so extravagant. Yi Chen naturally did not care about 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and chose a VIP room. The auction house has a total of 5 floors. The first 2 floors are for ordinary seats, the 4th and 5th floors are for VIP rooms, and the auction stage is very high, between the 2nd and 3rd floors, a little far away from the crowd, and there is a layer of isolation zone. It seems empty and spacious. What is more special is that in front of the auction stage, there is a piece of transparent glass. This layer of glass can clearly magnify things about 10 times, to ensure that everyone can see clearly. After all, at a critical moment, if everyone releases their spiritual force, it means that no one can see. It means that accidents are inevitable. The 5th floor's VIP rooms are usually reserved for Sea of Soul Realm experts. Yi Chen didn't want to be in the limelight, so he chose a VIP room on the 4th floor that had a decent angle. Through the crystal glass of the VIP room, Yi Chen subconsciously looked around, eventually stopping at a certain angle. In his line of sight, Duan Lingyun and an old man were walking toward the 5th floor's VIP room. It should be a Sea of Soul Realm expert from Soul Sunder sect. At this point, Yi Chen had no choice but to prepare himself for a battle with a Sea of Soul Realm expert. With his current battle strength, he could contend against a Sea of Soul Realm expert who hadn't cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill, and was a bit weaker than a Sea of Soul Realm expert who had cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill, but hadn't reached perfection. As for Sea of Soul Realm experts who had comprehended profound, they were not something Yi Chen could contend against. They were existences that could instantly kill him. Murong Qingqing also noticed the old man beside Duan Lingyun and said, "There's a ghost swallowing moon on his robe. If I'm not wrong, he should be Soul Sunder sect's Supreme Elder, Ghost Moon Spiritualist." The titles of Sea of Soul Realm experts were carefully chosen. Those who hadn't comprehended profound were called Spiritualist, while those who had comprehended profound were called Taoist or something else. Above that was the title of Master. In other words, Sea of Soul Realm experts had 3 major realms in terms of battle strength, and each realm had a title. Of course, there were strong and weak in each realm, and the strong could instantly kill the weak. Spiritualist Ghost Moon was the lowest level Sea of Soul Realm expert. However, according to his identity as Supreme Elder of Soul Sunder sect, It was impossible for him not to have cultivated a top-grade Earth-grade martial skill. As for whether he had reached perfection or not, it was not something ordinary people could know. Duan Lingyun's eyes had already recovered, but his expression was exceptionally gloomy. His cold gaze swept the surroundings as if looking for someone. Yichen didn't need to guess to know that the other party was looking for him. I hope there's something useful in the auction. Yichen admitted that he wasn't Ghost Moon's opponent, but for now, his potential was still ample. His cultivation base was at late astral reaching realm. His Green Lotus sword arts had yet to make a breakthrough, and his sword soul embryo was yet to be condensed. These three aspects were still developing. As long as one of them improved, Yichen's battle strength would continue to grow. Ding. About an hour later, the auction house, which could accommodate 100,000 people, was nearly full. At this moment, an old man with a red face walked up from the back of the stage and knocked on the stage with a small hammer. Everyone quiet down. The auction is about to begin. As soon as he finished, the sound waves of the auction rapidly weakened. Nodding in satisfaction, the old man revealed a faint smile. I'm Gao Hua, the auctioneer of this auction. I'm indebted to everyone for participating in this auction. I believe that everyone's trip will not be in vain. After exchanging some pleasantries, the old man cleared his throat and continued. All right, let's not waste any more time. The auction will now officially begin. Let the first item come up the stage. Immediately, two enchanting beauties carried a wooden tray and walked to the front of the stage. Lifting off the gorgeous silk covering the tray, a simple and unadorned armor appeared. The armor was deep cyan in color and overflowed with colorful lights. A wolf head was carved on the chest, giving it an extremely domineering appearance. At the same time, a frightening pressure spread out. The first item is a mid-grade defensive artifact, Cyan Wolf Armor. After being appraised by our auction house, it's a top-quality mid-grade defensive artifact, capable of amplifying defense by 35%. The starting price is 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins. A mid-grade defensive artifact right off the bat. Worthy of being 3 City's large-scale auction house. Although Yichen didn't fancy the Cyan Wolf armor, it didn't mean that it was inferior. The main reason was that the goods on his body clearly surpassed the majority of astral-reaching experts. Merely an upper-grade defensive artifact, the Golden Gilt armor, was enough to tempt Sea of Soul Realm experts. Moreover, he had quite a few mid-grade artifacts on him. Just because he didn't fancy it didn't mean that others didn't. There were many astral-reaching experts in dire straits. Some didn't even have mid-grade offensive artifacts, not to mention mid-grade defensive artifacts, which were even more expensive. If one had a mid-grade defensive artifact for protection, their defense wouldn't be a joke in a decisive battle. At a crucial moment, they might even have a chance to save their lives. 27,000. 28,000. 35,000. 40,000. In a few blinks of an eye, the price of the Cyan Wolf armor rose from 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones to 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was still rising slowly. In the end, a wealthy astral-reaching expert bought the Cyan Wolf armor with 48,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Morong Qingcheng, what item do you want to auction? Since the early part of the auction wasn't worth paying attention to, Yichen turned his head and asked Morong Qingcheng. Morong Qingcheng said, You also need the item I want. It's for tempering the will. Yichen faintly nodded. He indeed needed items for tempering the will. His sword soul embryo contained the immortal intent. To condense it into a sword soul required much more will than ordinary people. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since condensed a sword soul. He could tell that Morong Qingcheng was about to condense the martial soul embryo. Back in the blood demon battlefield, she should have had some gains. The martial soul embryo is easy to condense. As for condensing it, it requires sufficient realm and comprehension. If there are enough items for tempering the will, perhaps it will be a happy ending. Yichen only wanted to raise the sword soul embryo to the critical point. At that time, he wouldn't need too many items for tempering the will. After all, The sword soul couldn't be condensed just because he wanted to. As time passed, the treasures on the stage became increasingly rare. Some seemingly ordinary treasures even caused the crowd to scramble to bid for them, causing the atmosphere of the stage to become incomparably fiery. Many people were enjoying the carefree feeling of spending money like dirt. The 27th item is 3 pieces of demonic evil stone. The demonic evil stone is a crystalline, or found in the depths of the extreme Yin region. It has the effect of tempering the will. Friends who haven't condensed a martial soul should pay attention. This kind of thing is rarely seen in this auction. Let the bidding begin. The starting price is 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing these words, Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing's eyes brightened. The demonic evil stone's effect might be inferior to the blood evil stones, but it was still meat. It wouldn't change. 55,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 60,000. 63,000. The peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts, who hadn't made any moves, were scrambling to bid. As for those ordinary astral reaching experts, they didn't have the qualifications to bid. Moreover, they were still far from condensing a martial soul embryo. There was no need for them to spend all their wealth to buy something they couldn't use at the moment. 70,000. In the 5th floor's VIP room, Duan Lingyun also joined the bidding. Yi Chun smiled. He didn't intend to bid for the time being. 75,000. Murong Qingqing, who was beside him, raised her hand. It's Qingqing. Forget it, I'll give her 1 or 2 when I buy it. Duan Lingyun creased his brows and continued bidding. 80,000. Chapter 416. Damn it, 85,000. The auction house was full of dragons and snakes. Duan Lingyun and Murong Qingqing were not the only ones with deep pockets. Therefore, even though the price had been raised to 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones, there were still many people bidding. Murong Qingqing's expression didn't change. 90,000. 95,000. 120,000. Duan Lingyun steeled his heart and increased the price by 30,000, which was already close to the limit of 3 demonic evil stones. Murong Qingqing had clearly come prepared, raising the price by another 10,000. Lingyun, give up if you exceed 150,000. The auction has just begun. Ghost Moon reminded Duan Lingyun. I know. Duan Lingyun nodded and said inwardly, Qingqing, sorry, but I must have the demonic evil stones. Wait until I condense the martial spirit embryo, I'll give you the extra. Thinking up to this point, he extended his hand, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as the price of 150,000 came out, all the voices disappeared. The limit of a demonic evil stone was around 40 to 50,000, and 3 of them would be between 120,000 to 150,000. Exceeding this price would require careful consideration. After all, for peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to their entire fortune, and the auction was not even halfway through. This time, Murong Qingqing didn't continue bidding. She glanced at Yi Chun and knew that he was rich. As for how rich he was, she didn't know. It's about time to make a move. Yi Chun raised his hand and bid 160,000. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Chun's voice was heard, a commotion arose in the auction house. Although demonic evil stones were rare, they were only effective for astral-reaching experts who had yet to condense a martial spirit. After reaching Sea of Soul Realm and successfully condensing a martial spirit, a few demonic evil stones wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, the bidders were bound to be astral-reaching experts. However, astral-reaching experts who could bid 160,000 mid-grade spirit stones were few and far between. It should be known that there were many auctions in Extreme Yin region, and many rich people had already squandered their wealth. Yi Chen's voice startled Duan Lingyun. He clenched his teeth and bid 180,000 regardless of Ghost Moon's warning. I can crush you in terms of wealth. As the eldest disciple of the soul-sundering sect, Duan Lingyun was extremely wealthy. At this moment, he had no other intentions other than to suppress Yi Chun. Almost 4 times the price had moved a lot of people. What did it mean to be rich and overbearing? This was it. An increase of tens of thousands was like a game to him. Many astral-reaching experts felt their hearts twitch. Damn it, comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Each time the other increased the price, it was equivalent to all of their wealth. If they could make it this far, they would be considered outstanding. 200,000. Unfortunately, as soon as Duan Lingyun's voice fell, Yichen raised the price by 20,000, reaching a huge figure of 200,000. This caused the hearts of the crowd to palpitate. This seemed to be even more ruthless. The tone of the voice was calm, as though 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones were nothing to him. His wealth is at least 500,000 yuan. Murong Qingcheng, who was standing to the side, inwardly guessed. Yichen sat steadily on the leather chair. He had no intention of giving up on the demonic evil stone. Only with it could his battle power continue to increase. As for mid-grade spirit stones, it was fine as long as he had enough. He didn't need to be a miser with such a huge amount of wealth. The so-called wealth should be used in the right place. Enough. Only by maintaining your rationality can you become an expert. Fighting on impulse won't do you any good. Ghost Moon, after all, had lived for more than 100 years and could see more clearly than Duan Lingyun. He stopped him from continuing. Damn it. Hearing these words, Duan Lingyun had no choice but to give up. However, this didn't mean that his heart had calmed down. The demonic evil stone was a small matter, but his face was more important. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones going once, 200,000 going twice, 200,000 going thrice sold. The old man shouted several times before smashing his hammer down on the stage. Soon, a beautiful attendant brought 3 pieces of demonic evil stone to Yi Chen's VIP room. After paying enough mid-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen started to look at the demonic evil stone. The demonic evil stone was an irregularly shaped crystal ore. Its shape was like coal, and its color was silver with a hint of black. Holding the demonic evil stone, Yi Chen could feel a dark evil chi penetrating through his arm and into his sea of soul. Its effect is 20% weaker than a normal blood evil stone. Yi Chen quickly distinguished the difference between the demonic evil stone and the blood evil stone. The auction continued. During this period of time, Murong Qingcheng spent 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy a pair of golden gloves that were emitting a 7-colored radiance. Mid-grade gloves had always been rare, but it also meant that it would be popular. After all, there were a lot of people who practiced hand techniques. In a situation where there were too many monks and not enough meat, the price would be obviously high. Normally, a mid-grade offensive weapon would not be more than 40,000. The 34th auction item is a Bodhi bead. I believe that many people don't know the effects of the Bodhi bead. Here, I will explain it to everyone. The Bodhi bead is formed naturally. Not only does it have the effect of calming the mind, but it can also increase the user's power of understanding. Of course, this power of understanding is not permanent. Only by holding the Bodhi bead can it temporarily increase the user's power of understanding. On the auction stage, the old man explained while observing the crowd's expression. Just as he expected, the atmosphere of the entire auction house suddenly heated up. Temporarily increasing the power of understanding was indeed an amazing property. Countless people were stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through. If they had the Bodhi bead, they might be able to reach a higher level in a short time. However, the ones who were tempted were still astral-reaching experts. Sea of Soul Realm experts had heard of the Bodhi bead. In fact, the effect of the Bodhi bead was to stimulate the soul power of astral-reaching experts. Once the soul power was released, the power of comprehension would naturally increase. However, Sea of Soul Realm experts could already release their soul power. The Bodhi bead is useless to me. Yi Chen shook his head. Battle Emperor had once obtained a Bodhi bead. Therefore, he knew the secret of the Bodhi bead. His soul power was equivalent to a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert. He simply didn't need the Bodhi bead to increase his power of understanding. Humph, it's just a Bodhi bead. My Soul Sunder sect has a 10,000-year ancient tea tree. It can also increase one's power of understanding. Moreover, I cultivate the Soul Sunder divine eyes, which can stimulate soul power. My power of understanding is much higher than ordinary people. Duan Lingyun disdained the so-called Bodhi bead. The starting price of the Bodhi bead is 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins. The old man saw the anxious expressions of the crowd and revealed a faint smile. 80,000. 90,000. 100,000. The crowd was too lazy to increase the price by 1,000 and directly increased it by 10,000. Such a good thing was something they had never heard of before. 150,000. Murong Qingqing's voice transmitted out. I don't need this Bodhi bead, but there are many people who have their eyes on it. The price will rise to a high level. Yichen said. You don't need it? Murong Qingqing was flabbergasted. She was the most worried about Yichen. Yichen's net worth was at least 500,000, which was not something she could compare with. Unexpectedly, the other side had no intention of bidding. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, rejoicing that she didn't bid for the demonic evil stone. If she had, she wouldn't have enough spirit stones. Moreover, this Bodhi bead would undoubtedly drive people crazy. Even 200,000 or 300,000 spirit stones would be in danger. Damn, are you going to let me live? Increasing the price by 50,000 in one go. The Bodhi bead was good, but without sufficient spirit stones, it would be useless. This made some extreme astral-reaching experts gnash their teeth in anger. 160,000. The facts proved that there were astral-reaching experts with incomparably deep pockets. Especially the leaders of some dark forces. Their wealth was all plundered. 200,000. The one bidding was still Murong Qingqing. Without Yichen bidding, she had nothing to worry about. The Bodhi bead was something she had to obtain. 210,000. In the VIP room, a majestic middle-aged man shrouded in a black robe bid. 250,000. Murong Qingqing raised her hand again. VIP room number 398, I'll remember it. This Bodhi bead will be mine sooner or later. The black-robed man gave up on bidding, not because he didn't have enough spirit stones, but because he didn't feel the need. As for the previous bid, it was purely because he didn't want any accidents to happen. After all, only when he got the item immediately would he feel at ease. Unfortunately, Murong Qingqing increased the price by 40 to 50,000 each time, as if she wouldn't give up until she got the Bodhi bead. This made him want to kill her. If he killed Murong Qingqing, not only would he get the Bodhi bead, he would also save a few 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 270,000. The auction house went silent for a moment. Then another bid was heard. It was from the three brothers. Individually, none of them had so many mid-grade spirit stones. But if they added them up, they would. In any case, the Bodhi bead wasn't a one-time use item and could be used in turns. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't do this, since they wouldn't feel at ease. However, the three brothers were like brothers and didn't have such worries. 280,000. Murong Qingqing wasn't an idiot. When the price reached 270,000, there was no one else bidding. There was no reason for her to continue increasing the price by 40 to 50,000. As expected, the three brothers gave up. They had a total of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the two unused mid-grade artifacts, they only had 270,000. They didn't have the ability to increase the price any further. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Murong Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. Coming to Extreme Yin region was indeed the right choice. Not only did she obtain a glove-type mid-grade artifact, she also obtained an extremely rare Bodhi bead. However, these two items had almost exhausted her entire fortune. Congratulations! Yichen smiled. Putting away the Bodhi bead, Murong Qingqing asked with interest, why don't you need the Bodhi bead? If the other party also needed it, her chances of obtaining it wouldn't be more than 30%. Even if she used her other items as collateral, it wouldn't be more than 50%. Yichen said, my comprehension is enough. Of course, he wouldn't say that his soul power was several times that of an ordinary person, equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Murong Qingqing looked pensive. She subconsciously thought that Yichen had a treasure similar to the Bodhi bead. The 48th item is a head-sized demonic evil stone. The starting price is 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000. Just at this moment, the old man dropped a bomb. A demonic fiend stone the size of a human had appeared on the stage. Based on a rough estimate, this demonic fiend stone was at least 15 times the size of the demonic fiend stones that had been auctioned off earlier. It was silver with a hint of black light, causing everyone's hearts to beat faster. A head-sized demonic evil stone. Haha, let's see how you're going to compete with me this time. Duan Lingyun couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, he was inwardly grateful to Ghost Moon. Without his reminder, he would have wasted his mid-grade spirit stones on those 3 small demonic evil stones. Murong Qingqing's eyes also brightened, but she immediately shook her head. Her fortune had already been exhausted, and she didn't have the qualifications to compete. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Chun, who revealed a faint smile. Chapter 417. Brother, we can't eat this demonic evil stone alone. Why don't we join hands and split it? The cake was too big for one person. Many astral-reaching experts in the ordinary seats began to rack their brains, sending Zhen Yuan transmissions to the people nearby. Then who should we give the spirit stones to? How can we be at ease? If you turn hostile, won't we suffer a double loss? Someone asked. This is simple. You don't need to give the spirit stones to anyone. Just buy it. After buying it, everyone will hand over their spirit stones. Then cut the demonic evil stone in front of everyone. Everyone will split it. What do you think? There was no problem in this world that couldn't be solved, and a problem that could be taken out wasn't a problem at all. This method is not bad. But just a few of us are not enough. Don't worry, I've already contacted others. This demonic evil stone is equivalent to 15 times more demonic evil stones. Inviting 15 people is no problem at all. Then each person will pay 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 15 people will be 750,000. Let me make it clear here. Those who don't have 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones will automatically withdraw. Of course, you can also pawn your things to the auction house. I have 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Give me a bit more when the time comes. Sure. All of a sudden, a lot of people thought of this method and contacted the astral-reaching experts nearby. Those who didn't have enough wealth even invited more than 20 astral-reaching experts who had the same wealth as them. 30,000 for each of them. 20 of them would be 600,000 to 700,000 in total. 300,000. Finally, someone was the first to bid. 350,000. 450,000. 450,000. 550,000. It was like a plague. The price rose by 50,000 by 50,000, which made some people who didn't know anything dumbfounded. Since when were there so many rich people? Of course, there were also some people who noticed that something was wrong. They immediately came to their senses and contacted others. The old man on the stage saw everything, but didn't make any move. For the auction house of Extremine region, as long as one could afford the price, it didn't matter what method one used. Even if one gathered several hundred or thousands of people, it was still one's ability. However, if one couldn't afford the price, then one had to apologize. At best, one would be punished as a warning to others. At worst, one would have to work for the auction house for the rest of their lives. 600,000. 650,000. The price continued to climb, making the astral-reaching realm warriors in the VIP rooms frown. They had no choice but to contact the astral-reaching realm warriors in the nearby VIP rooms. Murong Qingqing said to Yi Chun, I still have 130,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I can lend them to you. However, from the looks of it, this demon fiend rock will not be sold for less than 800,000 or 900,000. You don't have to worry about that. I can still fork out 800,000 to 900,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Yi Chun wasn't worried about others joining hands to bid for it. After all, no matter how good an item was, it would have a limit to its value. This demon fiend stone might seem large, but if it was divided evenly, it would be less. Therefore, 20 people was the limit. If there were more than 20 people, then it would be meaningless. This little demon fiend stone wouldn't have much use. Moreover, the ones participating in the bidding were all peak astral reaching experts and extreme astral reaching experts. They couldn't possibly not see how many people participating would be beneficial to them. Hearing those words, Morong Qingqing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Just how much wealth did the other party have? To be able to take out 8 to 900,000? It seemed like it was more than that. As Yi Chen expected, when the price reached 800,000, the number of people participating in the bidding had decreased by 70%, and the remaining 30% were still stubbornly holding on. 850,000. Duan Lingyun didn't expect that there would be so many people participating in the bidding. He was caught unprepared for a moment. By the time he came back to his senses, the price of the demon fiend stone had already exceeded his net worth. Fortunately, Ghost Moon had lent him 550,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Adding his own wealth, it had reached 950,000. With 850,000 medial-grade spirit stones gone, the remaining 30% had decreased by 70%. There were less than 10 people participating. Yi Chen didn't bid. He liked to make the final decision. There wasn't much meaning in bidding right now. 860,000. Finally, the increment slowed down. 870,000. 870,000. 880,000. Damn. 18 people joining hands and still can't take it down? What the hell is this? In the ordinary seats, everyone quieted down. Only a few wealthy people in the VIP rooms were bidding. 900,000. Duan Lingyun couldn't hear Yi Chen's voice, so he thought that the latter had already given up. He felt a lot more carefree, thinking to himself, I'll take down the demon fiend stone and give some to Morong Qingqing. She'll definitely thank me, and their relationship will be much closer. 920,000. The one bidding was an extreme astral reaching expert in the VIP room. His own wealth naturally wasn't that high, only 100,000. He only dared to bid after joining hands with a dozen others. Unfortunately, many of them didn't have many spirit stones left. In the previous auctions, they had more or less won a few things. Duan Lingyun sneered. 950,000. Forget it, let's not compete anymore. The other side is in the 5th floor's VIP room. There must be a Sea of Soul Realm expert behind them. We can't compete. At this moment, no one else increased the price. Just as the old man opened his mouth, a clear voice rang out. 1 million. Absolute silence. The entire auction house was completely silent. 1 million. This was an amount that even some Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't take out. Although the previous 950,000 was close to 1 million, and not much different from 1 million, 950,000 was 950,000, and 1 million was 1 million. The weight of the two was different in people's hearts. At least, the latter was more heart-shaking. It's that guy who bought the demon fiend stone again. His wealth is too frightening. Don't tell me he also contacted other astral reaching experts like us. Regardless, his personal wealth is absolutely abundant. He had just used 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy 3 small demon fiend stones, and now he's aiming for this head-sized demon fiend stone. Someone without a bit of wealth wouldn't do this. Bastard, it's him again. Duan Lingyun clenched his teeth. At the same time, he was astonished at where Yi Chen got his mid-grade spirit stones from. Could it be that Morong Qingqing lent him some? But Morong Qingqing had already spent more than 300,000, so there shouldn't be much left. Of course, he must have borrowed some more. Thinking of this, Duan Lingyun's anger flared up. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ghost Moon, hoping that he would lend him some more. Ghost Moon shook his head. Lending you 500,000 is already my limit. But, even if I had more, I wouldn't lend it to you. You should think before doing things. Why compete with him in the auction? What's yours will be yours in the end. It can't run away. Supreme Elder, you mean? Duan Lingyun stared blankly for a moment, then thought of a possibility. Ghost Moon smiled strangely but didn't say anything. Duan Lingyun's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he no longer made another bid. He thought to himself, Continue to be arrogant. When we leave the city, I'll personally challenge you and make you spit out everything you've got with interest. My soul-splitting divine eyes can only be used to their greatest effect in battle. I underestimated you that time. Although the soul-splitting divine eyes was very powerful in terms of eyes, combat power was combat power. It wasn't enough to rely on the eyes alone. If he knew that Yi Chen's sword intent was so powerful, he definitely wouldn't have used the soul-splitting divine eyes to fight him. During a battle, Yi Chen's sword intent would only be used to amplify his attack, while his soul-splitting divine eyes could affect Yi Chen's sword intent, greatly reducing his combat power. Feeling that everything was under his control again, Duan Lingyun's mood was much better. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones had already exceeded everyone's psychological bottom line and wealth bottom line. No one had the heart to spare, so they could only watch as the demon evil stones fell into Yi Chen's hands. These 3 demon evil stones are for you. With the large demon evil stones in hand, Yi Chen took out 3 small demon evil stones and gave them to Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing was actually thinking of buying the 3 small demon evil stones from Yi Chen. She planned to borrow some mid-grade spirit stones from the Supreme Elder, but who would have thought that Yi Chen would give them to her without any hesitation? Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Chen. These 3 demon evil stones cost you 200,000. That's not too good, right? Then you can give me your mid-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen didn't care about trifles. If he wanted to give, he would. What others did had nothing to do with him. Here are 135,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Morong Qingqing directly handed a low-grade storage ring to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even look at it and put it away. Thank you. Holding the 3 small demon evil stones, Morong Qingqing's face revealed a faint smile. As far as she was concerned, this auction was already a perfect success. Not only did she obtain a glove-type mid-grade artifact, she also obtained a rare Bodhi bead. Now that the demon evil stones were in her hands, what else could she be dissatisfied with? After the commotion of the large demon evil stone, the auction stage began to surge like a storm. The following treasures were all things that left astral-reaching experts dumbfounded. 50th item, upper-grade artifact 3 flower scythe spear, mid-grade. The starting price is 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Not to mention other astral-reaching experts, even Yi Chen couldn't join in. 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones was something even ordinary Sea of Soul realm experts couldn't afford. And Yi Chen only had 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones, not even enough to buy a spearhead. 32,000. 33,000. 38,000. The bidding of Sea of Soul realm experts was a lot more reserved. It wasn't that they didn't want to make the final decision, but that they didn't have that many upper-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were mined from spirit veins. Low-grade spirit veins were the most abundant, followed by mid-grade spirit veins. Upper-grade spirit veins were few and far between. A 6th-grade sect couldn't even occupy one, and had to divide it evenly among many 6th-grade sections. If mid-grade spirit stones could be mined in large quantities, then upper-grade spirit stones wouldn't be mined in large quantities every year, unless they could find a new upper-grade spirit vein. Of course, there was another method, and that was to search for ancient ruins. Some important ancient ruins would have a lot of upper-grade spirit stones. Every time they appeared, the 6th-grade sects would fight to the death. Occasionally, a 5th-grade sect would intervene and take the majority. In the end, this 3-flower scythe spear was bought by Old Man Sky Eagle for 42,000 upper-grade spirit stones. After the 3-flower scythe spear, the most expensive item was a palm-sized demonic fiend crystal, which could help Sea of Soul realm experts refine their martial soul. It was a top-grade demonic fiend crystal, and its entire body was like a crystal, unlike demonic fiend stone, which was like a crystallized coal. The one who had the strength to buy it was naturally not an ordinary person. It was a Sea of Soul realm master, and its price reached 83,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The starting price of the next item is very low, but if it's real, then it's definitely worth it. Everyone should have heard of the legend of Undying Body before reaching Life and Death realm. This item is precisely related to the secret of undying body. Undying body. The old man's words immediately piqued everyone's appetite. From clasping yuan martial artists to Sea of Soul realm experts, not a single one of them didn't care. It should be known that undying body was the privilege of life and death kings. If one could have an undying body before reaching life and death realm, then how frightening would that be? Among experts of the same realm, one would be almost invincible. With an undying body, one would be able to explore many dangerous forbidden areas. Chapter 418. Undying Body. Morong Chingching's brows twitched. For people under the life and death realm, the allure of the undying body was beyond imagination. Life and death realm was hard to reach. This was the common understanding of the whole true spirit continent. Since the ancient era until now, the number of life and death kings born every 100 years did not exceed 10. Occasionally there would be more, but it would not be too excessive. It should be known that the population of the true spirit continent was close to 100 trillion. Geniuses were as numerous as the stars in the ocean, and there were countless of them. However, after 100 years, only 10 geniuses would be able to reach the life and death realm. How hard was it? Countless people squeezed onto a single log bridge, and only a few would succeed. How hard was it? Only by experiencing it personally would one understand what was going on. Therefore, the Sea of Souls realm was the limit of most people's potential, and it was impossible for them to continue growing stronger. At this time, the undying body would be their ultimate goal. With the undying body, they would at least be able to compete with life and death realm kings in some aspects, which was enough to drive people crazy. Yichen could not help but be moved. The undying body of life and death realm seemed to have 2 realms on the surface, but in fact, there were 3 realms. The first was regrowing limbs, the second was flesh growth, and the last was blood rebirth. The only difference was that not everyone could reach the second realm. Of course, it did not mean that the second realm was harder than the third, but that some people would directly jump from the first realm to the third realm without going through the second realm, which would take a lot of time. On the other hand, people with great talent and comprehensive ability would advance step by step, and would not neglect the second realm. After all, only after going through the second realm and reaching the third realm would one's foundation be more solid. Moreover, jumping from the first realm to the third realm was simply too hard. More than 99% of people would not be able to make it, and would only be stuck at the first realm. Whether it was the first realm, the second realm, or the even higher third realm, they were all beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It could be said that having the undying body was equivalent to having a greater potential. Life and death battles, breaking into forbidden areas, and stepping into unknown dangerous areas all required the support of the undying body. Living longer was also a talent that could not be ignored. Cough, cough, cough. On the auction stage, the old man coughed a few times and slowly said, "The auction item I'm talking about is a map to find the secrets of the undying body. The starting price is 1,000 medium-rank soul stones." Once again, I can't guarantee the authenticity of the map. If it is a fake, please don't be angry, otherwise the starting price will be much higher than 1,000 medium-rank soul stones. A starting price of 1,000 medium spiritual stones. Elder Gao, this is too low. Whether it's real or fake, as long as it contains information about an immortal body, it's enough to fetch a sky-high price. Someone voiced out his doubts. It wasn't that he was stupid and wanted the price to be higher because he had a lot of spirit stones. Rather, he was a little worried. No matter how he looked at it, a map that contained the secrets of an undying body was worth more than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There was definitely something fishy about it. Perhaps, the auction house also believed that this map was fake. Yeah. Elder Gao, what's going on? If you don't explain clearly, we won't dare to bid for it. This person had clearly spoken out what everyone else was thinking. All of them looked curiously at Old Man Gao. Old Man Gao smiled and said, "Because there isn't just one map, but 300 of them. 300 identical maps. The starting price for each is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones." What? 300? Are you kidding me? The auction house was in an uproar. Old Man Gao was already prepared for this kind of situation. He cleared his throat and said, "All right, I won't explain too much. The starting price for each map is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. For most people, this is not a high price. As for whether or not you want to buy it, that's up to you. The bidding for the first map begins now." The auction house was quiet. No one called out a price. Most people were just waiting and watching. Old Man Gao was not in a hurry. No matter what, whether the map was real or fake was still uncertain. He didn't believe that no one would bid for it. Once there was a first, there would be a second, and then a third. The auction would only become more and more popular. Right now no one was bidding. It was just the calm before the storm. There was no need to panic. 1,000. A starting price of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones was indeed not high. However, if it was 10,000, then it might not necessarily be the case. Therefore, after a moment of silence, the first bid rang out. 1,100. It took a while for the second bid to catch up. In VIP room 398, Yichen raised his hand and said 2,000. Hearing him, a lot of people looked over at the VIP room Yichen was in. Everyone knew how rich he was, and it was not something normal people could compete with. Plus, there were 300 copies of the map, so there was no need to fight for the first one. With that thought in mind, no one continued to bid. Just like that, Yichen obtained the first map. Morong Qingqing smiled. She understood Yichen's way of doing things. 300 maps seemed like a lot, but there would be a time when they would all be auctioned off. At that time, there would be too many monks and not enough meat. Instead, the price would increase. If she bought it now, she could save a lot of spirit stones. The second map began to be auctioned. Just like the first map, there were not many people bidding for it. It stopped at 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 3,000. The one who made the bid was Morong Qingqing. Although she had given all her mid-grade spirit stones to Yichen, she still had an unused mid-grade artifact. If she mortgaged it to the auction house at a low price, it would be worth 20 to 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for her thoughts, she was the same as Yichen. She wanted to buy it and take a look. Even if it was fake, she would only lose 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones at most. This map is very strange. It's not animal figures, it's abstract figures. Yichen opened the animal skin scroll and found that this map was different from normal maps. There was no road map, but only a line that connected everything together. The starting point was a rooster, followed by a skull, then a toad, 2 circles and a square. Yichen couldn't figure out what was going on. Morong Qingqing opened her own animal skin scroll, frowned and said, "Maybe it's a hint, or maybe it's fake. It's just deliberately mystifying." It was easy to tell if a normal map was real or fake. If one put something that they could not understand on it, it would be possible to fool people for a while. Yichen nodded. There will be many people studying this map. We can just watch from the sidelines. 300 copies of the same map. There had never been such a precedent in 3 City. After this auction, it would no doubt cause a huge uproar. Next, the third map was sold for 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. The fourth, 2,800. The fifth, 3,200. Up to the 50th map, the price did not exceed 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. But at the 51st map, the situation finally warmed up. The bids gradually increased, breaking 5,000 for the first time, reaching 5,100. Many people regretted it. If they had known this would happen, they would have bought one at the beginning. Now that they wanted to buy it, the price had doubled. The smart people finally made up their minds and prepared to buy one. Those who were hesitant were still waiting. They wanted to buy it at a low price when there was no one else to bid. Unfortunately, they would not have this chance again. The price of the map kept rising. Occasionally it would fall, but it was very limited. People were strange. When no one was paying attention, they would not pay attention. But when there were too many people paying attention, they could not help it. There were very few people who could keep their hearts. 10,000. Someone bid 10,000 for the 223rd map. You are crazy. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a map whose authenticity is unknown. The person next to him had a complicated expression. In fact, he also wanted the map. I am not crazy. There are already more than 200 maps. If I do not buy it now, even 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones may not be enough. Wait a little longer. Maybe the price will fall quickly. Just wait. I do not want to regret it. The 258th map. 15,000. 16,000. 18,000. The scene finally exploded. There were only more than 40 maps left. Whether they regretted it or not, it was meaningless. Those who wanted it would naturally go all out. Those who did not want it would not be moved even if they died. Of course, the number of the latter was pitifully low. 20,000. The bidder was in the VIP room on the 5th floor. The old man was startled. He could naturally tell that the bidder was een demon ancestor. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he came to a shocking conclusion. The map might very well be real, at least in een demon ancestor's eyes. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to bid for his item. This was clearly a show for other Sea of Soul realm experts. After all, there were many people who knew him, and they could tell from his voice alone. This way, people would not associate the map's original owner with een demon ancestor. On the contrary, if he did not buy it, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Which Sea of Soul realm experts would not be tempted by the undying body? Even Sea of Soul realm experts were no exception. Fuck. This is too much of a scam. The first 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones was enough to bid for it. How could it reach 20,000 in such a short time? Who told you not to buy it earlier? Brother, let's share one map. With your strength, you cannot do it alone. The more people, the more hope. Don't try to take advantage of me. I bid for it with 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Give me 6,000, we can share. Who are you trying to scam? Wasn't half 4,500? The price has increased. You win. On the auction platform, the old man's face was beaming with happiness. The situation was exactly as he had expected. There was not even 1 in 10,000 people who could remain unmoved by the undying body. Some people knew that they were not strong enough, but they still wanted to give it a try. Of course, this was not because they were overestimating themselves. Strength was important, but luck was even more important. Luck was not always on the side of the strong. There are 3 maps left. After that, there will be no more. The 298th map. Let the bidding begin. As soon as he spoke, the bidding didn't stop, reaching more than 30,000. The bidder was a Sea of Soul realm expert. Only Sea of Soul realm experts could keep their composure. In any case, several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones were nothing to them, so they didn't need to be calculative. The next 2 maps were sold at an even higher price. The second one was sold at 45,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the last one was sold at 50,000. Both were won by Sea of Soul realm experts. The astral reaching experts who had spirit stones earlier but didn't bid, and wanted to bid later but didn't have enough spirit stones, were filled with regret. They all made up their minds that if they had such an opportunity in the future, they would definitely be the first to bid. However, it was easy to say, but when it came to the crucial moment, how many people could remember their original determination? The auction of the maps ends here. Next is the final item. As the disturbance of the map passed, the auction reached its end. Apart from the Sea of Soul realm experts who had some wealth, the majority of the people weren't paying attention to the final item. They were studying the maps in their hands. Not to mention, some people who had studied the history of Extreme region were able to see something. Chapter 419. There are 3 places in Extreme region that are related to the rooster diagram. One is Chicken Crow Valley, the other is the nearby Chicken Crow Town, and the last one is the Chaoyang Mountains, where the first 11th grade demonic beast King Cyan Radiance Chicken was born. Chicken Crow Valley and Chicken Crow Town don't have any special meaning. It's most likely in the Chaoyang Mountains. On the ordinary seats, an astral-reaching realm expert mumbled to himself. The people around him stared at him like a tiger watching its prey. What are you guys doing? The person came to his senses and promptly shut his mouth. Unfortunately, words spoken were like spilled water, unable to be taken back. Hee, nothing much. Join our group. Otherwise, we'll kill you once we get out. That's right. Joining our group is much better than the group of Sea of Soul Realm experts. At least you'll have a chance to obtain the secrets of the undying body. At this moment, those who had studied the history of Extreme Een region became highly sought after. Some willingly teamed up with their friends, while others were exposed by those in the know and forced to team up. In any case, the amount of information contained in this map was too great. Only with more people would there be a chance to unravel it. When the final treasure was sold for 120,000 upper-grade spirit stones, the auction came to a successful conclusion, and everyone left one after another. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how many steps they can unravel. In the VIP room, Een Demon Ancestor was leisurely drinking tea. For the first 50 years, he had painstakingly studied day and night, unraveling more than half of the map. Unfortunately, the further he went, the more meaning the map contained. He simply couldn't speculate. Even if he flipped through the history of Extreme Een region, he still couldn't find a single clue. Of course, history couldn't be studied just because one wanted to. Some seemingly unimportant details might be the key to unraveling the map. Outside the auction house, Morong Qingqing reminded, "You have to be careful of that Ghost Moon spiritualist. Soul Sunder sect has quite a bit of research in the field of souls and strange things. Because of this, the people in the sect are somewhat unscrupulous. From the ordinary outer disciples to the leader of Soul Sunder sect, none are different." I know. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He could faintly feel that Duan Lingyun's soul was very unstable. This kind of instability did not mean that it had collapsed, but because he had cultivated some secret art, causing his soul to become extremely dark and extreme. His appearance was sunny on the outside, but his heart was filled with darkness. True Spirit Continent had many demonic cultivators, but demonic cultivators also had their depths. Duan Lingyun and his Soul Sunder sect were undoubtedly the deeper ones. Their temperament was influenced by their soul, giving others a feeling that they were nothing to be worried about. However, one should never believe the nonsense that evil would never triumph over good. Although one's temperament was important in cultivation, the heavenly Tao was unpredictable. People with bright hearts might not necessarily have great accomplishments, and those with dark hearts might not necessarily have great accomplishments. Just like how good people might not necessarily have good retribution, and evil people might not necessarily have evil retribution. The only thing Yi Chen could do was to firmly believe in his Tao. The auction continued. The auction continued for the entire morning, and the demon sect star. The sect. After lunch, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing walked out of the private room, and went back to their own rooms. In the spacious and luxurious guest bedroom, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, and took out a head-sized demonic fiend stone. The demon evil stone was like a huge crystallized coal. It felt cold and sharp when held in one's hand. The dark evil power contained in it even froze the water power in the air. Ice crystals fell on the ground, forming a thin layer of frost. Yi Chen ignored the gloomy coldness of the demonic fiend stone. His glabella swelled up, and his sword intent surged out, guiding a large amount of gloomy baleful qi into his body. Sizzle. The dark baleful qi was like a leech that had seen blood. After squirming for a while, it followed the meridians that were wrapped in true essence, and entered the sea of soul between his eyebrows. The soul sea surged violently, the coldness was wanton, and it was filled with a deathly silence. Refine. When refining the blood evil stone's baleful qi, Yi Chen didn't have it easy. But now, his sword soul embryo was even more powerful. It even had a will radiance, and its might was second only to Sea of Soul Masters. Therefore, he naturally didn't put the demonic fiend stone, which was 20% weaker than the blood evil stone, in his eyes. The ancient longsword above his Sea of Soul trembled, and a frightening sword intent halo spread out, dispersing the coldness and refining the deathly silence. The demonic fiend stone's baleful qi was used as nourishment, gradually strengthening itself. The demonic fiend stone's baleful qi was unwilling to become prey. It struggled with all its might, destroying Yi Chen's Sea of Soul. At the same time, the huge demonic fiend stone in Yi Chen's hand poured out even more gloomy baleful qi, reinforcing the vanguard and clashing with Yi Chen's sword soul embryo. Kacha. Kacha. Patches of gloomy baleful qi were shattered by the sword intent halo, unable to form an effective counterattack against Yi Chen's sword intent. With the refinement of the gloomy baleful qi, Yi Chen discovered that his sword intent was becoming increasingly condensed. The ancient longsword, which was the sword soul embryo, grew from 3 fingers long to 4 fingers long, and was still growing. The will radiance was a silver radiance, seeping out from within the sword soul embryo. It didn't change at all. What it needed wasn't refinement, but comprehension. As for the sword intent halo, it had expanded by a fold. Although it was called a halo, it was actually the remnant sword intent ripples emitted by the sword soul embryo, forming a protective layer around it. 4 fingers long, 4.5 fingers long, 5 fingers long. When the sword soul embryo reached 5 fingers long, it finally stopped growing. It had reached a critical point, and if it continued to grow, it would become a true sword soul. Cutting off the connection with the demonic fiend stone, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Half a day and a night had passed outside. From yesterday's afternoon to this morning, the air carried a fresh aura. Huff. Slowly letting out a breath of impure qi, Yi Chen looked at the demonic fiend stone. The coal-like demonic fiend stone had lost most of its color, gradually turning transparent. There was still about 20% of the gloomy baleful qi inside. In other words, in half a day and a night, Yi Chen had absorbed 80% of the gloomy baleful qi, condensing the sword soul embryo to the critical point. He was just one step away from becoming a sword soul. Putting away the demonic fiend stone, Yi Chen slightly stretched his body and walked down from the bed. The sword soul embryo has reached the critical point. I wonder how powerful it will be. Locking his eyes on the half-man-tall bonsai in the bedroom, Yi Chen's forehead swelled. A shapeless sword intent shot out, slicing through the interior of the bonsai. Swoosh. The huge bonsai withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually lying down in the pot, without a trace of vitality. A beam of sword intent had killed the life force of the bonsai. This was a sword intent that could kill a clasping Yuan realm warrior's soul. Yi Chen felt that it was not that simple, so he walked over to the bonsai. He reached out his hand and dug out a piece of soil from the pot. The color of the soil had turned yellow, which was a sign of losing organic matter. That beam of sword intent had not only killed the bonsai's life force, it had also destroyed the nutrients in the soil. It had already started to have an effect on reality. Back then, when my sword intent reached 50%, I had also killed the life force of a bonsai. However, that bonsai was only the size of a palm, and it was a delicate species. If I didn't water it for a day, it would fall sick. Moreover, I had only killed the life force on the leaves, not completely. Right now this bonsai is half a man tall, and it is a very tenacious species, able to thrive in a place like the extreme region. However, once my sword intent was released, all of the life force was still killed, and even the nutrients in the soil were killed. It was more than 10 times stronger than before, or even more than 30 to 50 times stronger than before. At the beginning, the sword intent was incorporeal. Once it reached the level of incorporeal, it would be able to kill some minuscule things. As the incorporeal deepened, it would be able to kill more and more things. Eventually, it would be able to forcefully affect reality, just like the martial will of a life and death king. Under that kind of frightening will, even mountains and rocks would shatter, and a person would be dismembered for no reason. Compared to before, the sword intents might has increased by about 30%. If Ghost Moon hadn't comprehended the profound left behind by the predecessors, he would be completely confident in defeating him. However, Soul Sunder sect is a 6th grade sect, so it's impossible for them to have no profound martial skills. On the contrary, they would have a lot of them. Ghost Moon must have comprehended the profound of the predecessors to increase his strength. I wonder how much of the profound martial skills he has comprehended. Before comprehending one's own profound martial skill, learning others' profound martial skills was undoubtedly the wisest choice. It could also increase one's own experience. Therefore, Yichen didn't have 50% certainty against Ghost Moon. If his cultivation base could increase from late astral reaching realm to peak late astral reaching realm, then he wouldn't need to be afraid. Soon after leaving Blue Mountain Island, with the support of enough upper-grade spirit stones, my cultivation base has progressed very quickly. Within 3 days, I should be able to break through to the peak of late astral reaching realm. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Yichen opened his door and went to eat breakfast. At this moment, the door of Morong Qingqing's room also opened. Just like Yichen, Morong Qingqing had also been cultivating since yesterday afternoon. She had completely consumed the evil qi of the 3 demonic evil stones, and her martial will had finally condensed into a martial soul embryo, which could greatly amplify attack, defense, and speed. Her battle power had increased by more than a little bit. It could be said that even if Shen Tujue hadn't died, he wouldn't have been Morong Qingqing's opponent. This was because Morong Qingqing's Great Sky Demon art had already reached the 13th layer, while Shen Tujue was quite lacking. After all, how many people could cultivate a top-rank Earth-grade art to the 13th layer at the astral reaching realm? At least in South Ridra region, they were pitifully few. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, Morong Qingqing didn't have the slightest trace of exhaustion. The hair in front of her forehead was slightly damp. Her eyebrows were lightly swept, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Her skin was abnormally smooth and white, and her nose was tall and straight. She exuded a holy elegance that was astonishingly seductive. Even Yichen couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. "Good morning." Yichen suppressed his somewhat restless qi and blood and greeted her. "Let's eat breakfast together." Morong Qingqing revealed a smile. As she approached Yichen, a fragrant wind blew over. If an ordinary person smelled this fragrance, their bones would go soft. Of course, apart from Yichen, there had never been anyone who could walk so close to her. This morning, a tiny bud was born in the hearts of the two without any reason. Walking down the stairs side by side, the two entered a private room. While eating breakfast, they studied the map together. Chapter 420. I know where the 12th sun pattern is. To the east of the land of extreme Yin, there is a golden desert with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. That is the place with the weakest earth qi and yin qi. It symbolizes the sun of the land of extreme Yin. In the golden desert, a broken shrine would often appear out of nowhere. The sun pattern on the shrine is exactly the same as the one on the map. I saw it in an ancient book. Morong Qingqing put down her chopsticks and took out a yellowed ancient book from her storage ring. She opened it and handed it over to Yichen. Yichen took the book and carefully read it. After a while, he put down the book and said, "According to the description, this dilapidated temple should be a building from ancient times and is located in another space. It will only be connected to this world when the sun rises. However, it will only exist for 3 days every month, and the time of its appearance is uncertain." Morong Qingqing nodded. "Although I know where the 12th sun pattern is, I still need to know the previous 11 patterns. Since this map has no end, who knows what lies beyond the last pattern? And it would be best to find someone who knows the history of extreme Yin region. However, I want to break through to the peak of late astral reaching realm in the next 3 days. I'll have to trouble you to find someone." In fact, Yichen didn't have that kind of urgent desire for the undying body. However, the opportunity was right before his eyes, and he couldn't ignore it. Who knew what he would discover in the process of searching for the secrets of the undying body? He couldn't act as if nothing had happened. "All right, rest assured and cultivate." When Morong Qingqing heard that Yichen had another opportunity to make progress, she was already used to it. As for finding someone who knew the history of extreme Yin region, it wasn't too difficult. Regardless of the era, there would always be people who liked to study history. If she couldn't find one in 3 Yin city, she could go to another city. After eating breakfast, Yichen and Morong Qingqing greeted each other and returned to their guest room. "The most important thing right now is to increase my strength. Once my cultivation base reaches the peak of late astral reaching realm, I'll be able to contend against ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Without exchanging blows with Sea of Soul Realm experts, Yi Chen couldn't figure out their strength. Rather than pinning his hopes on Dragon King's will, he might as well strengthen himself. Only by strengthening himself would he have the confidence to contend. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, took out 2 upper-grade spirit stones and started cultivating. The spirit stone Yuan Qi contained in high-grade spirit stones was extremely pure. It did not need to be tempered at all, and could be directly transformed into quintessential essence. The only difference between it and quintessential essence was that it was thinner and not as condensed as quintessential essence. 100 strands of spirit stone Yuan Qi could be condensed into a strand of quintessential essence. 3 days passed in a flash. The morning of the 4th day, a powerful Zhen Yuan fluctuation spread out from Yi Chen's room like a storm, engulfing the entire restaurant. The sharp qi belonging to the green lotus Zhen Yuan soared into the sky, even cutting the flowing wind in the sky into pieces, cutting it off from the outside air. He broke through. In the guest room opposite, Morong Qingqing raised her head thoughtfully. His bones crackled as Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of cold lightning shot out from his pupils, causing the air to stagnate. I've finally reached the peak of late astral reaching realm. If I don't break through to the Sea of Soul realm in the future, my Zhen Yuan will not increase in the slightest. The amount of Zhen Yuan one could contain was also different according to the difference in one's physique and soul. A person with a stronger physique and soul might be able to contain several times more Zhen Yuan than a person with a weaker physique and soul, or even 10 times more. And in between, there was a relation of utilization. For example, if a person's physique was very strong, but his soul was not strong, then his Zhen Yuan could only reach the limit of his soul's control. His physique would not be saturated at all. This was the same principle as a wooden bucket, where the water inside would always be at the same level as the shortest piece of wood. Yi Chen had cultivated the pure jade body boosting spell, and his body had also been tempered by the heavenly demonic flower. His physique was definitely second to none among astral reaching experts. Up until now, the only one who could surpass him in this aspect was Su Jing. However, compared to his physique, Yi Chen's soul was even more powerful, which caused the green lotus Zhen Yuan to reach the limit of his physique. It had yet to reach the limit of his soul's control. In other words, even if green lotus sword arts broke through to the 14th layer, the total amount of Zhen Yuan would not increase. Only the purity of Zhen Yuan was limitless. It's time to leave. Standing up, Yi Chen felt his whole body brimming with an indescribable aura. This was because his cultivation base had reached the limit of astral reaching realm. Before this, although his cultivation base was very close to the peak of late astral reaching realm, a gap was a gap, and it wouldn't change. However, when the power of this realm reached perfection, a mysterious feeling of control arose, and he had the desire to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Outside 3 City, 3 figures, 1 in the front and 2 in the back, headed east. In Extreme Yin region, the rooster pattern represents 4 places. The first is Rooster Crow Valley, the second is Rooster Crow Town, and the third is the Chaoyang Mountain where the first 11th grade demonic King Cyan Radiance chicken was born. As for the last one, Rooster Crown Tree, very few people know about it. I only came across it by chance in an ancient book. The one leading the group was an old man in his 70s. His name was Wang Tong. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing both called him Old Wang. Old Wang's cultivation base was not weak, having long since reached mid-astral reaching realm. He had been traveling all year round, and had recently returned to his hometown, 3 City. Morong Qingqing had run into Old Wang on the antique street. Seeing that he was knowledgeable, she exchanged some words with him, and eventually decided on him as the leader. The reward that Elder Wang needed was not small at all. A high-rank Earth Realm Cultivation Skill Manual, 3 high-rank Earth Realm Martial Skill Manuals, a Lightness Skill Manual, 30,000 mid-rank Spirit Stones, and 500,000 low-rank Spirit Stones. Adding them all together, it was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Of course, it wasn't that Old Wang was greedy. For someone like him who explored history, whenever he encountered something of research value, he would buy it even if he had to eat. He was often short of spirit stones, both mid-grade and low-grade. Moreover, when traveling alone, his battle strength couldn't be too weak. His cultivation technique and martial skill had to be a bit better. And he also had to have an agility technique manual, which could allow him to escape at a crucial moment. High-grade earth-grade cultivation technique, and 2 high-grade earth-grade martial skill manuals were given to Wang Tong by Yi Chun. Because Wang Tong needed 3 unique martial skills, the 3rd martial skill manual was given to him by Morong Qingcheng, Little Demonic Hand. When cultivated to the late stage, this martial skill could condense a small demonic force field. Be it in battle or defense, it was extremely outstanding, making Wang Tong beam with joy. Yi Chun didn't have the agility technique manual, so it was given to Wang Tong by Morong Qingcheng. As for the spirit stones, they were all paid by Yi Chun. With a long sword on his waist, Yi Chun followed closely behind Wang Tong and asked, "Out of these 4 places, which one should we go first?" Wang Tong said, "Chicken Crow Valley and Chicken Crow Town can be eliminated. Their history is too shallow. Yang Mountain Range and Coxcomb Tree are the places we need to go. Let's go to Yang Mountain Range first." "Hee, you guys can't go anywhere." On the mountain peak next to them, 2 human silhouettes flew over and blocked in front of the 3 of them. On the left was a handsome young man with a silver crown, and on the right was an old man wearing a ghost-swallowing cloud robe. Yi Chun's expression didn't change. He had long since guessed that Duan Lingyun wouldn't let him off so easily. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he walked forward and said, "That's fine too. Let's settle this trouble today." Duan Lingyun took out his azure dragon halberd and pointed it at Yi Chun. He said coldly, "That's right, it's time to end this. Today, this place will be the place of your death." Boom. Azure light exploded from the azure dragon halberd. Duan Lingyun tightened his grip, and the 2-meter-long halberd shot towards Yi Chun with a violent roar. The azure light streaked across the sky like an azure dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's body traversed across the mountain peak, its head stretched out and opened its mouth to bite. Duan Lingyun had used his killing move right from the start. Pushing Wang Tong a few miles away, Yi Chun's right hand grasped the sword hilt, and the azure-wood sword was instantly unsheathed. The incomparably sharp sword light was like a wound that split the heaven and earth, and a tearing wool gushed out, enveloping the incoming azure dragon energy. The azure dragon energy was broken into pieces, but Duan Lingyun had already used this opportunity to close in on Yi Chun. The heavy azure dragon halberd fell from the sky with great force. Ding! The sword and halberd collided, and sparks connected, radiating in all directions in a fan shape. The forest was set ablaze and the mountain peak was burnt. Wherever the 2 went, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Bewitching eye. His attack blocked, Duan Lingyun retreated. While he was retreating, his eyes shone brightly, and circles of misty ripples spread out, affecting Yi Chun's body. And it really came. Yi Chun was already prepared. Although he couldn't pull out his sword intent and use it alone like his opponent could, the gap between his battle power and Duan Lingyun's battle power was too big, and it wasn't something that could be made up for with a mere soul-sundering eye. Break! Withdrawing his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chun waved out a sword filled with sword intent. Pop! Duan Lingyun's soul-sundering eye's first style was broken, and his face was extremely pale. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully used the second style, Chaotic Soul Eye, which was also the strongest style he could grasp. Chaotic Soul Eye, as its name suggested, could confuse the opponent's soul. The ripples it emitted did not have any pattern, and were ripple vortexes of different sizes. If one got too close, one's soul would feel like it was about to be sucked away. Wang Tong, who was watching the battle, was shocked. He was several li away from the battlefield, but he could still feel the power of Chaotic Soul Eye. He felt dizzy, and if it wasn't for Morong Qingcheng using her martial will to isolate it, he would have lost his composure long ago. He couldn't help but be shocked by Duan Lingyun's strength, and even more shocked by Yi Chun, who was suppressing him. "You're not my opponent. Let the old one do it." Inside the ripple vortex, Yi Chun raised his azure-wood sword high, poured a powerful sword intent into it, and slashed down. Puff! Duan Lingyun spurted out a mouthful of blood, looking dispirited. During the battle, he had not only used the soul-sundering eye to affect Yi Chen's battle strength, but also launched sneak attacks. However, Yi Chen's battle strength was beyond his imagination. A casual attack from Yi Chen was able to push him back, and the soul-sundering eye was ineffective. Lingyun, back off. Ghost Moon moved. His figure flashed, and the surrounding space seemed to sway. His whole person was like a silhouette in a mirror, appearing 100 steps in front of Yi Chen in an extremely strange manner. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ghost Moon looked down at Yi Chen. Kid, it's not easy for you to reach where you are today. I, Ghost Moon, also don't want to do something that will anger the heavens and the people. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. Break your own arms and legs, then cut off your own tongue. How about that? In his eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Saying such words was already enough to make him feel honored. He was not like other Sea of Souls realm warriors, who would fight and kill right from the start. He liked to destroy his opponent's faith first, letting him know that no matter how hard he struggled, the result would not change, and then give him a cruel choice. Chapter 421. Slowly but powerfully circulating his Zhen Yuan, gradually increasing its speed, Yi Chen said indifferently, "Do you think I would be that stupid? You are Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior, and nothing more than a Spirit Warrior. If you were a Sea of Soul Realm Master, saying such words wouldn't be a problem." Hearing his words, the injured Duan Lingyun and Wang Tong were stunned. Hearing Yi Chen's words, it seemed like he didn't put Sea of Soul Realm experts in his eyes at all. For them, this was an inconceivable thing. Although Spirit Warriors were the lowest level of Sea of Soul Realm experts, they were still Sea of Soul Realm experts. They had already shed their mortal bodies, and were no longer considered mortals. If one were to challenge astral-reaching realm experts with peak late clasping Yuan realm cultivation base, there might still be some people who could do it. However, after reaching peak late astral-reaching realm, the chance of challenging Sea of Soul realm experts was infinitely close to zero. The number of geniuses in the southern sector could be counted on one's fingers, which included South Ridra region, Thunder region, Misty Snow region, Wavy Cloud region, and other 8 regions. Adding up all the geniuses in the 8 regions, they could be counted on one's fingers. On average, there wouldn't even be one person in each region. Moreover, the top 5 geniuses were basically all in the Thunder region and other regions, and the Thunder Princess was one of them. So he was waiting for Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior. Morom Qingcheng seemed to have understood something. Yi Chen had waited until he reached peak late astral reaching realm before leaving the 3-Yin city. He must have guessed that he would have a battle with Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to make a breakthrough. The 3's gazes fell on Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior, wanting to see his reaction. The latter's face twitched a bit, and the gloomy killing intent could be felt from several li away. The lush forest below rapidly withered with him as the center, igniting a pale white flame. There is only a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Can I take your attitude as arrogance? Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior sneered. Unfortunately, arrogant geniuses will fall sooner or later. Just like a shooting star in the night sky, no matter how bright it is, it will only last for an instant. A shooting star is short, but it can leave you with an eternal painful memory. You can give it a try. Yi Chen's eyebrows slightly swelled. At this moment, it was time to go all out. He couldn't hold anything back anymore. He also wanted to know how his strongest sword intent would perform. How arrogant. Since you're unwilling to do it yourself, I'll personally break your limbs and shatter your tongue. Let's see if you're as arrogant as you are now. Ghost Moon's spiritualist grinned, revealing his sharp teeth with a bone-piercing chill. Seeing that the two were about to exchange blows, Duan Ling and Wang Tong felt that it was not safe enough, so they backed out a couple more miles. Sea of Souls realm warriors were not astral-reaching realm warriors, and their destructive power was shocking, as well as the ability to change the terrain. Right then, Wang Tong looked at Yi Chen with a worried expression. Although he did not know where Yi Chen got his confidence from, he had heard about the title of Ghost Moon Spirit Warrior before, and he knew that he was not some fake warrior. Wanting to beat him with a cultivation of peak-level late astral-reaching realm would be almost impossible. Duan Lingyun sneered. It was indeed a pity that he could not kill Yi Chun with his own hands, but he knew that a dead martial genius would no longer be a martial genius. Only by staying alive would one have the chance to reach the top. Ooh. The air next to Wang Tong twisted, and Morong Qingqing appeared there. Miss Morong, aren't you worried? Wang Tong asked. Morong Qingqing said, I have seen a lot of miracles from him. He is not the kind of person who can't see the situation clearly. In fact, he is more cautious than anyone else. More cautious than anyone else? Wang Tong was still suspicious. Pap. The air under his feet seemed to have turned into a huge sphere, exploding violently. Ghost Moon leaned his body forward as he opened his right hand, grabbing toward Yi Chun. A huge ghost hand with a hint of green appeared in the air, covering the whole sky and even the space where Yi Chun was standing. Brat, it is too late to regret now. Die. The ghost hand closed up, and the surrounding mountains cracked. Yi Chun's whole body fell into a completely dark world, looking like he was about to be squeezed into a meat paste by the ghost hand. Duan Lingyun laughed viciously, as if he could already see Yi Chun's miserable face. Green Lotus reaching the sky. A muffled sound came out from the ghost hand, carrying a monstrous sword intent into everyone's ears. In the next second, the green sword light was like a towering tree that took root in the ghost hand. It instantly expanded from a seed to a height of hundreds of meters, breaking the ghost hand and tearing the ghost hand's aura apart. What? He broke my cage ghost hand in one go. Ghost Moon's pupils shrank. He was not surprised that he couldn't kill Yi Chun in one move, but it was hard for him to accept that it was broken in one move. His face was a little red. Breaking through the ghost hand's restraint, Yi Chun was thousands of meters high in the sky. He held the greenwood sword with both hands and slashed down from the sky. A terrifying scene occurred. The sword light, which was branded with the green lotus, was connected to the greenwood sword. It was hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide. It fell from the sky with a momentum that could split the heaven and earth and slash the chaos. It fiercely fell on the top of Ghost Moon's head. Before the sword light arrived, the mountain below Ghost Moon's head cracked open. It was so dark that one couldn't see the bottom. Sword soul level sword intent? Ghost Moon was quite shocked. Cultivation was divided into different levels, and so were sword intents. Before one formed a sword soul, it would be called sword intent. After forming a sword soul, it would be a sword soul level sword intent. He did not know if Yi Chun had formed a sword soul or not, but this sword intent was definitely a sword soul level sword intent. He had once encountered a Sea of Souls realm sword artist, and that person's sword intent seemed to be even weaker than Yi Chun's. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. So, your sword intent has reached this level. But if you think that you can compete with me with a sword soul level sword intent, then you are very wrong. Ghost Moon yelled as he crossed his arms and tore them apart. His huge sharp ghost claws blocked the sword light. Try it and you will know. His body slightly tilted. Yi Chun held the sword hilt with his left hand and changed his right hand to a reverse grip. He then slashed down. Chin. The sword light was connected with the greenwood sword. As the greenwood sword slashed down, so did the sword light. The two ghost claws were cut in half like they had been cut by a saw. At that critical moment, a pair of claw gloves appeared on Ghost Moon's hands, which barely managed to catch the sword light. Bright sparks were brought up. Top-rank attacking weapon. Yi Chun sighed. If his opponent did not have a top-rank weapon, he thought that he might have a chance to beat him. But now, the difficulty had doubled. It was not impossible for him to get the upper hand, but it would be impossible for him to beat him. Of course, it was still because he had hidden attacks. Without them, he would not even be able to compete with Ghost Moon. Wang Tong gasped. In that battle, Yi Chun had actually gotten the upper hand, which had completely overturned everything he knew. But it seemed like it would end here. Ghost Moon was a Sea of Souls realm warrior himself. And he also had a top-rank weapon. There was no way he could beat him. I wonder what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Morong Qingqing frowned slightly. The battling power of Sea of Souls realm warriors could be divided into a couple of levels on the surface, but there were even more hidden levels. For example, whether or not a top-rank weapon was a huge difference. Ghost Moon was the great master of a rank 6 martial institution in the Wavy Cloud region, so he naturally would not lack top-rank weapons. She believed that Yi Chen must have thought of this, but as for what kind of tricks he had up his sleeves, she did not know. With the claw gloves on his hands, Ghost Moon was angry out of embarrassment. It was not because of anything else, but because he had been forced to use a top-rank weapon to block out the attack. Although part of it was because he had underestimated Yi Chen and did not use all of his power, he was still a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Very good. You have successfully pissed me off. My next attack will kill you for sure. With a top-rank attacking weapon, if he still could not kill Yi Chen, then he would really be ashamed. But of course, Ghost Moon did not think that Yi Chen would be able to escape this attack. 100 Ghost 1000 kill. The pitch-black claw glove burst out a breathtaking black light. As Ghost Moon waved his hand, countless claw shadows filled the sky, attacking towards Yi Chen one after another. Wherever the claw shadows went, the space started to vibrate intensely, layer upon layer, blurring the scene. Pooh! A mountain nearby exploded, sending dust into the sky. In this chaotic environment, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. He put his green wood sword back into its scabbard and opened his palm, holding the 3 sword handles together. His green lotus Zhenyuan poured into the scabbard through his palm, connecting the 3 swords together in a special pattern. Ting! A sword sound pierced through the sky. Morong Qingqing, Duan Lingyun, and Wang Tong could feel the hair on their bodies standing up. Right then, the sword intent and sword aura that exploded from Yi Chen's body had perfectly fused together. The whole world seemed to have turned into a sword. The mountain was the sword, the tree was the sword, the grass was the sword, and the water was also the sword. Right after that, a shocking sword light appeared, making the whole world lose its color. 3 swords combined into one. Yi Chen took out 3 swords at once, the Greenwood Sword, the Thunder Sword, and the Destruction Sword. The 3 swords were connected by Zhenyuan, causing their power to increase drastically, reaching the level of top-rank attacking swords. Under the amplification of the 3 swords combined into one, Yi Chen's sword intent and sword aura naturally blended together. The surrounding environment was affected by the sword intent and aura, becoming extremely sharp. Even a small stone could kill. Even a 300-meter-tall waterfall was drawn over by the sword intent, turning into a huge crystal-clear sword that floated behind Yi Chen's head. Kill! With a wave of the sword, the sky-covering claw shadows exploded one by one. At the same time, the huge sword that the waterfall had turned into also shot toward Ghost Moon. Impossible! Even if he has an upper-rank attacking weapon, it can't have this kind of power. Ghost Moon was shocked. Before, he had only used 60% of his power, and now that he had an upper-rank attacking weapon and his battling power had increased to 80 or 90%, he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. All of a sudden, his momentum suffered a huge blow, and he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. There are a lot of impossible things in the world. You still don't have the power to make me feel helpless. Now take 1 sword attack from me. With the 3 swords combined into one, Yi Chen threw out a second sword attack, and the powerful sword Qi cut down dozens of mountains. Upon hearing that, Ghost Moon's face took on a ghastly expression. His face turned black, and his long and narrow eyes were bloodshot. A frightening and eerie aura soared into the sky, and as his robe fluttered, he looked like a devil standing in the human world, causing one to be frightened. Ignorant little bastard, you think you can make me regret my words and actions with this little power? You overestimate yourself, and you are too ignorant. At the same time, a white ghost fire ignited on Ghost Moon's body, and the ghost fire gathered into the shape of a skull. Even under the sun, it did not feel hot at all. Instead, there was only endless coldness and horror that could burn all spirits. Boom! With a strike of his palm, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The pale ghost fire flooded the sky, and one could vaguely see the reflection of countless skulls on the surface of the ghost fire, opening their mouths and roaring. How stupid, to actually completely anger Elder Ghost Moon. If I don't anger him, I will be killed at most, but if I anger him, I won't be able to die even if I want to. The feeling of having my spirit extracted and my soul devoured by a ghost is not a good feeling. Duan Lingyun knew Ghost Moon's background very well, and a cruel sneer appeared on his face. Chapter 422. An attack that erodes the mind? I'll let you see what the all-destroying destruction sword Dao will is. Yi Chen had 3 great sword intents. The main one was the immortal sword intent, and the branches were the destruction and slaughter sword intents. The immortal sword intent was the most powerful one, which made it unbreakable and unbreakable. Meanwhile, the destruction and slaughter were pure killing intents, which were more advantageous in terms of attacking, especially the destruction one, which was slightly more powerful than the slaughter one. With the enhancement of the destruction sword intent, Yi Chen did not try to dodge at all. He threw out a sword attack, and that slightly surreal sword chi was like a sharp chi flow, clashing with the pale ghost fire. Boom, 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 boom. The two were like water and fire, neither giving way to the other. They continued to accumulate power and attack, trying to drown each other. Within a blink of an eye, the two had been destroyed at the same time. It was not that Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was not powerful, but that Ghost Moon's secret martial art was just too strange. Using it to connect with his martial intent and his own Jin Yuan, the attack he threw out was enough to wound a Sea of Souls realm warrior at the same level. It was already very horrifying for Yi Chen to be able to handle it. If he could break it, then even Ghost Moon would have to escape. Destruction sword intent. He has actually learned the sword intent's element. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. Ghost Moon felt like he had been slapped in the face. Yi Chen had blocked out his attacks again and again, shattering all of his words. He was about to lose his mind. He was confident that if Yi Chen's sword intent was similar to a normal Sea of Souls realm sword artist, then he would definitely be able to beat him. But Yi Chen had somehow managed to learn the sword intent that even Sea of Souls realm sword artists could not. So powerful. Is he really an astral-reaching realm warrior? Wang Tong had been traveling around the world a lot, so there was nothing he had not seen before. But this time, he was truly shocked by Yi Chen. With his peak-level late astral-reaching realm cultivation, he was able to fight against Ghost Moon, a Sea of Souls realm warrior. It was beyond his imagination. He did not know how powerful the famous Thunder Princess was, but in his mind, she was probably at this level, perhaps even weaker. Immortal sword intent, destruction sword intent. One person with 2 sword intents? Murong Qingqing knew everything about Yi Chen. In the early days, Yi Chen had the immortal sword intent. She was indeed surprised, but she didn't think it was ridiculous. Everyone had their own opportunities, it was just a matter of size. However, after having the immortal sword intent, he was able to comprehend the destruction sword intent, which was a bit ridiculous. From the ancient times until now, no one had ever possessed 2 sword intents. It was not because of lack of opportunities, but because no one could possess 2 sword intents at the same time. That would cause the soul to collapse directly, and the soul would be destroyed by the backlash of one's own sword intent. A prodigy of the sword Dao. If he could enter the life and death realm, he might be able to become the #1 sword artist throughout the ages, suppressing the ancient sword king. In the ancient era, the sword king couldn't become a monarch not because he wasn't strong enough, but because there could only be one monarch. After the ancient era, this rule was gradually abolished, allowing multiple monarchs to exist at the same time. Of course, it had to be said that a monarch from the same era as the ancient sword king was truly powerful. He was actually able to suppress the sword king and become a monarch. Miss Morong, what do you think of this battle? Wang Tong had, after all, received payment from the two, and he was very interested in the patterns on the map. Therefore, he was very concerned about Yi Chen's life and death. Murong Qingqing pondered for a moment and said, half and half. Half and half. Wang Tong was somewhat astonished and reminded. Ghost Moon is the supreme elder of Soul Sunder sect, so he must have cultivated a profound martial skill. Even if he hasn't comprehended it to 100%, it's still not something ordinary martial skills can compare to. Morong Chingching nodded. That's why I said half and half. If Ghost Moon didn't cultivate a profound martial skill, he wouldn't even have half. What? Wang Tong found it hard to understand Morong Chingching's words. With my understanding of him, there's no way he wouldn't have made preparations. He would have certainly guessed that Ghost Moon had comprehended a profound martial skill. Morong Chingching said slowly. At this moment, Duan Lingyun was a bit anxious. He originally thought that Ghost Moon would be able to kill Yi Chun as easily as blowing off dust. Who would have thought that the development of the situation wasn't under their control? Yi Chun's strength was absolutely terrifying among geniuses, enough to contend against the legendary Thunder Princess. Before the auction, his cultivation base was late astral reaching realm, and now he's at the peak. If I had known earlier, I would have dealt with him in Three Een City, even if I had to bear the wrath of Three Een City's city lord. Seeing Yi Chen's progress, Duan Lingyun was extremely regretful. He didn't make a move in Three Een City because although Three Een City didn't forbid fighting, it was under the premise that it wouldn't cause too much damage. Yi Chen wasn't a persimmon in their hands. If they wanted to kill him, the aftermath of the battle could destroy dozens of streets, and perhaps even more. Once the city lord was enraged, although he wouldn't kill him, he might be heavily injured, unable to recover for 3 to 5 years. If the city lord was in a bad mood, being killed would be quite normal. Others might be afraid of Soul Sunder sect, but Three Een City didn't. At most they would give some face. Very good. You actually forced me to this extent. Ghost Moon's expression became extremely grave. In any case, Yi Chen's strength had already made him feel a trace of threat. If he didn't go all out, he would very likely be defeated. This wasn't a situation he wanted to see. With his sleeves fluttering in the wind, Yi Chen was like a peerless sword hovering in the horizon. His whole body was emitting a sharp aura. Under the influence of his aura, the gale was like a sword, and the dense sword chi locked onto Ghost Moon. Hearing him, Yi Chen said indifferently, I know you've comprehended profound martial skills. Display them. Otherwise, you're doomed to return in a sorry state. Humph. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll help you. The deathly white ghost flames on Ghost Moon's body burned increasingly brighter. As he got closer, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It wasn't just a chill on his body, but also on his soul. Buzz. The space trembled. Under everyone's gaze, Ghost Moon's hands moved downwards and joined together in a strange and demonic posture. He quickly formed a seal. As he formed the seal, the space rippled. A ferocious ghost head formed from the deathly white ghost flames was formed. The ferocious ghost face was long and narrow, and its chin was sharp. Its eyes and mouth were 3 black holes. It was pitch black inside, as if it could devour a person's soul. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear a sinister laughter. Profound martial skill. Haha. He's dead for sure. Duan Lingyun recognized the profound martial skill that Ghost Moon's spirit cultivator was using. He was confident that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to make a comeback. After forming the seal, Ghost Moon's spirit cultivator roared. Both of his hands maintained the posture of forming the final seal, and pressed towards Yi Chen's body. In curse. Silently, the ferocious ghost's head was like an imprint on a seal. Wherever it went, the air melted and the wind stopped. It's actually the Een Profound. Morong Chingcheng had seen a lot of things, so she could tell what kind of profound was used to activate the Een spell. Among the profound, the most common ones were the natural element profound, such as the wind profound, gold profound, wood profound, etc. The rarer ones would be the slow profound and the cloud profound. There were also some even rarer ones, such as the Een Yang profound and the chaos profound. As the Een profound, this kind of profound focused on mental attacks, and was very mysterious. If the warrior was not careful enough, he or she would be doomed forever. Yi Chen didn't dare to underestimate Ghost Moon's profound martial skill. There were many profound mysteries in the world, and there were many that restrained each other. However, when he saw Ghost Moon's profound martial skill being used, a smile appeared on his face. The Yin and Yang profound was indeed very powerful. However, once they were separated, it might not be able to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, his thunder mentality slightly suppressed the Yin attribute. Although the two were not on the same level, the gap was closed. Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen stepped forward and accurately chopped the ferocious ghost's head. Oh! The ferocious ghost's howl was heard. Murong Qingqing, Duan Lingyun, and Wang Tong stepped back again and again to avoid spiritual attacks. Even so, Duan Lingyun's face was still very pale, while Wang Tong directly puked out a blood mist, looking very dispirited. However, Murong Qingqing's expression didn't change at all. Her eyes flashed with a strange black light. Crackling sounds could be heard as the bright thunder light quickly consumed the ferocious ghost's yuan qi. The spiritual attack contained in it was also cancelled out by the destruction sword intent. A few mountain peaks that were far away were even shattered. The mountain tops flew up into the sky and exploded instantly. Bastard, you actually blocked my Yin curse. Is that a perfect peak Earth Realm sword move? Ghost Moon's spirit warrior seemed to have noticed something, and his expression turned ugly. His Yin curse was created by a Sea of Soul Realm expert of the Soul Sunder Martial School hundreds of years ago. In the few years since he became a Sea of Soul Realm expert, he had already cultivated it to 30% completion, which was already extremely difficult. It should be known that things belonging to others would always belong to others. Comprehending it would be twice as difficult. If he were at Astral Reaching Realm, with his comprehensive ability, he might not be able to accomplish this even after spending 10 years. However, even his 30% Yin curse was blocked by Yi Chen. Moreover, the latter's sword move was clearly a perfect peak Earth Realm sword move. Only a step away from profound sense martial skill. In terms of power, it was equivalent to 20 to 30% of a profound sense martial skill. To be able to comprehend a top Earth Realm martial skill to perfection, at Astral Reaching Realm, such a genius was frightening just by thinking about it. At least, Ghost Moon's spirit warrior didn't even have a single top Earth Realm martial skill to perfection. The Yin profound focuses on mental attacks, which are much weaker than physical attacks. I have 3 great sword intents, so as long as the gap is not too big, mental attacks will not work on me. That little bit of physical attack is actually weaker than my Sky Thunder Cut. Originally, a 30% profound sense martial skill would be slightly more powerful than Yi Chen's Sky Thunder Cut. Unfortunately, the Yin curse, which focused on mental attacks, could not pose an effective threat to Yi Chen. Cut. Performing his sword steps, Yi Chen's whole body was like a sharp sword, piercing through the sky, bringing along a sharp sword chi as he attacked toward Ghost Moon's spirit warrior. Ding! Ghost Moon's spirit warrior backed out in embarrassment, blocking out Yi Chen's attack. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's body turned, using his body as a sword, performing a sword art. He appeared behind Ghost Moon's spirit warrior within a second, then waved out a heavy sword attack. Not good. What kind of step art is this? Ghost Moon's spirit warrior had never seen such a sharp step art before. Yi Chen could even use his body as a sword, performing a sword art with his body. It was absolutely unimaginable. And it was so unconstrained that it made his scalp go numb. What kind of sword artist was the scariest? Of course, it was the sword artist who did not play by the rules. You want to hurt me? Dream on. Activating his Zhen Yuan, a 3-colored light cover appeared on Ghost Moon's body, bouncing off Yi Chen's attack. A top-ranked defensive artifact, indeed. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes, performing his Sky Thunder Cut for the second sword attack, leaving a sword mark on the 3-colored light cover. Chapter 423. The 3-colored light cover was not broken yet, but the cutting power of the Sky Thunder Cut had forced Ghost Moon to back out continuously, leaving behind a 3-colored mark in the air. Damn it! Yin curse! Area kill! His face turned green and red as he took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. He formed a spell with one hand and performed his profound sense martial art Yin curse continuously, shooting out light marks one after another. Immortal Guide. Yi Chen performed his sword steps, his body traveling between the gaps of the Yin curse. That sharp sword chi formed automatically, following Yi Chen's sword aura as it attacked toward Ghost Moon. Although Ghost Moon's battling power was at the same level as Yi Chun, he was still weaker than Yi Chun in terms of battling techniques. In fact, if it were another Sea of Souls realm warrior, they might not be able to beat Yi Chun in terms of battling techniques. The sword steps that Yi Chun had learned from the three great sword arts were extremely mysterious. He used his own body as a sword and performed sword arts with his body, which was something that had never been seen before. If the sword steps were forcibly divided into ranks, it would definitely be beyond the top rank Earth Realm step arts, which were equivalent to 50% of the profound sense step arts. Zhu, zhu, zhu. Taking one step to the east and one to the west, Yi Chun's step arts were just like his sword arts. They were unrestrained and unstoppable, forcing Ghost Moon to back out continuously with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. No, this brat's step arts are unimaginable. If I continue to fight like this, I will lose all of my face. Ghost Moon's mind was still intact. He knew that no matter what, he would definitely lose his face today. But there were different degrees of it. If he continued to fight, it would only make him lose more face. Therefore, no matter how angry he was, he had to leave first. With that thought in mind, Ghost Moon pushed his Zhenyuan and jumped out, appearing dozens of miles away. Brat, I will spare your life today. When we meet again in the future, I will make sure your blood splashes everywhere. After throwing down those words, Ghost Moon used his Zhenyuan and dragged Duan Lingyun away. After dozens of blinks, they disappeared without a trace. Waiting until Ghost Moon left, Yi Chun let out a long breath. It was his first time battling against a Sea of Souls realm warrior, so it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. But of course, he was more excited than anything else. It was the kind of excitement of being able to use all of his power and surpass his own limits. For him, normal extreme astral reaching realm warriors and unbeatable warriors would not be able to interest him at all. I've learned a lot from this fight, and I've gained a clear understanding of my own strength. Ghost Moon was an early Sea of Souls realm warrior. His top-rank Earth Realm martial arts had not been trained to completion, but he had two top-rank great weapons, one for offense and one for defense. His profound sense martial art had been trained to 30%. All in all, he was more or less a mid-level warrior. He was not too powerful, but not too weak either. In the future, if he ran into an enemy Sea of Souls realm warrior, he would be able to compete with Ghost Moon. Then he would know who was stronger and who was weaker. Mr. Yi, you have indeed opened my eyes. This is my first time seeing an astral-reaching realm warrior being able to fight evenly with a Sea of Souls realm warrior. I think you might even be able to suppress him. Wang Tong's face had regained some color as he waved his robe and flew over. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chun said, "It was just luck. If it were other Sea of Souls realm warriors, it would be impressive if I could stay undefeated." Wang Tong laughed. "Mr. Yi, you are being too humble. Not to mention the others, there are only a few martial geniuses who could compete with Sea of Souls realm warriors in the whole South region. In other words, Mr. Yi is at least one of the top 10 martial geniuses in the whole region." Yeah, Mr. Wang is right. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to Yi Chun that the competitive atmosphere in our South Ridra region has been brought up. Morong Qingqing nodded to show her agreement. Yi Chun touched his nose and said to Morong Qingqing, "Morong, I am afraid you have not used your real power even once, right?" When he was battling with Ghost Moon, even Duan Lingyun could not handle the aftermath of the Sky Thunder Cut and the Yin spell, but Morong Qingqing seemed to be fine. Combined with Morong Qingqing's mysterious and calm demeanor, Yi Chun had a feeling that she was hiding a deeper level of power. Perhaps Morong Qingqing knew that she could not hide it from Yi Chun completely, so she did not say anything definite. After the storm had settled down, the three continued on their journey. Rising Sun Mountain. Right then, there were a lot of people who were here to explore the secret. When the auction had just ended, there were a lot of people who knew about the Undying Body map. A lot of them were willing to pay a high price for a copy of the map, since it was not that hard to copy a map. Therefore, the 300 maps had turned into more than 1,000, and it was still growing. As for the people who were here to explore the secret, there were more than 1,000 of them. With Wang Tong leading the way, Yi Chun and Morong Qingqing soon found the mountain where the rank 11 beast King Blue Light Chicken used to stay. The mountain had been burnt and crystallized. Even after countless years, it had not completely decayed. The blue light chicken was a rank 11 beast king. Although its martial will had disappeared, the mountain that had been refined by the beast Yuan was extremely sturdy. Even astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to destroy it. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not want to destroy such a valuable research mountain. Wang Tong introduced the scorched mountain as he walked deeper into the mountain. Soon, the three arrived at a less populated area. Yi Chen quietly pushed his soul power and spread it out. Soon, he found a painting on the wall of the mountain. Walking in front of the painting, Murong Qingqing said, "It seems like the first pattern on the map is indeed this mountain in the Chaoyang Mountain." In the eyes of the three of them, there was a ferocious-looking, glowing chicken-like beast carved on the wall. Underneath the feet of the beast was a cave, and inside the cave was a roaring white skull, which was the second pattern on the map. In front of the chicken-like beast, there was a sun in the sky, and around the sun were small dots, like a desert. Yi Chen thought of something as he took out the map. After opening it, he realized that the positions of the three on the wall were exactly the same as on the map. The starting point was the rooster pattern, and the bottom right corner of the rooster was the skull pattern. After reaching the fifth pattern, it started to get higher and higher, and the 12th sun pattern was right above the rooster. "I see." Yi Chen looked pensive. He took out a pen and paper, shrinking the scale of the pattern on the wall and drawing it on the paper. There was no end point on the map, but he could draw a better map with the help of the wall or something else. The map in his hand was only for reference. Leaving the Chaoyang Mountain, the three walked towards the second pattern on the map. According to Wang Tong's conjecture, the second pattern represented 3 places. One was the Whitebone Mountain, one was the burial ground, and the last one was the skull cave. However, according to the mural, the skulls were in the caves, so the skull pattern represented the skull cave. As expected, the three of them also found a wall in a hidden corner of the skull cave. This wall had been eroded by time, and had long become blurred. Fortunately, Yi Chen's soul power could sense what was carved on the wall. It was a kind of deep observation. After the skull cave was the Toad River. There was a secret passage at the bottom of the river, which was impervious to water and fire. There were also simple and unadorned wall paintings that had been passed down to this day. As for the fourth pattern, the difficulty began to increase. 2 circles and 1 square formed a strange pattern. Wang Tong pondered for half a day before setting his target on the extreme Yin region's 2 forms ridge. The three's luck was pretty good, as the 2 forms ridge was the place represented by the 4th pattern, 5th pattern, 6th pattern, 7th pattern. The 11th pattern. Within half a month, the three had found 11 wall paintings, and soon arrived at the 12th destination, Golden Desert. There are a lot of people here. Yi Chen raised his head and saw about 40 to 50 people. Among them, a dozen were Sea of Soul realm experts, and one was wearing a black robe. Yi Chen could feel an extremely frightening aura from his body. It was the aura of a Sea of Soul realm master. This was not the first time Yi Chen had seen this person. Back when he hadn't arrived at 3 City, he, Murong Qingqing, and Duan Lingyun had seen this person rushing out from the plains. The black-robed man glanced around and revealed a faint smile. Seems like auctioning the map was definitely a wise move. In just half a month, so many people have found the 12th pattern. If I give them some more time, they might be able to find the place I haven't found yet. The black-robed man was precisely Yin demon ancestor. From the 10th pattern onwards, he had been observing everyone. Being able to find the 10th and the following patterns was enough to prove that they had a deep foundation in historical research. Rumble. Right at this moment, the surface of the desert trembled. A lot of sand soared into the sky, covering the sky and sunlight. It was an extremely frightening scene. Miserable screams resounded as 3 astral-reaching experts were swallowed by something, disappearing into the desert without a trace. Panic spread. Apart from Sea of Soul realm experts, everyone was nervous. Rumble. Another wave of sand shot up, and a huge mouth appeared under the ground. Inside the mouth were sharp teeth that looked like a blender, layered on top of each other, connected to the soft meat wall. Above this huge mouth was indeed Yi Chen, Morong Qingqing, and the other two. Great demon capture. Morong Qingqing didn't wait for Yi Chen to make a move. She made a circle with both of her hands, and an invisible force field interweaved, forcibly pulling out the owner of the huge mouth. During the process, Wang Tong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This thing was too big. Its body was more than 2,000 meters long, and the thickest part was 300 meters, while the thinnest part was still more than 100 meters. It was a super sandworm, one that could swallow an entire street. The sandworm struggled with all its might, wanting to break free from Morong Qingqing's grasp. However, Morong Qingqing was not an ordinary astral-reaching expert. With a twist of her right hand, half of the worm's body was twisted in the air. Green juices splashed everywhere, dyeing the surface of the desert. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but after the appearance of the worm, the sky began to brighten. A ray of sunlight sprinkled down, and in the void in front of everyone, the silhouette of a broken building appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 424. The Sun Palace has appeared. Someone yelled out. Damn. These gamma sandworms are too hard to deal with. Let's kill them together first. There was still some time before the Sun Palace completely appeared. If they did not take care of those gamma sandworms with huge appetites, then at least 30% of the people here would die. As for those Sea of Souls realm warriors, they did not even bother to join in the fight. It would already be merciful of them to not kill the astral-reaching realm warriors. Since Morong Qingqing had taken care of a gamma sandworm by herself, a lot of people had come over, wanting to use Morong Qingqing's power to escape this disaster. At the edge of the desert, the sun was half exposed. The top half of the broken Sun Palace was already very clear, and only the bottom half was twisted and blurry, not completely connected with this world yet. Boom, boom, boom. Near the Sun Palace, dozens of astral-reaching realm warriors attacked the surface of the desert together. That rich Zhen Yuan flow gathered together, looking like meteors falling from the sky, continuously attacking the gamma sandworms. Of course, there were some unfortunate people who were dragged into the ground. The moment the sun completely left the Earth's surface, the outline of the Sun Divine Hall twisted for a moment, then completely revealed itself. A vast aura from ancient times spread in all directions. In the sky and on the ground, even the gamma sandworms were stunned. They quietly snuck into the depths and did not show themselves again. This is the Sun Palace. There is also a power vibration coming from a broken stone. Yi Chen's soul power was extremely powerful. The second the Sun Palace appeared, he could immediately tell that it was not a normal building. It was a magical building with a forbidden power, which was even more powerful than the puppet martial school's branch ruins. The entire sun god temple stretched for miles. There were no walls, and there were sun totem pillars everywhere. Beside the totem pillars, there were often stone warriors holding spears. The tallest building in the sun god temple was the main hall in the center. It was squarish and over 1,000 meters tall. Every pillar in front of the main hall was like a pillar that supported the heavens. When humans stood below them, they seemed so small and insignificant. Something is not right. My Zhen Yuan is being suppressed. A man walking in front of them suddenly said, Me too. This sun god hall is strange. It seems to be enveloped by a layer of restrictive power. Once you enter, you will be restricted by the restrictive power. They had never encountered such a situation in the previous 11 places. Only the sun god temple was a bit unexpected. Of course, a portion of the people who knew did not find it strange. They had been to the sun god temple before, but they did not go deep because the sun god temple was very dangerous. Those who entered in the past rarely left alive. They all died mysteriously. You guys be careful. Yi Chen quietly released his soul power, reminding Morong Qingqing and Wang Tong. Morong Qingqing looked behind her and said, It looks like we can't get out. Wang Tong explained, The Sun Divine Hall appears once a month for 3 days. Within these 3 days, you can only enter and not leave. Only on the dawn of the fourth day will you have a quarter of an hour to leave. If you can't leave, you have to wait until next month. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Yichen didn't say anything else. He had a feeling that things wouldn't be peaceful for the next 3 days. There were a lot of buildings in the Sun God Temple, but some of the smaller ones probably wouldn't have murals. Only the more important ones would have the possibility. Just as the three were about to enter a slightly more majestic building, a scream was suddenly heard from one of the buildings nearby. It seemed like something horrifying had happened. Before that, there were 3 or 4 astral-reaching realm warriors who had entered. Wang Tong said with a low voice, "According to the rumors, there are blood-sucking monsters in the Sun God Temple. They are unkillable, and only under the sun would they not be attacked." Blood-sucking monsters? Unkillable? Afraid of the sun? Yichen frowned. "Mr. Wang, you stay outside. I will go in with Morong." Morong Qingqing nodded. "Yichen is right. Mr. Wang, you stay. Then you guys be careful." Mr. Wang knew himself well. He knew that his power would not be of much use, and might even drag them down. Entering the building, Yichen immediately sensed a wave of cold power. It was completely different from the warm aura outside. It was hard to imagine that this was the inside of the Sun God Temple. "There are murals here." Yichen soon found a wall. There were a lot of carvings on it. Because of the restrictive power, his soul power could not sense it too clearly. He would have to walk over and look with his eyes. Pap! Pap! In the cold environment, the two's footsteps seemed to be coming from another world. There is nothing about the map. After observing for a while, Yichen did not find any weird patterns on the wall. It was all stories and stories. Just as the two turned around, a black shadow flew down from above, shining with a sharp cold light. Chin. Yichen did not panic at all. He pulled out his sword with his right hand, and threw out 3 sword attacks. The first one brought out a bright spark, the second brought out a stream of blood, and the third stabbed right in the center. Yeah. Not dead yet. After the 3 sword attacks, the black shadow was blown into the air, trying to disappear into the darkness. Sky Demon Capture. Morong Qingqing was already prepared. She reached out with her right hand and pulled back. The black shadow was caught off guard and was pulled down to the ground, making a huge sound. Caw. A sharp roar was heard. The ear-piercing sound wave was everywhere. Even Morong Qingqing and Yichen had to take 3 steps back. Zhu. Seizing the opportunity, the black shadow disappeared. Unkillable blood-sucking monster, interesting. Yichen did not care. He shook off the blood on his longsword and put it back into its scabbard. Morong Qingqing said, "Our Zhen Yuan has been suppressed by 90%, leaving us with less than 40% of our battling power. This undying monster is almost at the level of a normal astral-reaching realm warrior." Battling power was a comprehensive power, which included Zhen Yuan, martial will, and physical power. For astral-reaching realm warriors, Zhen Yuan was the most important, making up about 80% of their battling power. Therefore, the suppression of Zhen Yuan would have a huge impact on their battling power. This is a bit tricky. I wonder how many of these undying monsters there are? Yichen had just fought with the undying monster once. The latter's battling technique was not that powerful, but its speed was extremely fast. Under such circumstances, most of the astral-reaching realm warriors would be in danger. Outside, Wang Tong stood under the sun. Seeing the two come out, he let out a sigh of relief and asked, "How was it inside? Did that thing appear?" Morong Qingqing said, "It ran away." "Ran away? Is there really a blood-sucking monster?" Wang Tong had never seen one before, so he was hoping to be lucky. Hearing her words, he felt a chill down his spine. Yichen said, "Don't worry. You only need to protect yourself. We will take care of the rest." Inside a huge building in front of them. "Undying monster. Let's see how many times you can take damage." The one who was talking to himself was a middle-aged man with a cold face. If there were experienced people here, they would be able to tell that he was the famous Ironwood man in the Extremine place. His power was 1 level higher than the spirit warriors. Although his Zhen Yuan had been suppressed a lot, after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, His body was no longer a normal body anymore. It was extremely tough, and only his physical power was horrifying. Combined with his martial will and remaining Zhen Yuan, he was able to compete with extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Under his feet was a human-shaped monster. It had long legs and arms, long fangs in its mouth, and extremely sharp claws. Its skin was white and purple, looking very thick. Instead of calling it skin, it was more like a layer of cuticle. It was very muscular, where it should be skinny, but where it should be strong, it was surprisingly strong. Overall, it was a kind of monster that did not care about appearance but focused on killing. Swoosh! Holding the dark blue iron stick in his hand, Ironwood Man stomped on the human-shaped monster's chest, creating a bloody hole there. The human-shaped monster screamed and stared at Ironwood Man crazily, showing its fangs, looking extremely horrifying. Ironwood Man frowned. His opponent's voice contained a sharp sound wave, and its super high vibration frequency made his heart feel like exploding. He opened his mouth and waved his arm. The iron stick pierced through the human-shaped monster's throat. All of a sudden, the scream stopped, as if a duck had been choked by its neck. Still not dead. The chest had been pierced through, and the throat and spine had been broken. If it were a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior, they would have been dead by now. However, judging from the struggling power of the human-shaped monster, it was still full of energy, as if the wound it had just received was just a superficial wound. Let's see if you will die or not. The dark blue iron stick shone with a dark blue light as Ironwood Man used all of his power to attack the human-shaped monster's forehead. Boom. White and red blasted out, looking extremely bloody. The humanoid monster's body twitched a couple of times after being hit in the head. Then it stopped moving. I thought it was an undying body. So disappointing. Throwing down the monster's body, Ironwood Man turned around and walked out of the building. The number of buildings in the Sun Palace was unimaginable. Even though they had only been looking at the big buildings to find something useful, it still took them a whole day to reach the main palace. As the sun set, the horrifying atmosphere started to cover everyone's heart. It is getting dark. Should we enter the main palace? Of course. The earlier we find the painting, the earlier we can relax. Then we will only need to stay inside a small building, and we will be able to get through the rest of the 2 days safely. Indeed, there is no difference between going in during the day or at night, since the sunlight will not be able to shine in there anyway. On the plaza in front of the main palace, the surviving people were in groups of 3 to 5, and groups of 5 to 6. Only one Sea of Souls realm warrior who was still alive did not want to form a group, so he was alone. During this time, people would enter the Sun Palace from time to time to join the exploration team, which kept the number of people between 50 to 100. Let's go in. Yi Chen looked at Morong Qingqing and Wantong. Morong Qingqing looked back from the darkness in the main palace and nodded. As for Wantong, he was holding a shield in one hand and a great blade in the other. As they were talking, a bright moon appeared in the night sky, and a shrill roar was heard. Following the direction of the sound, Ironwood Man frowned. He realized that it was the building where he had killed the undying monster. Perhaps the undying monster is still alive? Chapter 425. There are undead monsters here as well. I can't hold on any longer. Damn. These monsters are unkillable. They are born to be invincible. Let's join hands. Indeed. Only by joining hands can we survive. Originally, there were more than 100 astral-reaching realm warriors in the main palace, and there were only 7 or 8 of them at most. However, under the attacks of the undying beasts, they gradually gathered together, forming a well-organized team with a clear division of labor. Once the team was formed, the success rate of the undead monsters' attacks dropped drastically. Under hundreds of mental power scans, there would always be a few people who would discover the undead monsters' attacks. In the deeper part of the main palace, Yi Chen and the other 2 were fighting as they walked. Shoo! Without stopping, Yi Chen waved his sword, and with every step he took, an undead monster's throat would be cut open. Dark red blood spilled everywhere. Morong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art was undoubtedly the nemesis of the undead monsters. Within the range of the Sky Demon power field, not a single undead monster could get close to her. They would all be discovered immediately, and their bodies would be twisted by the power field and blown away. It seems like I only need to protect myself. Wang Tong thought that something dangerous was waiting for him, but he realized that he was extremely safe between the two. In front of him, there was Yi Chun with his horrifying sword art, and behind him, there was Morong Qingqing cleaning up the undead monsters. The only thing he could do was to be extra careful. Caw. All of a sudden, a lot of undead monsters roared, and the sound wave attacked from all directions. At the same time, 7 or 8 undead monsters attacked the three from different angles. Activate your Zhenyuan to protect your heart and head. Yi Chun and Morong Qingqing had fought against the undead monsters before, so they knew how powerful this sound wave was. They hurried to remind Wang Tong, who did not know what was going on. Hearing him, Wang Tong bit his tongue and did as Yi Chun said. Fast 4 sword strikes. Switching the thunder sword to the destruction sword, Yi Chun shook his wrist, and the sword light jumped out. The 4 undead monsters closest to him were blown away. One had its arm cut off, the second had its waist cut off, the third had half of its head cut off, and the fourth had its heart pierced through. Sky Devil's palm, heavenly rebuke. Behind them, Morong Qingqing's left and right hands struck out like butterflies flying through flowers. The 3 undead monsters seemed to be repelled by this space. They came and went quickly, bouncing back like lightning. A large amount of internal organs spurted out from their mouths. It was extremely bloody. Yi Chun glanced at Morong Qingqing, silently praising her for becoming more skillful. According to the characteristics of the Great Sky Demon technique, as long as she could continue to improve, she would be able to completely subdue anyone who was as strong as her. When gravity and repulsion were developed to the profound level, it would be extremely terrifying. The 3 were moving at a very fast speed, but no matter how fast they would not be able to outrun some of the more powerful Sea of Souls realm warriors. Wherever they went, the undead beasts that were rushing at them would be blown away immediately. They would not even be able to get close to them. Of course, there were some Sea of Souls realm warriors who were slower than Yi Chun and the other 2, since they were all Soul realm warriors who were not as powerful as Ghost Moon. Bang! An undying monster exploded, and the black-robed Yin demon ancestor walked to the wall. He revealed a faint smile and intentionally raised his voice. There's a map here. What? Where is it? Hearing him, the people behind him were shocked. Isn't this the Yin demon ancestor? Ironwood Man, who was not too far away from the Yin demon ancestor, was a bit surprised. There were a lot of people who knew about the Yin demon ancestor in the extreme Yin place, but not many had seen him before. He came and went like a ghost, and his power was as deep as the ocean. Even among the master-level warriors, he would be above average. Before, the Yin demon ancestor was covered in a black robe, so he did not recognize him. Hee. The Yin demon ancestor laughed weirdly as he flew out of the main palace. He thought that the Yin demon ancestor was going to kill him to keep his mouth shut. Outside, he might have a 10% chance of escaping. But inside the Sun Palace, his Zhenyuan had been mostly suppressed, and there were not many ways for him to escape. If the Yin demon ancestor wanted to kill him, it would not take him much effort. The Yin demon ancestor does not care that I know the pattern on the map. There must be a reason. Never mind, Ironwood Man will not kill anyone just in case. Originally, Ironwood Man was planning to kill him to keep his mouth shut, since the fewer people who knew about his undying body, the better. But now he had changed his mind. So what if he killed those astral-reaching realm warriors? His opponents would be Sea of Souls realm warriors, especially master-level ones who were more powerful than him. Astral-reaching realm warriors might not be able to threaten them, but they would be able to mess up the situation. You guys are lucky. After memorizing the pattern on the wall, Ironwood Man flew out of the main palace without looking back. Mr. Yi, will they kill us to keep our mouth shut? Wang Tong suddenly thought of something serious, so he asked with a Zhenyuan message. Yi Chun said lightly, no, and we do not have to be afraid. Outside, perhaps he would be afraid of Sea of Souls realm warriors. But under the protection of the restrictive power, his advantage had actually increased. His sword spirit embryo had reached the critical point, and he was only one step away from the real sword spirit. His sword will had definitely reached the master level. It should be known that at the same level, the sword will would be more aggressive than the martial will, which was the advantage of a sword artist. Walking in front of the wall, Yi Chen scanned it quickly. There were 4 patterns on the wall. He had already been to the first 2. And the third one was the 13th pattern on the map. The 4th one was not on the map, which looked like an altar with 6 pillars on the edge. There was a bright light shining and a tornado roaring. There are 14 patterns on the map. Could this be the 15th one? Wang Tong thought to himself. Morong Qingqing said, perhaps it is the last one, which is the place we are going to. Yi Chen asked, Elder Wang, can you tell where this pattern represents? Elder Wang shook his head. I am not sure yet. Wait until we go to the places represented by the 13th and 14th patterns. Then we might be able to find the answer. In that case, let's get out of here first. There are more and more undead creatures here. Casually cutting off the head of an undead creature, Yi Chen said. Following the original path out of the main palace, the 3 realized that there were a lot of undead creatures outside as well. With the full moon in the sky, these undead creatures were dancing under the moonlight, looking extremely creepy and frightening. Rock, what do you think these undead creatures are? What kind of connection do they have with the undead body? It was the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior who spoke, and the Rock Spirit Warrior was right next to him. The latter said, perhaps it is the forbidden power of the Sun Palace. I saw an undead creature that looked very similar to someone I've seen before. You are not joking, right? Those people who died in the Sun Palace all turned into undead creatures? The Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior was shocked. Most likely. Anyway, we need to be careful. Perhaps some of the Dead Sea of Souls Realm warriors will turn into undead creatures. Then it would be troublesome. You are really a jinx. It really came. The Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior lifted up his head. Under the full moon, an undead creature with a red color all over its body swooped down. When it flew up again, it grabbed 2 astral-reaching realm warriors and gulped them down one by one. Their blood had been sucked clean, but it still did not seem to be satisfied. Its red eyes looked at the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior and the Rock Spirit Warrior. Come on. Who is scared of who? Although he said that the Rock Spirit Warrior was a jinx, the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior was actually not that scared of the Sea of Souls realm undead creatures. They were still alive, so how could they not deal with the dead ones? Even if they had the undead body. Boom. The first exchange of attacks ended in a tie. Rock attack. The Rock Spirit Warrior seized the opportunity and flashed his body, appearing in front of the undead creature. His fist, which was filled with the profound of earth, landed on the chest of the undead creature, making it cave in. Crack. The undead creature rolled back in the air, letting out a shrill scream. Hee. Die. A golden long spear condensed from Zhen Yuan appeared in the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior's hand. He waved his arm and the long spear was thrown out, instantly piercing through the head of the undead creature. Right then, a beam of moonlight landed on the undead creature's body. Visible to the naked eye, the wound on the undead creature started to close up and recover. Seeing this, the 2 frowned. In the dark night, these creatures seemed to be almost unkillable. This undead creature could tell that the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior and the Rock Spirit Warrior were not easy to deal with, so it did not plan to attack again. In fact, if it were not for the fact that it had not sucked enough blood, its power would definitely be more powerful than the 2 combined. After all, in the Sun Palace, even Sea of Souls realm warriors would be suppressed, and their power would be greatly reduced. On the other hand, they were like fish in the water, having the best advantage. The only downside was that before becoming an undead creature, all the blood in its body had been sucked dry. After becoming an undead creature, its power would be extremely weak. Therefore, it instinctively wanted to suck the blood of Sea of Souls realm warriors, since only their blood could make its power increase rapidly. Its emotionless eyes turned as it noticed Yi Chen and the other 2 not far away. From Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing, it could sense a powerful qi and blood, especially Morong Qingqing. Her qi and blood were extremely powerful, which was completely different from a human's. It did not know whether she was a human or not, but all it needed was a powerful blood. Shoo! His body disappeared as the undead creature jumped toward the three. Seeing that, the Yuan Gold Spirit Warrior laughed. Those two little brats and that old guy are going to have bad luck. The Rock Spirit Warrior snorted. Greed is a sin. Coming here without enough power, it would not be a pity if they died. The two did not think that Yi Chun and the other two would be able to leave the Sun Palace alive, so they just watched from the side. This undead creature seems to be a lot more powerful. Yi Chun noticed that this undead creature was different from before. He squinted his eyes and the destruction sword in his hand shone with a bright light. Within a second he had thrown out 49 sword attacks, which contained the slaughter sword intent. Shoo! 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 The sword net was everywhere, and the undead creature was blown backward with blood all over its body. Moreover, even with the moonlight healing its body, its recovery speed was still very slow. Only Yi Chun knew what was going on, since the slaughter sword intent was not something to be trifled with. The slaughter chi on it had reduced its recovery speed. If the slaughter sword intent was powerful enough, then even the undead body would be useless. As long as the slaughter chi did not dissipate, it would never be able to recover. This was the power of the attributed sword intent. Chapter 426. What? He repelled the undying monster? The smile on Yuan Gold's face froze, and his face was filled with disbelief. Rock Spirit Warrior retracted his disdain and said, "An extremely powerful sword intent. It's at least at the Spirit Master level. No wonder he could repel it in one move." Sword intent at the Spirit Master level? Yuan Gold was astonished. There were 3 levels in the Sea of Soul Realm. Spirit Master level, and Master level. Didn't that mean that the latter's sword intent had already surpassed the Spirit Master level? How did he train? It was simply unimaginable. Force field cut. Murong Qingqing's reaction was not slow either. She clasped her hands together, and the two opposite forces merged together, turning into an unstoppable cutting force field, which struck the undying monster's chest. Pung. The undying monster crashed into the wall of the building, and was bounced back by the restrictive power. Its chest was badly mutilated, and its stomach was almost cut open. Gee. The undying monster faced the sky and roared. It had thought that the two were soft persimmons, but who would have thought that they would be even more difficult to deal with? Especially that young sword artist in blue, who had dealt it a heavy blow without batting an eyelid. Not only was the wound unable to heal quickly, it had even lost a lot of yuan qi. Shoo. With a flicker, the undying monster left the area, unwilling to provoke Yi Chun. Oh, interesting. He can actually comprehend an attributed sword intent at the astral reaching realm. This is something that even Sea of Soul Realm sword artists would have a hard time doing. Demon Ancestor was more observant than Rock Spirit Warrior. He himself knew a master-level sword artist, who could be called a master-level sword artist precisely, because he had comprehended an attributed sword intent. Not far away, Ironwood began to pay attention to Yi Chun, thinking to himself, "This kid is not simple. In terms of perception alone, I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top 5 among the geniuses of the southern sector. So powerful. Let's go over." Yi Chun's strength made a lot of astral-reaching experts intentionally draw close to him. They understood that Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing might not lend a hand, but with the two present, the powerful undying monsters would be restrained, and their chances of survival would be greater. Regarding this, Yi Chun did not mind. Regardless of whether the other party came over or not, it would not affect him. Since it would not affect him, why would he cruelly chase them away? It was always good to leave some hope for others. Of course, this was if there was no effect. If there was an effect, Yi Chun was not a good person. He hated things that harmed others. Seeing that Yi Chun and the other two didn't do anything, everyone felt even more relieved as they approached. As for the other Sea of Soul Realm experts, it was not that they hadn't considered them. Unfortunately, these people were not amicable. If they had a good temper, they would keep their distance. If they had a bad temper, they would berate them harshly, and there was even the possibility of them killing them. The first night passed. Before dawn, the ferocious undead monsters rushed into the buildings and hid in the darkness, waiting for the night to come again. After temporarily escaping from the danger of death, everyone started to study what the 13th pattern represented. Wang Tong pondered and said, "The 13th and 14th patterns are very abstract. I can't tell what kind of patterns they are. If I really want to say, there are at least hundreds or thousands of places in the land of extreme negative energy that fit the pattern. Obviously, this is impossible, so I need to categorize these possible places and find something special and different. Give me some time." "No problem?" Yichen nodded. It was impossible to find the location represented by the pattern, otherwise, the owner of the map would not have taken it out for auction. Yichen did not have to think to know that before the auction, the original owner must have spent a lot of time and effort to study the map, and only made this decision when he found nothing. Yichen did not want to know what the original owner was thinking when he auctioned the map. All he could do was try his best. If there was no other way, then he would give up. At the dawn of the fourth day, a distorted and fuzzy tunnel appeared in front of the Sun God Palace. Following this tunnel, all the survivors flew out. After leaving the Golden Desert, Yichen and the other two stayed in the nearest Molan city. Aha! I got it. The 13th pattern is not a pattern, but an ancient character. An ancient character that disappeared in the long river of history. If you try to analyze it from the pattern, you won't know where it is in your lifetime. On the second floor of the restaurant, Wang Tong excitedly rushed into Yichen's room. Morong Qingqing heard the news and hurried over, asking, "What character?" "Tushui River." "Tushui River? How come I've never heard of it?" Wang Tong explained, "Thousands of years ago, the Tsushui River existed, but for some reason the Tsushui River gradually dried up, leaving only an underground river hidden underground. As long as we find the underground river, we can know the exact location of the Tsushui River." Wang Tong was not the only one who had analyzed the 13th pattern. Until now, there were already more than 1,000 people who had joined the search for the map of the undying body. Among these people, there were quite a few who were proficient in the history of Extreme Land. Perhaps there were a lot of people who knew some ancient characters, but there would always be some. Of course, it did not mean that these people were stronger than Een Demon Ancestor. After all, everyone had their own blind spots. Several dozen people are heading in the same direction. Could it be that they have analyzed the 13th pattern? In Molan City, Een Demon Ancestor sensed something, and his eyes brightened. No one knew that the 300 copies of the map had been tampered with by him. They were branded with his soul imprint. These imprints were not common to ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. They were more ancient and profound, something he had learned by chance. Unless one was a life and death king, no one would be able to detect the mysteries of the map. Hee, all of your efforts are for my benefit. Only I, Een Demon Ancestor, have obtained the secret of the undying body. A confident smile appeared on Een Demon Ancestor's face. The process of searching for the Shushui River was very smooth. The three of them first found the location of the underground river. Then, according to the pattern of the underground river, they found the specific location of the Shushui River, and dug out a stone tablet from the soil. The stone tablet was also engraved with 3 patterns, which were the ancient character pattern representing the Shushui River, the 14th pattern, and the 15th altar pattern. It seems like finding the Takhui River is useless. There is no information left on it. If the 14th pattern is the same, we can directly study the 15th altar pattern. Wang Tong originally wanted to find traces of the 15th pattern from the 13th and 14th patterns. However, he was disappointed. They had already seen the 3 patterns on the stele. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Since we've already come this far, we still have to go to the 14th location. Yichen expressed his opinion. Morong Qingqing nodded. Regarding the altar pattern, we still don't have any clues. Instead of burying ourselves in deep thought, we might as well spend some time looking for the location of the 14th pattern. I believe that the 14th location should have some special benefits. Someone is coming. Yichen raised his head and looked into the distance. Wang Tong said, "Should we destroy the steel?" He didn't have any illusions about the secret of the undying body. In other words, he didn't have the strength to fight for the undying body. Therefore, he hoped that Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing could obtain the secret of the undying body. Yi Chen shook his head. "If we destroy the steel, we will become the target of public criticism. It doesn't matter if they know. There are no secrets on the steel anyway." The instant the three of them left, 3 to 4 figures appeared near the stone tablet. Soon after, even more people rushed over, including the black-robed Yin demon ancestor. The third pattern on the steel is also the altar pattern. It seems that the altar pattern is the 15th pattern, which is also the destination of the map. Yin demon ancestor's mood was surging. The day of him obtaining the secret of the undying body was getting closer and closer. He suddenly felt a little regret. If he had contributed the map earlier, perhaps he would have obtained the undying body several decades ago. No matter what, only I can possess the undying body. If humans block me, I will kill them. If demons block me, I will kill them. The location of the 14th pattern. As expected, there are also no discoveries here. There are only 2 patterns. One had to admit that Wang Tong was an outstanding historian. In half a month, he had already analyzed the 14th pattern and found the location. Unfortunately, just like the Great River, there was still nothing worth studying here. The only meaning was that he had found it. "No, don't you feel that this mountain is like an arrowhead?" Yichen said. "Arrowhead." Hearing this, Murong Qingqing released her mental energy, spreading it in all directions. Soon, she discovered that the mountain was different from the rest. Looking from the sky, this small mountain looked very similar to a huge arrowhead. She was very impressed that Yichen could notice this. Could it be that the arrowhead is pointing to the altar? Wang Tong's mental energy wasn't as strong as Murong Qingqing's. His figure flashed, flying high into the sky and looking down. Yichen asked, "Is there anything special about the arrowhead?" Wang Tong said, "The arrowhead is pointing to the west. There are many ancient ruins in this straight line. Could it be the stone minaret?" The stone minaret was a famous ancient ruin in the land of extreme Yin. There were no treasures inside, but many experts liked to go there to comprehend. They all believed that the stone minaret contained an indescribable power that allowed them to comprehend things that were normally hard to detect. Several hundred li behind the 3, Yin demon ancestor was following closely behind. The 13th pattern was first discovered by Yi Chen's group, and the 14th pattern was also discovered by them. There was no reason for Yin demon ancestor not to follow them. "I've been waiting for this moment." The heavens didn't disappoint my Yin demon ancestor. In the distance, the 3 saw the stone minaret. The stone minaret was composed of numerous stone statues. The smallest one was dozens of meters tall, while the tallest one was over 100 meters tall. These stone statues had different postures. Some were contemplating, some were gazing at the starry sky, some were meditating, some were waving their swords, and some were breathing. Not a single statue appeared superficial. "There are many people here." Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes roamed about. In her line of sight, there were many experts sitting cross-legged before the stone statues, quietly comprehending. Among them were a few Sea of Soul Realm experts. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.